Sir, you're charged with especially aggravated kidnapping. You're also charged with aggravated assault, and you're charged with theft of a firearm worth less than $2,500.
You're talking about stuff that is not relevant.
Hello and welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the Recovery Addict, and boy do I have a case for you today.
Why is the dog chewing on this guy?
I think they have got the wrong guy
They
there.
got the wrong guy, and the dog was biting him.
He roughing him up quite a bit. There's a lawsuit.
9 out of 10 judges prefer watching the Recovery Addict live stream in their courtroom.
The fireworks are not done.
Now we're getting commentary on the case.
I didn't ask you to interrupt me. Dahil mihi Anglican po rin,
Is that correct?
Oh, for crumb's sake.
Good morning, welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the Recovery Addict. Happy Monday to you. We have a new winner this morning, a brand new winner. I think it's a first time winner. Why is that not working? Let me check what I did wrong here. Let's see. This one's open. Just wait for it. It's loading slowly. It's taking forever this morning. Nobody can wait this long. I'm gonna have to do it manually. Well, we'll get it working here. There we go. Tony, congratulations, your first in chat today. Tony Zamora, big fan of the channel, big supporter. First in chat. Now, Tony, I'm not sure if you understand exactly what you're in for here, but being first in chat brings along with it a punishment. We are now making you the internet owner for the day, and everything I related worldwide is going to be your responsibility. So, good luck. Good luck, my friend. Good luck. You'll do great. You will. It'll be wonderful. Thank you very much, Tony. I think first time offense for you as well. All right. We have. Well, I wait for this to work. Why? Let me think here really quickly. Why would this not work? Set up there. Set up here. It's thinking. It's thinking slowly. Probably because this is open. All right. Here's what we have. We have a opportunity to celebrate some birthdays this morning, and then we are playing catch up. So we are speed watching court, so we can get caught up in the CT versus Valle trial. This is quadruple stabbing, and it's got some youngins. I realize they're all adults, but they're youngins. They're youngins in court. It's sort of interesting to see people fresh out of high school making a public, their public debut in court. So let's see. Anybody have a birthday to celebrate this morning? If so, make yourself known to the moderators now or before now. Before now would be preferable. I listen really fast. Speedy trials rule. Let's see. Jenny G says it's my birthday. Jenny G, congratulations. We're going to add you to the list. Rando from Iowa, it's your unbirthday today. Well, in 6 months, we'll sing to you. Let's see, just Jenny G so far. I'm sure on your list, though, I don't see any others. Are we just singing to Jenny G? What say you, Josh? Do you have anything else, or Samantha? Do you have anything else that's in the books for birthday singing? If only we had a way to sign up for our birthdays ahead of time. It's funny you say that. Yeah. Josh's birthday duty. Josh's birthday duty. Let's see. There we go. Boom. Right there. All right. All right. Here we go. These are our birthdays as we know them. So it goes like this. Jennifer, Alyssa, Jenny G, and Hannah celebrating the birthdays today. So everybody stand up. Take a deep breath. Shoulders back. Project your voice to the back of the room. Blend your voice with your neighbor. Warm up with me if you will. La, 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 la. There we go. That's loud. Extra loud drums today. Everybody, here we go. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to Jennifer, Alyssa, Jenny G, and Hannah. Happy birthday to you. Jennifer, Alyssa, Jenny G, and Hannah, happy birthday. There are many wonderful days. Today is your special day. I realize there are a million places you could be, a million people you could have celebrated with, but you chose to be here with us. The privilege, the pleasure, the honor is ours. Hopefully, we can turn some of the joy we feel back to you and make your day a little more specialer. Begin by helping yourself to free pancakes. Free pancakes at all the places. At Denny's, Waffle House, McDonald's, Village Inn, Tammy Dunlap's, Andy's Grill, Bob Evans, and one other place, which I cannot remember. But Tammy Dunlap's the only place you need to stop, really. They're on the grill. They're hot and ready right now. Sorry, Little Caesars, don't sue me. Pancakes are hot and ready. Happy birthday to all celebrating. Just a wonderful time to celebrate. Jennifer, Alyssa, Jenny G, and Hannah. Thank you. We'll let the dancers do their thing because they've been practicing all weekend. Oh, yeah. Weatherman saying it's going to be a hot birthday today. Big drum solo coming up right here for the finish. Everyone join with me. Grab your air drum sticks. Set down your air drum set. Thank you very much. Happy birthday. Melissa Przlecki says, good morning. Thank you for all the awesome court coverage. Did you get the picture of the dill pickle noodles? I did. I'm not sure if those would be good. I'm not sure if those would actually be good. There's like good dill and there's bad dill. I'm putting those squarely in the bad dill category. Yeah. Whew. Dill pickle noodles. Not sure. Might give it a try, but... maybe down the road sometime. Happy birthday. Let me tell you where we are. We are catching up on court, and because of that, we are speed watching. Trial, we're going to watch at 1.25 speed. We are in the state of I like to say Connecticut, but they don't like that. Apparently, it's Connecticut. They've got just some extra letters they're just not using, but they keep them there. Connecticut, state of Connecticut against Raul Valle. Raul Valle accused of getting a little handsy with his knife. No, that's not the right way to say it. Getting a little frisky with the no. He's allegedly stabbed 4 people. 1 died. Anyway, lots of knifing. Many people. It was a party. Well, it was a party with like rival high school kids there. So we're going to kick this off right away. We are going to skip. We're going to zoom through the fast breaks. We're going to zoom through lunch, and we're going to try to catch. I don't know. Yes, day 2 and day 3 today, or part of it. Anyway, we'll see how far we get. Thank you very much, Samantha, for the update. These are the alleged victims. First, the deceased, Jimmy McGrath. Then there's also a first-degree assault for Ryan Hines, first-degree assault for Thomas Conray Jr., and second-degree assault for Faison Telly. I can't remember how they say that last name, but Anyway, those are the charges. We're going to hear from a couple. I think we're going to hear from a couple victims today. But let's give this a go. Let's get all.
The Honorable Judge Murphy presiding. Good morning, Your Honor.
Morning.
Good morning, Judge.
Good morning, everyone. You may be seated. Thank you. All right, so before we bring our jury in today, a few things. One, I'm going to ask the court marshals to strictly enforce the phone usage policy here in the courthouse. So I just want to make sure that everyone understands that the court will not tolerate any usage of any phone, any downloading of any information or live streaming during this trial unless you've received permission from the court through a formal, valid social media or media order request. So I would also like to remind everyone that phones are not to be used in the building unless you are in the clerk's office and you are taking photographs of documents. So I am going to be asking the marshals to strictly enforce that policy. So that's number one.
Okay.
Next, we are starting on time. I know I came out a few minutes early, so we're 2 minutes early. I appreciate all of you being here. I did ask the marshal if we were ready to go. Does either side need any time, any additional time before we begin?
No, Your Honor.
All right. And is there anything that the court needs to take up with counsel before bringing the jury in this morning?
Nothing from the state.
And the state's ready to proceed with its next witness? All right, fantastic. All right, Madam Clerk, please bring in our jury.
Bring in the jury. Cameron whips out the camera. All right, let's get a shot of this. Not of the jury, though. Not of the jury. There's our defendant, Raul Valle. He was only 16, I think, when this happened. This was 4 years ago, roughly. Yeah, we're not used to being early in court.
All right, thank you, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. Welcome back. Thank you. Good morning. Thank you for your timely arrival here to the courthouse. Counsel, please stipulate to the return of our jurors here today.
The state will stipulate, Your Honor. Defense stipulates as well, Your Honor.
All right, very good. Madam Prosecutor, come on up. It's all set. You're fine. Thank you so much. All right, so ladies and gentlemen of the jury, we are prepared to move forward with the evidence in this case. And at this time, the state would call its next witness, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state will call Griffin Marcinzik to the stand.
Thank you.
This is like a 1970s courtroom. Some old tech, but it's goody. It's oldies but goodies. The microphones look funny.
I'm going to ask you to please come on up. Please step into the witness box. Watch your step as you enter the witness box. Please remain standing. Madam Clerk is going to take your oath, okay? Thank you.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or solemnly and sincerely affirm, as the case may be, that the evidence you shall give concerning this case shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God, or if I'm pronouncing perjury?
Yeah.
Please state your full name, spelling your last name.
Griffin Joseph Marcinzik, MARCINCZYK.
Please state your address.
We don't need his address.
May I inquire, Your Honor?
You may. Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning.
How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Griffin, can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury how old you are at this moment?
I'm 19.
And do you work?
I do.
What do you do for a living?
I do sales at Ion Solar Pros.
At Iron what?
Ion Solar Pros.
Okay. Just keep your voice up, okay?
I sell solar panels on the internet.
And how long have you been working where you're working?
About 7 months.
7 months. And are you nervous?
Yes.
And prior to today's testimony, have you and I met?
Yes.
And why did we meet?
Because of this instance.
Now I want to direct your attention to May 14th of 2022, okay? How old were you back then?
I was 16.
And were you in school?
I was.
Where were you in school?
I was a sophomore at Shelton High School.
And did you play any sports?
I played football and lacrosse.
Now, I want to direct your attention to around 6 p.m. on May 14th of 2022. Can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what you were doing around that time?
I was getting ready and headed over to one of my friend's houses.
And what friend's house were you going to?
My friend Natalia.
And did you go there with anybody?
I went with my buddy Ryan Hines.
And how do you know Ryan Hines?
He moved to Shelton in 7th or 8th grade. We played football together ever since then.
And when you got to Natalia's house, did you stay long?
Decently, not terribly. We were there for a few hours.
And when you got to Natalia's house, what kind of things were you doing there?
There was a small group of us. We were just hanging out. Had a drink or two. Really just kind of sitting around, hanging out.
And when you said you had a drink or two, what kind of things were you drinking?
Beers.
And you said you had two beers?
Yeah.
Okay. And at some point in time, did you come to leave Natalia's house at some point in time?
Yeah.
And why did you leave Natalia's house?
So me and Hines were a little bit bored, and we had known that our buddy Austin Leifer was throwing a party, and I'd grown up with him, so I gave him a text. And I was like, hey, do you mind if me and Hines came? He told us, yeah, feel free, come on over. So we had basically my cousin Tanner pick us up, and he dropped us off there.
Now you say Austin Leifer. How do you know Austin Leifer?
I've known him since we were young, 4th grade. We played sports together, went to school together.
And they were having a party at their house?
Yeah.
And where does Austin live, if you can recall?
I don't know the number, maybe 5, Lazy Brook Road.
Lazy Brook Road. And so at some point, your cousin Tanner, that Tanner who?
Chernowski.
Okay. And is he your blood relative?
No, we've just known each other since we were born.
Okay. And at some point, Tanner comes and picks you and who else up?
Ryan.
Okay. Just the two of you?
Yeah.
And when he picks you up, where does he take you?
To Austin's house.
Okay. And when you get to Austin's house, around what time of night was it?
I'm not sure, maybe around 10.
Okay. And when you got to Austin's house, who got out of the car?
Me and Hines.
Okay. And did Tanner get out of the car?
No, he left.
So Tanner just dropped you off and left?
Yeah.
Okay. And when you got out of the car, tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what happened during that sequence of events.
Me and Hines step out of the car, begin walking up the driveway.
Let me stop you there. Did you bring anything with you to Lazy Brook?
Hines had a 12-rack of beer.
12-pack of beer? What kind of beer was it?
I believe Bud Light.
Okay. And when you got out of the car, you and Hines, tell us what you and Hines did after that.
We began to go in. We entered the garage, and then we were encountered by 3 St. Joe's kids asking us basically who we are, which we expected. Like, what are we doing here, this and that. We told them Austin had invited us.
Sustained. I'm going to strike what Mr. Hines said or what the other person stated. So if you took a note on it, please discard it, strike it from your notes. It's not to be considered for evidence in this case, okay?
So without telling us what they said,
good instructions.
Did you have a conversation with these 3 individuals?
Yes.
And do you know who these 3 individuals were?
At that given time, they were just 3 SJ kids to me.
Do you know who they are now?
Yes.
And who are they?
Tyler De Silva, Jack Snyder, and Raul Valle.
Okay. And is Raul Valle in court today?
Yes, he is.
And what is he wearing?
Black suit.
And can you point him out for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury? Your Honor, may the record reflect the witness identified the defendant in this case?
Court will let the record reflect the witness identified the defendant. You may proceed.
And does the defendant have a nickname?
Yes,
What
Lito.
is his nickname?
Lito.
Lito? So when you and Hines got to the St. Joe's party, the defendant and his 2 friends confronted you?
Yeah.
And Hines?
Yes.
And without telling us what anybody said, what was that confrontation like?
Between 2 dudes who never see each other, they were in a place where they were comfortable with, not knowing that was a place we were also comfortable with. So they were a little, who are you guys? What's going on? Blah, blah, blah. Kind of hostile, not really, but it escalates when one of them grabs Hines' beer out of his hand. We move outside.
Well, let me stop you there. Before you move outside, does the defendant say anything to you or Hines when you're confronted by him and Tyler and Jack?
I don't remember specifically.
Okay. And at some point in time, someone takes Hines' beer?
Yes.
Who takes Hines' beer?
Jack Snyder.
And when that happens, what's the reaction that, if anything, that Hines has at that moment?
He's pissed off that someone just grabbed his beer out of his hand. So we move outside afterwards. The 2 of them conclude that they'd fight for the beer back.
Okay. And the 2 of them that you're referring to?
Hines and Jack Snyder.
Okay. And at some point in time, did they confront each other as if they were going to fight?
Yes.
Were you present and witnessed that happening? And when that happened, what, if anything, can you tell us about where, withdrawn? Based on your recollection, do you know if Tyler De Silva was present at that moment?
Yes.
And where was he standing at that moment?
So Hines and Snyder are looking at each other. He's De Silva's to Snyder's left.
So if you're Hines and I'm
De Silva's right there.
So he's over to Jack's left.
Yes.
Okay. Was the defendant present when this was happening?
Yes.
And when do you recall where he was standing before when Jack and
he was right here to Hines.
Behind him, to his right?
Like peripheral.
Okay. Now, what do you recall about what happened next when you were witnessing this?
They both put their hands up. They're about to begin fighting, and the first punch was thrown, but by Lito from the back, and it hit Hines in this back side of the head, and then Hines instantly takes Snyder to the ground.
So if you're Jack and I'm Ryan, the defendant is here, and he punches Ryan in the face from behind?
Yes.
Okay. Tell us, when that happens, what occurs next?
Hines instantly takes him to the ground, and this is like a 30-second thing that from start to finish. And once he gets to the ground, a girl they all knew was like trying to break it up. Lito had a motorcycle helmet on. He had taken it off and struck Hines with it once or twice in the head.
Now, when the fight starts after the defendant punches Ryan from behind, does anybody else jump in the fight?
Once they get to the ground, Lito hits him with the helmet. So yeah, I guess that's jumping into the fight.
Did Tyler jump into the fight?
The way they fell, I only saw like his upper body. I didn't see any fists, so maybe he kicked, but I'm not here to say this.
So at some point in time, Jack and Ryan are engaged in a fight. And what do you witness the defendant do?
Hit him with the motorcycle helmet.
So he comes over and hits him with the helmet. How does he hit him with the helmet?
Takes it off and strikes him down on it twice, I believe.
Okay. Do you recall what Tyler De Silva was wearing that night?
A powder blue jersey. It was open, like a white shirt on, I think jeans.
And do you recall what the defendant was wearing that night?
Also a powder blue shirt with black, I think, sweatpants.
And do you recall what Jack Snyder was wearing that night?
A red hoodie and black sweatpants.
Approach the witness, Your Honor.
Yes.
Showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 53 for identification purposes. Do you recognize 53?
Yes.
And what is 53?
A picture of Jack Snyder and the defendant.
And is this, did you take this picture?
No.
Now, is this how you remember what the defendant was wearing on the night in question?
Yes.
Okay. And is this a picture actually reflect what Jack was wearing?
Yes.
Your Honor, unless there's an objection, I would offer at this moment. No objection, Your Honor.
All right, court will accept into evidence states 53.
Showing you states 53 again, now for the jury's benefit.
Up it over the jury.
Is that the defendant to the right there?
Yes.
And that's Jack Snyder to the left?
Yes.
And is that the motorcycle helmet that the defendant has on that you saw the defendant use
Is that a Bud
during
Light?
the fight with Ryan Hines?
I believe so, yes.
Now, you indicated that after the fight, it lasted about 30 seconds?
Maybe 40.
Okay. When the fight eventually ended, what, if anything, did you and or Ryan do next?
The mom comes out, Lifer's mom comes out running or yelling. Like obviously there's a fight in her driveway. Kind of just get up, gathers things, tries to find some of his beers they had spilt. I think he grabbed a couple of them. We headed down the driveway. We met a group of girls who had just witnessed that as well. And we had offered or asked them to bring us back to our friend's house, and they said yes. They brought us back to our friend Natalia's house. And then
when you went back to Natalia's house, let me ask you this. Between the time you were at 5 Lazy Brook to the time you went back to Natalia's house, were you drinking any alcohol?
No.
When you got back to Natalia's house, how long would you say you were at Natalia's house for when the girls dropped you off?
Maybe around like 10, 15 minutes.
And when you were at Natalia's house, were you drinking alcohol at that point?
No.
Did you observe Ryan Hines drinking alcohol at that point?
No.
Now, at some point in time between leaving Lazy Brook Road and getting to Natalia's house, was there any communication between you or anybody else over any type of messaging?
Not at that point, no.
Okay. Can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what, if anything, occurred between the time you left Natalia's house? Well, withdrawn. At some point in time, you were there for how long?
About 15 minutes.
15 minutes, and at some point you left?
Yes.
Why did you leave Natalia's house?
Close friend of mine, Charlie Connery, had given me a call, had heard about what happens with Hines, and he said he was coming to grab us.
Without telling us what he said. Okay, you can't tell us what he said.
Hearsay's a hard thing for kids.
Did Charlie Connery call you?
Yes.
Did you have a conversation with Charlie Connery?
Yes.
And did you tell him what you observed at 5 Lazy Brook Road?
Yes.
Okay. And at some point in time, did somebody pick you up at Natalia's house?
Yes.
And who picked you up?
Charlie.
And when he picked you up, where did you go?
To Tyler Rich's house.
Okay. Now, between the time you left Natalia's house, the time you got to Tyler Rich's house, were there any communications between, we'll call it you and your Shelton friends and the St. Joe's kids?
Yeah, some had begun.
Okay. Can you please describe to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what that was without telling us what people said?
We were in a basketball group chat.
What does that mean, basketball group chat?
It means that prior to this incident, it was an existing group chat. There was 2 other St. Joe's kids in it that we hung out with. And we would go play basketball, pick up games, kid stuff. And once this had happened, a few people were added into the group chat, and then it became very argumentative, going back and forth because of the fight. And it was just boys talking crap to each other, beefing.
And
beefing.
Were you in that group chat?
Yes.
And did you engage anybody in that group chat?
Yeah.
Okay. And what kind of things were you saying in that group chat?
We were talking crap back and forth. At one point, it was said within the group chat on their behalf.
We can't tell us what they said, unless you know something that the defendant said. We just need to know the tone of it.
It was hostile, argumentative. We were both going back and forth. We were hot. Our boy had been jumped by 3 kids, so we were acting out of emotions. Being like boys, just like talking shit back and forth.
Okay, I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 5. Full exhibit. Do you recognize Stage 5?
Yes.
Red Bush.
What is Stage 5?
The Rich's house.
That's Tyler Rich's house?
Yes.
How do you know Tyler Rich?
From the same town. We've always just kind of been around each other since we were younger.
You grew up with him?
Yeah.
And
Yes.
what time of night would you say you got to Tyler Rich's house?
Probably around 11.
11-ish? Okay. Was it dark out? What was the lighting like?
Well, the sun was down, yeah, so it was nighttime, but the moon was out. It wasn't terribly dark. We were able to see outside.
Okay. Was it pitch black?
No.
And when you got to Tyler Rich's house, was this group chat, this basketball group chat between the Shelton kids and St. Joe's kids, did that continue when you were at Tyler Rich's house?
Yes.
Was everybody that was withdrawn? How many people would you say were at Tyler Rich's house when you and Ryan got to Tyler Rich's house?
Probably around 30, 40.
30, 40 kids?
We've had 2 more withdrawals today. We're up to 14 on the counter.
Your Honor.
Yes.
Showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 54 for identification purposes. You recognize 54?
I do.
And what is State's 54?
A picture of Faison Teal.
And how do you know Faison Teal?
I played football with him in high school.
And does this picture accurately reflect what Faison Teal looked like on or about 5/14 of 2022?
Yes.
Showing you State's Exhibit 55 for identification purposes. Do you recognize State's 55?
Yes.
And how do you recognize State's 55?
It's Tommy Connery. It's Charlie's older brother. I've known their family for some time.
And how do you know? You've known him for some time?
Yeah.
And are you friends with Tommy or Charlie more? How does that?
I was friends with Charlie because he's a year older than me, so that made me be friends with Tommy as well.
And does this State's 55 accurately reflect what Tommy looked like on or around May 14th of 2022?
Yes.
Showing you State's Exhibit 56. You recognize 56?
Yes.
And what is State's 56?
Photo of Ryan Hines.
And how do you know Ryan Hines?
Once he moved to Shelton, we were kind of just boys from sports.
What kind of sports?
Football.
And does this picture accurately reflect what Ryan Hines looked like on May 15th of 2022?
Yes.
Finally, I'm going to show you State's 57. You recognize State's 57?
I do.
And how do you recognize State's 57?
It's a picture of my friend Jimmy McGrath.
And how do you know Jimmy McGrath?
When I first switched over to public schools in 3rd grade, I met him on the bus.
And does this picture accurately reflect Jimmy McGrath on May 14th of 2022?
Yeah.
What he appeared like on May 14th of 2022?
Yeah.
Without objection, I would offer these as full exhibits.
All right. Without objection, court will go ahead and take into evidence States 54, 55, 56, and 57, I believe.
We're identifying key players in this altercation.
Madam Clerk, those 1 through 57, correct? Yes. Thank you.
Showing you States 54, now publishing that to the jury. States 54 is again.
Faison Teal.
And was Faison present at 43 Laurel Glen, Tyler Rich's house on the night of May 14th of 2022?
Yes.
Showing you 55. What's 55 a picture of again?
A picture of Tommy Connery.
And was Tommy Connery present at Tyler Rich's house on May 14th of 2022?
Yes, he was.
What happened to his leg?
Showing you 56. What is 56 again? Picture of who?
Ryan Hines.
It was Ryan Hines. Is that the same Ryan Hines you mentioned that was with you at Lazy Brook earlier in the night and went with you to Tyler Rich's house?
Yes.
Finally, 57. Can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury who 57 is?
Jimmy McGrath.
It was Jimmy McGrath at 43 Laurel Glen, Tyler Rich's house when you went there that night?
Yes.
going to show you States 12. Do you recognize States 12?
Yes.
And how do you recognize States 12?
It's Jimmy McGrath.
Now, are you familiar with an Enrico Fiola or Ricky Fiola?
Yes.
How are you familiar with him?
Played sports with him. I've known him since probably 6th grade.
And was he present at 43 Laurel Glen on the night of May 14th of 2022?
Yes.
Are you familiar with Sal Perry?
Yes.
And how are you familiar with Sal Perry?
Our families are friends.
And was he present at 43 Laurel Glen on the night of May 14th of 2022?
Yes.
Are you familiar with Mike Samperi?
Yes.
And how are you familiar with Mike Samperi?
I grew up with him as well.
And was he present at Tyler Rich's house on May 14th of 2022?
Yes.
Are you familiar with an Alex Bernstein?
Yes.
How are you familiar with Alex Bernstein?
He's Tanner's friend. That's how I met him.
And was he present at Tyler Rich's house on the night of May 14th of 2022?
Yes.
How about Charlie Connery? Was Charlie Connery present at Tyler Rich's house on the night of May 14th
Yes.
of 2022? And how about Jacob Villalobos? Are you familiar with Jacob Villalobos?
Yeah.
And how are you familiar with Jacob?
He was my captain.
Captain for what?
Football.
And was he present at 43 Laurel Glen
Yes.
on May 14th of 2022? How about Matt Lockovich? Are you familiar with a Matt Lockovich?
Yes, I am.
And how are you familiar with him?
He was also my football captain.
And was he present at Tyler Rich's house on the night of May 14th of 2022?
Yes.
Now, when you got to Tyler Rich's house at around 11 p.m., what kind of, you said there were about 30 kids there?
Yeah.
What kind of things were going on when you got to Tyler Rich's house on May 14th of 2022?
Typical high school things, you know, down in the basement, listening to music. A couple people had drinks.
Did you drink?
Not while I was at the Rich's, no.
I'm sorry?
Not while I was at the Rich's, no.
You didn't drink at all at Tyler Rich's house?
I could have had a beer.
Okay. Have you drank before?
Yeah, prior to Lazy Brook.
Okay. How about prior to May 14th of 2022? Have you ever had a beer before?
Yeah.
Okay. Have you ever been intoxicated before?
Yeah.
On May 14th of 2022, were you intoxicated?
No.
Now, how long would you say you were at Tyler Rich's house while the group chat was going on?
Probably about like 25 minutes.
And after about 25 minutes, well, withdrawn. During that 25 minutes, did you say anything in that group chat with regards to 43 Laurel Glen?
Yes. As we were all together going over this group chat, we're talking, they're talking. It was kind of just like I was collective with a couple people telling them to pull up. So I did.
So you told them to pull up? And when you told them to pull up, how did they know where to get to?
I said the road name.
I'm sorry?
You said the road name.
Okay. And at some point in time, after that 25 minutes, did something happen that you became aware of outside of 43 Laurel Glen?
I'm not sure who, but someone had pointed out that there was a car outside. We kind of all collectively headed out through the back and went outside and saw the car.
Okay. I may have a moment, Your Honor. Can I see?
Yes.
They invited the fight, told them to pull up.
Showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 49. You recognize 49?
Yes.
Okay. And this is a overhead shot of what?
The Rich's household.
Okay, and that would be this house here to the left of 49, kind of covered by some trees with the 3 pickup trucks in the driveway.
Yeah.
That's Tyler Rich's house?
Yeah.
Trying to make the record reflected, I'm pointing to the house with the black, blue, and white truck parked in the driveway.
All right, so noted, thank you.
Now,
Yes, the one that was
at
playing
some
pool
point
in
in
the
time,
pictures.
a car arrives.
Yeah.
What kind of car was it?
I believe a Honda Pilot.
Showing you States 30. Is that the Honda Pilot you saw pull up or in the area of 43 Laurel Glen on May 14th of 2022?
Yes.
Okay. And when this Honda Pilot pulled up, can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury where you saw the car when you exited? Well, when you became aware that there was a car outside of Tyler Rich's house, what, if anything, did you do?
We all came outside. At first, it was like, where's the car? And then we had noticed closer to like the bottom of the road, like where the road meets that road, a car was added to like the chain of cars that were there. And we had recognized that we didn't know what car that was. So we all kind of made our way over to it, realized that they were in the car.
Now I'm going to take you back now, okay? Back up. State's Exhibit 6. Okay, Tyler Rich's house, right?
Yes.
Okay. When you were at Tyler Rich's house, were you inside the house or outside the house?
Both.
Both, okay. When you became aware that there was a car that arrived in the area of Tyler Rich's house, were you inside the house or outside the house?
Inside.
Okay, and where were you inside the house?
We were in the basement.
Okay. And at some point in time, when you heard there was a car that arrived at Tyler Rich's house, did you exit the basement?
Yes.
How did you exit the basement?
Through like the umbilical doors in the back.
Umbilical doors?
Yeah.
Those are like the basement doors that open like this?
You see umbilical doors?
What side of the house are the umbilical doors in? I'm showing you State 6. Can you show us where?
It's kind of blurry,
Can you
but
step down and point, Your Honor?
Certainly, that's fine. If he feels comfortable doing that. Certainly, of course.
You would.
so right around here is the walkway entrance that brings you from around back.
Okay. So, Your Honor, the record can reflect that the witness pointed to this area just in front of the blue truck in State 6 in the back area where there appears to be an air conditioning unit. Is that right?
Yeah.
Okay. In this opening area here.
Oh, that's noted. Thank you.
And when you came out of the Bilko doors, are you able to describe to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury in State's Exhibit 49 did you observe the car when you walked right out the Bilko doors? At first?
No, you came around the house.
So you came around the house. Did you come around the house? And for the jury and the record's benefit, did you come out this way where this patch of grass is just to the left of the blue truck?
Yeah.
Sorry. Did you walk down the driveway?
I believe so.
Okay. And when you walked to the driveway, did you walk to the end of the driveway?
Yeah.
Okay. And when you got to the end of the driveway, tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what you observed at that moment.
We had noticed that the car was about where those trees are, equivalent parked right about there.
So for the record's benefit, are you referring to these trees right here?
Yes.
So was the car parked in the middle of the road, side of the road?
It was pulled up onto the side.
On the side of the road. So right about here?
Yeah.
So, Your Honor, the record can reflect there's trees at the bottom of Stage 49, the bottom right-hand group of trees just after the intersection of Laurel Glen and Adams.
All right, that's noted. Thank you.
So the car was parked there?
Yeah.
When the car was parked there, did you approach the car?
Yeah, we all did.
Okay. And when you say you all did, how many people do you think approached the car, if you know?
At least 20.
Okay. And do you recall who was present when you approached the car?
In the car?
In your group? No, in your group.
Not specifically.
Okay. Was Tyler Rich present? If you recall.
I don't recall exactly who was outside.
So there was about 20 kids?
Yeah.
Okay. And when you approached the car, was the car facing towards Adams or away from Adams?
Away, down the road.
So if we're looking at approach your arms. This is Stage 1.
Music
when the
stand
car is
put to use again.
It's parked this way, facing towards Farmhouse Road?
Yes.
Okay. And you approached the car?
Yes.
And did you recognize anybody in the car?
Yes.
Who did you recognize in the car?
De Silva, Snyder, and Lito from prior at the Lifers.
So you noticed the defendant was in the car? Jack Snyder and Tyler De Silva? Did you notice if there was anybody else in the car?
I think so, but I'm not sure who.
At that moment, you weren't sure who else was in the car?
He's nodding.
Now, can you please describe to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what happened when your Shelton friends went out to the car?
They start talking, start going back and forth. We're saying stuff to them. They're saying stuff to us.
Was it a civil discussion? Was it argumentative?
Argumentative.
Okay. Did you say anything?
No, I was in the front. I wasn't at any windows.
You were in the front?
Yeah.
What do you mean you were in the front?
Like where I was standing, I was kind of looking through the windshield.
So if if the car is parked here on the right side in Stage 49, you were somewhere up here in front of the car?
Yeah.
Now, if this is the car here, are you directly in front of the car? Or are you?
I'm more towards the passenger side. Yeah.
So you're closer to the curb than you are to the center of the road.
Yeah.
Okay. But still in front of the car.
Yeah.
And how long would you say the interaction went on between your friends and the St. Joe's group?
A few minutes.
Okay. Do you recall who was driving the Pilot that night?
Jack Snyder.
Okay. And do you recall, if you can, who was in the front passenger seat?
I don't recall. I just saw the powder blue in the front and back.
Okay. And you said about 5 minutes that interaction went on?
Yeah, a few.
And at some point in time, did something happen between your group of friends and the Snyder vehicle group of friends?
Yeah, they're talking back and forth, and then collectively people start like holding onto the roof racks and shaking it back and forth.
So your group started shaking the car? Okay. And what else, excuse me, what else happened during that?
The car was on, so once that started happening, they put it in drive, drove forward, and I had to like hop out of the way a little bit, and they sped down the road.
So you had to hop out of the way when the car drove down the road?
Yeah.
How was it being operated, if you recall?
Speeding, I guess.
And when you say it went down the road, it took off towards Farmhouse?
Farmhouse, yes.
Okay. And when it took off down the road towards Farmhouse, what, if anything, did you observe at that point?
What happens after they drive away is they continue to drive back and forth from the richest house, like up and down the road.
So they're driving in State 49 up and back down Molar Planet?
Yeah, I'm not exactly positive if they hit a U-turn or if you see it's like a square. So I don't really remember if they drove the square or if they just busted a U and came back and forth.
But they came back and forth.
They crossed the house multiple times.
Okay. And when they crossed the house multiple times, what, if anything, did you observe people from the car doing?
They were throwing things at us. We were throwing things at them.
What kind of things were they throwing at you?
I believe there was a WD-40 can, like a water jug of some sort.
Okay. And when those things were thrown at you guys, what, if anything, did you observe your group of friends do?
Throw it back.
You threw it back at them. Okay. Did you witness anybody throw anything and hit the car?
I don't recall if anyone hit the car.
Are you aware if the car was hit with anything?
I'm not sure, no.
Okay. And at some point in time, did they stop driving back and forth in front of Tyler Rich's house?
Yes.
Okay. And when they stopped doing that, what, if anything, did you observe as to where the car went?
They had moved towards where Farmhouse Lane is and stopped the car up like on the corner of it.
So for the jury's and the record's benefit, this is stage one. If we're looking at stage one, they're somewhere in the area of the intersection of Farmhouse and Molar Planet?
Yes.
Okay. And would you say they were in front? Did you see them in front of this house, or was it more towards the intersection?
I was far away, so.
So you couldn't tell exactly, but they were in this area?
Yeah, no.
And you're on in the record, like the witness was saying, they were in the area of the intersection of Farmhouse Road and 36 Road.
It's noted, thank you.
And when you were down the road, when you saw them, the car stopped down the road, did you observe anything about the occupants of the car?
I think two of them had gotten out.
And could you see who got out of the car?
No, I could not see specifically.
Okay. And when you noticed those individuals get out of the car, what if anything, did you observe next?
Two of my friends, maybe more, but Ricky and Tyler began walking down to go speak with them.
And when you say Ricky, you mean Ricky Fiola?
Yes.
And when you say Tyler, you mean Tyler Rich?
Yes.
Okay. And they went down the road. Did you see them go all the way down the road?
I saw them when they got pretty close, and then I had headed back inside.
Did you observe Tyler Rich or Ricky Fiola do anything when they were going down the road?
No.
Did you hear anything as to not what people said, but did you hear anything, any argument or anything down the road from where you were?
No.
Okay. And you say that at some point in time you went back into the house?
Yeah.
And when you went back into the house, how did you enter Tyler's house?
Same way I left, through the basement door.
So you walked. Before you get back into the house, can you show me on stage 49 where you were standing when the car finally went down the road?
Yeah, kind of like around the mailbox, like poked out in the road a little bit. Just saw the boys walking down there.
So my finger's pointed in the road here, just in front of the mailbox on 49. Is that about where you were standing?
Yeah, in that general area.
Okay. And when you went back, the record can reflect my finger's pointing to the front of the mailbox, just about maybe 5 feet.
Pointing to the whole
I will
yard.
note it, thank you.
And when you went back into Tyler Rich's house, did you walk up the driveway and go inside the Vilco doors, or did you go in the house a different way?
I took the same route.
Okay. And when you were back in the house, when you were back in Tyler Rich's house, how long would you say you were in Tyler Rich's house for at that time?
A few minutes.
A few minutes. And when you were back in Tyler Rich's house, were you consuming any alcohol?
No.
And how many people would you say were inside the house when you went back inside the house at that moment?
Almost all of us.
Okay. And at some point in time, did you come back outside the house?
Yes.
And why did you go back outside the house?
Because they had came back.
When you say they had come back, who came back?
Well, when we got outside, Lito and DeSilva were out of their car.
Okay. Now, show you stage 52. Okay. Now, when you came out of the house, what route did you take?
The same route I had been taken. We veered a little left because they were approaching towards the yard. To show you stage 50, a little closer view. When you came out of
Tyler Rich's house, he came out this side of the house where the Bilko doors were?
Yeah.
And I'm pointing to the area just in front of, there's an opening between some trees in the house just in front of the blue truck here, right?
Yep.
Okay, and when you came out of the house, what route did you take?
Kind of.
Describe it.
Kind of like exactly where that blue truck is, and then went cut towards the grass.
So did you come down to the left side of the blue truck and go out to the right this way over to the cement block area, or did you go out of the side of the house and take a right in front of the blue truck, past the black truck, and come down the, we'll call it the driver's side of the black truck?
I mean, the blue truck wasn't there at the time, so we kind of just walked down like exactly where it is, and then like bended into the grass.
So,
he's like, what? The blue truck wasn't there? He's like, I walked where the blue truck was. Did you walk in front of it and back of it? Well, the truck wasn't there. I walked where it is. You're a day behind. We're on catch up. That's why we're on 1.25 speed. These guys look young. Young defendant, young witnesses. It's crazy.
I'm going to show you
high school rivalry and beer at a party.
When you came out of the Bilko doors, right where this air conditioning unit is in front of the opening where this blue truck is, did you come down the left side of this blue truck and through the middle of between the blue truck and the white Jeep, or did you come down the passenger side of this blue truck towards this area?
The passenger side.
So you came out the Bilko door, took a quick left, and then down the grass area where the cobblestone block is?
Yes.
Okay. And where did you end up when you first went outside?
Like right in between that slab and red bush in that area.
Okay, so I'm showing you states.
For the record, I'm sorry.
It's okay.
States 52.
Thank you.
This is obviously a more recent picture. Was this green tree here?
No.
Okay. And when you came down, can you point to the area in States 52 where you came, where you stood?
In this general vicinity right here.
Okay, so in the record reflect just above the area of this square cement, looks like possibly a septic cap thing here, and the red bush.
All right, so noted. Thank you.
And when you stood there, what was the lighting like at that point?
I think there might have been a light on from the driveway, slightly illuminating. It was dim lit. Moon was out. It wasn't terribly dark. You were able to see.
Did anybody have flashlights on?
Yeah.
Okay. What were they using to illuminate what was going on?
Phone flashlights.
Okay. And when you got outside, tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what you observed initially when you got to that area.
So when we get outside, the cars pulls up facing
towards Adams.
Kind of like.
Do you know where it's parked in that picture, 52?
It's like the car would be right here. This would be the car.
So can the record reflect that the car is parked in 52 to the right lower area would appear to be the middle of the road?
Carl noted. Thank you. Cordell noted. Thank you.
So when the car was parked there, tell me what you observed.
Lito and De Silva hop out of the car, start approaching the property. Obviously, there's arguments going back and forth.
How were they approaching the property? Can you recall how they were approaching the property?
They were just, or like if I was like how I saw them.
Yeah.
From my view, the one on the right was De Silva. Lito was on the left, so on Tyler's right.
So if I'm standing in that area where you pointed out in 52 between the red bush and what looks like to be the septic cap, we'll call it that. You see Tyler De Silva to your right and Lito to your left, the defendant?
Yeah.
Okay. Was there anybody else with them?
The driver, but they were just alone out of the vehicle.
And when you observed Tyler and the defendant get out of the car, how many people from your group were outside?
Majority.
And do you recall if there was, not what people said, but do you recall if there was a verbal interaction between anybody from your group and the defendant and or Tyler De Silva?
Yeah, there was stuff being said back and forth.
What kind of things, not what they said, but what was the manner in which the things were being said?
Argumentative.
Okay. And was your group being argumentative?
Both parties.
So the defendant and Tyler De Silva were being argumentative back?
Yeah.
Did it look like they were trying to be peaceful?
No, but neither did we.
And so can you tell on States 52 where approximately you observed Tyler De Silva was as opposed to where the defendant was?
This would be probably about De Silva. Would be about right here.
And when there was an interaction between your group and the defendant and Mr. De Silva, where did that verbal interaction take place?
As they were walking up, a little bit on the grass as well.
A little bit on the grass, just past the curb area?
Yeah.
Okay. And who was talking to Now, what was said? Who was talking to Tyler De Silva or arguing with Tyler De Silva at that moment? Do you recall?
A couple of people. Rich was arguing with him. He was also said some words towards both of them. Everyone was kind of talking.
So Tyler Rich was talking to Tyler De Silva?
Yeah, at one point.
Do you recall anybody else from your friend group talking to Tyler De Silva?
Not specifically.
Do you recall whether or not anybody was withdrawn? How far apart were Tyler De Silva and the defendant?
They weren't terribly far apart, maybe a couple feet, 5 to 8.
Okay. And do you recall who out of your group of friends was anybody having a discussion or near the defendant at this moment?
Hines was near the area.
Ryan Hines was near the defendant?
My buddy Ty Wood was confronting him.
How do you know Ty Wood?
Known him my whole life. My sister and his brother were friends. We played sports together.
And obviously he was at the party that night as well? Who else, if anybody, do you recall being near the defendant at that moment?
I'm not sure of anyone else.
But you're from what you recall Ty Wood and Ryan Hines?
Yes.
Okay. And how was the defendant's demeanor with regards to your friends Ryan Hines and Ty Wood?
They were both ready, just like ready to fight.
Okay. And how long would you say there was this verbal altercation going on back and forth on May 14th of 2022?
Not very long.
Maybe you say not very long.
Minute or two.
Okay. And after a minute or two, did something happen?
Yes.
Okay. Can you please describe to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what you observed happened?
Ty and Lito had been arguing. It looked like Lito was about to swing on Ty, so Rich stepped in front and struck Lito.
So Tyler Rich punched the defendant in the face?
Yes.
Okay. And when Tyler Rich punched the defendant in the face, what happened next?
Well, the fight begins, and his whole interactions, or Lito's whole interactions, kind of get out of my view from the crowd of people that are all just in front of me. So I can't really see him. But then I see De Silva, and he starts getting into it. And then him and Rich actually end up in like a wrestling match, basically, in the lawn.
And who do you recall being in the area of Tyler Rich and Tyler De Silva's fight?
Like Locke, Villalobos, Alex Bernstein was in the area.
When you say Locke, you mean Matt Locke?
Lockovich, yeah.
And Tyler Rich?
Yeah.
And Jacob Villalobos? Who else? Do you recall anybody else?
Not specifically, no.
And when you were observing the fight between Tyler De Silva and Tyler Rich, did you have an idea? Were you aware of what was going on with the defendant?
No.
Okay.
I knew he was in a fight. I could see it, but I couldn't see specifics.
Do you recall how many people he was in a fight with?
No.
Okay. And when the fight's going on, withdrawn, did you have any weapons on you that night?
No.
Did you see Tyler Rich with any weapons on him that night?
No.
Did you see Ty Wood with any weapons on him that night?
No.
Did you see Ryan Hines with any weapons on him that night?
No.
Did you see Jacob Villalobos with any weapons on him that night?
No.
Did you see Matt Lockovich with any weapons on him that night?
No.
Did you see Sal Perry with any weapons on him that night? How about Mike Sampieri? Did he have any weapons on him that night?
Not to my knowledge.
How about Charlie Connery? Did he have any weapons on him that night? How about Tommy Connery? Did he have any weapons on him that night?
No.
How about Faison Teal? Did you see any weapons on him?
No.
Did you see Jimmy during the fight?
Not during the fight.
Not during the fight. Do you know if he had any weapons on him?
He did not.
So when the fight's going on, you lose sight of what the defendant's doing and you kind of focus on Tyler Rich and Tyler De Silva. How long would you say you were, did you move at any point in time from where you were during that fight?
I might have creeped about where that tree is, and maybe right on the cement.
Just watching.
So you were in that general area?
Stayed in that area mainly.
Do you recall anybody being near you at the time?
Tanner
Chernowski was near you?
Yeah.
Okay. And how long would you say that withdrawn? Tell us what you observed about the fight that you did observe.
It was quick. They were on the ground. I remember like they were wrestling, grabbing at each other. I saw like De Silva's whole back out because his shirt was like pulled up a little bit. They were just kind of wrestling, and then it wasn't very long, not a very long interaction. A couple of the dudes pick him up onto his feet, push him out into the street, and tell him to get lost, basically.
And when that occurs, at any point in time, did you observe the defendant do anything?
Yeah. So while the interaction with De Silva's ending, the defendant runs to the car. You see the car door open because the lights turn on from inside the car, and then he runs back into the fight.
And so just so we're clear, Stage 52, during this point in time, you're somewhere in this area?
Yeah.
And that's between the square cement block septic cap here and this tree that was not there at the time?
Yeah.
And the car is somewhere in this area here, just in front of the mailbox, maybe
a little farther back as well.
Okay, maybe so, but probably around just the lower right-hand portion of 52. And you observe the defendant run to the car?
Yes.
And when you observe him run to the car, what does he do?
He runs back to the fight.
And when he runs back into the fight, Where did you observe where Tyler DeSilva was at this point?
He's kind of like in the
road now at this point because he was pushed out into the road.
Was anybody fighting with Tyler DeSilva at that moment?
No.
Okay. And when the defendant runs back into the fight, what, if anything, withdrawn, how would you describe the scene of the fight? Was it chaotic?
Yeah.
Okay. A lot of kids?
A lot of kids.
And when the defendant runs back into the fight, what, if anything, did you hear at that moment?
My buddy Charlie yells that he has a knife.
And when you heard Charlie yell that he has a knife, what, if anything, did you observe next?
It's an exception to hearsay.
I didn't observe. Like from that point, it was a crowd of people, and then it broke out in chaos. People started yelling, screaming, and then I had seen Jimmy, and he had these white shorts on. They were stained completely red, and I looked away, and a bunch of people flooded to him to help him.
Stage 57. Is that the outfit you recall Jimmy wearing the night of May 14th of 2022 with the white shorts?
Yes.
And when you saw Jimmy, withdrawn, when the defendant came back into the fight, did you observe a knife on him at that point?
I couldn't. I still had no eyes. I saw once he ran back from the car, I lost sight of him because of the crowd.
Okay. When you say there were a crowd, were there people in front of you where you were standing between the tree and the in that cement square in Stage 52?
Not many.
Majority was more into the grass, which is where he was. And I was like,
that's why I had the view I had of the car and the fight. And once he ran back towards the curb, he was not in my vision anymore.
Do you recall where Jimmy was at this moment? Did you see Jimmy?
I had known he was on the
far side of the interaction.
Okay. And when you heard Charlie yell, "He's got a knife, he's got a knife," you didn't observe the defendant with anything. What did you observe next after you heard that?
It erupted and everyone started screaming. Some people were crying, yelling, freaking out. Once I had noticed Jimmy, I was shocked. I was 16 years old. I didn't know what to do. And then I had noticed Charlie was freaking out because his brother Tommy had been stabbed, and Charlie was like my best friend at the time. So I had taken my hoodie off, gave it to him, was like, put it on his leg.
Let's stop there. So what did you observe first about Jimmy? You saw Jimmy first?
I noticed the red on his shorts. That was what I noticed.
Did you hear him say anything?
I did not.
Did he do anything? Did you see him do anything?
He fell to the ground.
Okay. So you saw red on the shorts and he fell to the ground? When you saw that happen, what did you do next?
I was moving towards him, and then like a couple people instantly grabbed onto him and were catering to him. And then I noticed Tommy, interacted with Charlie, gave him my hoodie.
Do you recall where Tommy was at that moment? If you don't, it's okay.
He was like in the middle of the yard.
Okay. And did you go up to Tommy?
I did.
And what did you observe about Tommy?
That he had been stabbed in the leg.
Okay. Do you recall if he had been stabbed more than once?
Yeah, I believe 3 or 4 times.
And when you saw that he was stabbed, what, if anything, did you do?
I had taken my hoodie off to give it. I gave it to Charlie first to give to, and told him to give it to Tommy.
And his leg. And when that happened, what did you do next?
I ran back inside to look for anything, towels, water. While I was like searching for things, I believe I was with Tanner. We had noticed Hines was sitting, and I was like, "What are you doing, dude?" And he said he was catching his breath, and he was hunched over with his hand on his left side, holding it. And then he moved his hand, and we had noticed that he was bleeding. And we took him out. We were, dude, like, come on, you got to get in the ambulance. You got to go. And then it kind of just all, once everyone started getting treated, it was all just like a blur.
Where was Ryan stabbed?
He was stabbed once, like right beneath his armpit, and like the lower, I don't even know what this area is, your lower side, and then right above his butt.
Okay. And do you recall where Tommy was stabbed?
In his thigh.
Do you recall if anybody else had been stabbed that night?
Faison had been cut in the arm, and obviously Jimmy.
Now, when you went inside to help Ryan, at some point in time, did you come back outside with towels and
I didn't find anything, but I just kept using my clothing.
So did you or anybody call 911?
Yeah, multiple people did.
How long would you say, withdrawn? After, when you saw Jimmy fall, did you see the defendant and Tyler DeSilva do anything?
The last I saw of them was them run to their car and drive off, and then they weren't in my mind anymore.
And where did they drive? Did they drive towards Adams or towards Farmhouse?
Towards Adams.
Okay. And when 911 was called, how long would you say it was between the time the fight, the end of the fight took place and the time the first responders arrived? You recall?
I don't recall specifically. I remember it taking a decent amount of time because a lot of people were complaining that the ambulance wasn't there fast enough.
And
while we were there,
when you were waiting for the first responders to arrive to the scene, did you, were you doing anything at that moment? Were you rendering aid to anybody?
Not at that point. Once they came, they made us all back up. They took over, obviously, took care of everything. And at that point, I finally entered my mom because throughout the whole interaction, she was blowing up my phone from hearing the sirens all driving by. And I finally, answered her, talked to her.
Okay. And at some point in time, did your parents arrive at 43 Laurel Glen?
I don't recall if they picked me up or not.
Did you, at some point in time, first responders arrived, police, paramedics? Do you recall whether or not you talked to any police officers that night?
I believe I did.
And after that night, do you recall whether or not you met with police officers again in connection to this case?
I did.
They may have a moment, Your Honor. Your Honor, that's all the questions I have for this one.
All right, ready for cross. Him leaving the fight and getting a knife and coming back, it's not a good look for self-defense.
Morning, Mr. Marcente. So you were telling us a little bit about your relationship to some of these folks, as well as what you witnessed on the 14th into the morning of the 15th, right? And you were telling us that the evening began, you were getting ready over to go over to Ms. Ridsick's house, correct? That was about 6 o'clock?
Maybe a little later.
Okay. And that involved some drinking as far as getting ready to go over there?
While we were there, yeah.
While you were at Ridsick's house?
Yeah, the initial time.
Okay. What about beforehand when you were getting ready to go over there? Did that involve any drinking?
No.
Any other substance use?
No.
You told us that once you got to Ridsick's house, you had a drink, maybe 2 beers, maybe 3, maybe 4?
No, because I didn't have that many. I wasn't able to get anything for that night, really, so I didn't have much. So I was just kind of...
Well, you were there with Ryan Hines, correct?
Yes.
And he had a 12-pack of beer, correct? You didn't have any of those beers?
No, I don't believe he gave me any.
Is it possible?
I don't think so.
Is it possible?
Sustain.
Because when we showed up to the lifers, he had...
Hold on just a minute.
Sorry.
It's okay. I'm going to sustain the objection to the question, asking if it's possible, it's speculative. I'm going to strike the response that was provided to that question before the court had an opportunity to stop the witness from answering the question. So please retract or take any information responding to that question out of your notes if you have anything in there and you're not to consider it as part of the evidence. Attorney Smith, you may proceed.
Love that instruction.
So your recollection is that it was 2 beers that you had at Ridsick's house?
Mm-hmm.
Nothing else to drink there?
No.
Ryan didn't share any of his beers with you?
No.
And at some point, you went over to the Lifer's house, correct?
Yes.
And that was 5 Lazy Brook Road?
Yes.
And you knew that they were having a party there, correct?
Yes.
Where you expected that there would be more drinking going on, correct?
Potentially.
Well, when you arrived there, you knew that your friend, Mr. Lifer, was drunk to the point of being ill, correct?
I had found that out from them when I had arrived.
Because you didn't see him because he was in the back throwing up, correct?
I didn't see him because I wasn't allowed into the property by the defendant and his friends.
And you were driven to 5 Lazy Brook Road by a person named Tanner Chernowski, correct?
Yes.
And you described Tanner Chernowski as your cousin, correct?
Yeah, not by blood, but essentially we've been family friends since we were young.
So he's not your blood cousin or relative, but you consider him so close as to be, you call him a cousin?
Yes.
Now, but when you got there, you mentioned that there were some kids from St. Joe's at that party, correct?
Yeah, it was a St. Joe's party. Often attended St. Joe's, yes.
So most of the kids there were from St. Joe's, correct?
Yes.
You were not from St. Joe's?
No, I was not.
Nor was Ryan Hines, correct?
No.
Nor was Tanner Chernowski?
No.
And there were 4 kids there, but you from St. Joe's that you noticed, but only 3 of them who you could identify, correct?
Yeah.
And that was Jack Snyder, correct? Tyler DeSilva, correct? And Raul Valle, correct? You knew them to be St. Joe's kids, right?
Yes.
And you said that Mr. Hines had brought a 12-pack of beer with him?
Yes.
And that you began to go into the garage, correct?
Yes.
Could you see what was going on in the garage?
Yeah, the garage doors were open.
And there was a party going on in the garage, right?
They were inside, so they were really the only ones in the garage, maybe a couple other stragglers outside, but the party was in the house.
Nothing going on that you could see inside, like beer pong or any games?
No, door was shut. The way it's set up, you can't see into the house.
And you didn't know at that time who Jack Snyder, Tyler DeSilva, or Raul Valle were, is that correct?
Not fully. I known Snyder and De Silva just like through football, not like personally knew them, but I've heard the name before.
Okay. So at that point, when you saw them, you couldn't say what their names were. Is that fair to say?
Correct.
And at some point, you said that Jack Snyder went to grab Ryan Hines' beer, correct?
He did grab Ryan Hines' beer.
He grabs Ryan Hines' beer, and then you said the defendant didn't say anything, correct?
Not to my recollection. I don't recall what everyone was saying.
And that he was peripheral to Mr. Hines and Mr. Snyder, correct?
Yes.
And at some point, Mr. Hines and Mr. Snyder squared off, right?
Yeah.
As though they were going to have a fist fight or some sort of physical altercation.
They agreed to fight over the beer.
Okay. When you say they agreed to fight over the beer, were there any adults present at this point, or was this just
witnessing this? No, I think maybe a parent or two. Both of them were home, but I know his mom was home.
And you claim that the first punch was thrown by the defendant?
Yes.
And that he punched Ryan Hines in the face from behind, correct? Yes. And you said that Hines then took Snyder to the ground?
Yes.
Now, you've described and you saw a photograph of Mr. Valle wearing a helmet, correct? Mm-hmm. And he was also wearing some sort of a neck pillow. Did you see that?
Outside, I'm not too exactly sure if he had it on still or not. It was a black pillow or a dark colored pillow. It was nighttime. I don't recall exactly if he was wearing the neck pillow.
And that was Austin Light for your friend. That was his father's motorcycle helmet, correct?
I believe so, yeah.
And at some point after they began fighting, you said that Mr. Hines was getting the better of Mr. Snyder, correct?
I'd say he was thrown to the ground. He was on top of him.
And at that point, you said that the defendant tackled Ryan Hines, correct?
No, he removed his helmet and struck him.
Okay. Well, that's what you told us now. You gave a statement to the police officers on May 15th of 2022, correct?
Yeah.
You went there with your parents at about 2 o'clock down to the PD to give a statement?
Sounds about right.
And you told them at that time that the defendant tackled Ryan and punched him, correct?
They might have taken that incorrectly because Hines is the only person that tackled anyone. He thought, or he took him to the ground. I watched him tackle him. And no one else went to the ground either.
So you didn't tell them that that the defendant tackled Ryan and punched him?
If they marked me as saying that, then on paper I did, but I recall Hines tackling.
And you told us here and you told them then that the defendant took off his helmet and swung it at Mr. Hines, correct?
Yeah, he struck him with it.
He took that helmet physically off of his head and swung it and struck Mr. Hines?
Yes, he hit Hines with it.
And then Mr. De Silva jumped in afterwards, correct?
Yeah, he didn't contribute much to it, but yeah.
He began punching and kicking Ryan Hines on the ground, correct?
Yeah.
That's your recollection. That's what you're certain of today.
Yeah, he wasn't very much so involved. He was the last one to enter in, and by then it got broken up pretty fast.
And you were prevented from helping because this fourth unknown person was holding you back, right?
I wasn't sort of say to be held back because we were initially watching because they agreed to fight one-on-one, and that was agreed upon both. They were fine with it. The second they get active, like things happened, and then the girl hops in. I'm off to the side. I had no clue who I was standing with, and we were talking about it. And he was like, "Don't get involved." He was telling me not to because he was like, "Dude, like you're in that. Like there's 3 of them."
There were adults at this house, you think?
What do you like? Parents?
Yes.
His mom was home. Yeah.
And you were aware of that?
I wasn't until she came outside when the fight got broken up.
But so you claim that these two agreed to fight Mr. Snyder and Mr. Hines, and you decided you were just going to watch the thing.
Well, they said they were running one-on-one fight. Hines, it's not allowed to be said, but they said they agreed upon ones.
You didn't make any efforts to notify any parents inside the house that this was going on out in their driveway?
I didn't know they were in the driveway or in the house. Sorry.
You said the fight lasted a short time, maybe as much as 30 to 40 seconds?
As much as 40, nothing like.
And afterwards, Mr. Leifer's mother came outside and asked you to leave, correct?
Yeah, which we were more than fine with doing.
And she gave the beers back to Mr. Hines, correct?
I didn't exactly see if she picked them up or if she handed them to him. She could have.
And at that point, you got a ride back to Ms. Ridsick's house, Natalia Ridsick's house, correct?
Yes.
Who gave you that ride?
I do not know her name. We had been walking down the driveway. We had met a group of girls, and they had witnessed what happened, and we were like, "You guys mind bringing us home?" And they had no problem with it.
Do you don't recall who that was?
I do not recall their names.
And you told us that you weren't doing any drinking on the way back to Ms. Ridsick's house, correct?
No, I didn't have anything. Once I had gotten to Austin's, I had no alcohol.
You didn't have any of Mr. Hines' beers that he had just gotten back?
No, he lost majority of them in that yard, so he was not in the mood to be giving them out.
And you immediately called your friends, Thomas and Charlie Connery, right?
No, I believe Charlie called me.
And you told them about what had occurred there at the 5 Lazybook house, right?
Yeah.
And everybody on your side, and this is the Shelton High kids at this point that we're talking about, right?
Yeah.
Those are your friends, are mainly Shelton High kids?
Yeah.
And You let them know about the fight that had just happened at 5 Lazy Brook Road?
Yep.
You were upset, right?
Yeah, me and Hines were a little pissed off. We were like, what the hell, that was bull.
A little pissed off?
Yeah, we weren't, fuming, acting out of rage, doing anything stupid, but we were like, that was stupid. Like we were just pissed.
Okay. And you told us that there was a basketball group chat that some of the kids started, correct?
Yeah, I was in it prior. It was started because we played pickup basketball, hence the name of the group chat. And we had 2 SJ kids in there that we were friends with. We'd hoop with them. And then after it all had happened, I don't remember who specifically, but they were all added, or at least 4 people. I didn't have any of the numbers, so they were all just random numbers.
When you say they were all added, you mean Mr. Valle, Mr. De Silva,
I found that out after, but in the given moment, I didn't know. Yes.
But that's who was added, right?
Yes.
And that's who you started texting about 43 Laurel Glen Drive, correct?
Yes.
Giving them the address, correct?
Yeah.
In fact, taking a photo of the address and texting that, correct?
Yeah.
That wasn't just some of the kids, right? That was you.
Yeah, my phone number is the number they sent it, yes.
You've talked about things as having happened collectively, but when we're talking about the address being sent, that was you individually, not collectively.
I mean, if you put it into retrospect, yeah, my finger hit the button, I think, but I was a sophomore at a senior's house. I wasn't just gonna have some kids show up that this is my first time hanging out there. I wouldn't just invite them. So I was told by people, I don't exactly remember who, but we had been talking about what just happened. Because they started off with come to Trumbull High. So we were like, we're not going to Trumbull High. And said what we said.
So you're saying somebody forced you to text?
No, nobody forced me to text anything, no.
And then you described ultimately getting over to 43 Laurel Glen Drive. You told us maybe 30 to 40 kids were there?
Yeah.
Could it have been more?
I don't think so. I'm more of it's not touching 50, maybe a number in the 40s possibly, but I don't think so.
And you didn't have anything to drink once you got there, except maybe I think you conceded you could have had 1 beer?
Yeah, I could have been given one. I don't remember drinking, but I'm not going to rule it out.
Was there beer at the party at 43 Laurel Glen Drive?
Not for the taking, but people had their own supplies.
Was there liquor at the party at 43 Laurel Glen Drive?
I didn't see. He could have had a bottle at his house prior. I'm not sure.
And when you arrived there, you described it as being dark, correct?
Where?
43 Laurel Glen Drive now.
You're referring about outside?
Yes.
It's dim lit. It wasn't terribly dark. We were able to see the people in front of us. Flashlights are out too. There's the light in the driveway. It's not you can't see.
It was misty that night?
I don't recall it being misty.
You don't recall it being misty or rainy?
No.
You don't recall the grass being wet?
I do not.
You don't recall any sort of precipitation whatsoever?
I don't recall, but I don't recall mist specifically.
And you said you were in the house in the basement, correct?
Yeah.
And that it was a typical high school party, typical high school things were going on, right?
Yeah.
What were those typical high school things that were going on at that party?
Listening to music, people having a couple drinks together. Might have had a pong table, I'm not sure, but just people hanging out, listening to music, having a good time, hanging out.
You said might have had a pong table. What's a pong table?
A table to play beer pong.
And what's beer pong?
So each team has 10 cups, and you shoot a ping pong ball into each other's cups, and whoever makes all 10 first wins.
How old was the oldest person that was attending this party?
Could have been 18 or 19.
No adults present?
Not to my knowledge, no.
So you told us before that maybe some folks had some beers, they brought their own. Now you're telling us that there might have been a beer pong table set up and people might have been playing beer pong?
Yeah, by beer pong, I don't specifically mean every single cup is filled with beer, because we've come to learn that it's a lot easier to fill them with water, because then you could just keep playing and play the game.
Okay, so are you telling us that this night there were people playing pong with water?
I'm not telling you specifically, I don't recall, but if
water pong,
95% of the time that is the situation, because you get your beer all gross.
It's hard to get the beer, apparently.
And you told us that at some point you became aware that these St. Joe's kids had arrived and they were outside, correct? Yeah. How did you become aware of that?
So initially there was a text that said we were here. Someone ran outside, didn't see them. And then someone else was like, there's a car outside. And that's when we all flowed outside.
And you described that car as being parked outside down towards the corner of Adams, correct?
Yeah.
And that car was on the other side of the street, correct?
Yes.
And then you told us that you all collectively headed outside, right?
Yeah.
Was that all 30 or 40 of you?
A few stragglers may have fallen back, but the majority made their way outside.
And who were you standing beside when you headed outside?
I don't recall fully who I walked out with. We kind of just all funneled out, so just walked outside.
Did you head outside with Tanner Chernowski?
Yeah.
Did you head outside with Ryan Hines?
Yeah, he came out.
Did you head outside with Michael Sampieri?
If Samp went outside, I wasn't specifically saying I'm with any of them. Some of them were outside, yes.
Why did you go outside?
Because I went outside. They were in the group chat. They said they're here. Curiosity. Walk outside. Everyone else was going.
You were just curious about what was going to happen after you told them to come
I'm gonna go.
Laurel Glen Drive after the fight?
Confront them. Yeah, I'm gonna go outside. But this was more of like, me and Hines were like youngins to everyone there. We looked like we were the little kids there, so they were kind of taking control. It was more like people. They were all known. The defendants and his friends have known some of the people that were at the Rich's house.
Okay. And then when everybody gets outside, you've told us about them going up to the Honda Pilot, correct?
Mm-hmm.
And you said that at this point they all surrounded the Honda Pilot, right?
Yeah.
And they were touching the Honda Pilot, right?
They were rocking the car.
I'm looking from the front. I don't know if they eventually did when they began rocking it. Yes.
Began rocking the car?
Yeah.
You were shown a picture of the Honda Pilot, correct?
Yes, we were.
You were shown this picture. Is that the Honda Pilot that you recall seeing?
Yes, it is.
Yeah, rotate it.
Wrong way. Wrong way. One more time. One more. There we go.
That looks like the Honda Pilot yourself.
Yeah.
The outside of the windshield. Just a moment, Mr. Marcinzik. I'm trying to get an exhibit. I'm going to show you exhibit number 31, close up of that Honda Pilot. You agree that's the same vehicle?
Yeah.
That's gonna
And when that vehicle
It's gonna
arrived
buff
and you
out.
first saw it, it didn't have that shattered windshield, did it?
I'm not sure.
You're not sure.
I didn't see anyone specifically make that happen, so I don't know if they arrived with it or left with it.
Okay. How did you come out when you got to the car when you went outside?
Where was I parallel to the car?
How did you come out of the house?
Through the umbilical doors out of the basement around the house.
What kind of doors?
Like the umbilical ones, like the basement doors.
Okay. And can you describe the umbilical doors for us?
It's like the ones that open. Like, I don't know. This is a house. They're slanted like this, and they open. And there's a staircase that goes into the basement.
Okay. And then you came out and you described for us how you walked down the pathway?
Yes.
And where did you go? If you want to use the exhibit behind you, you went beside the square cement?
That's the second time when they come back. The first time initially, we all come down the driveway.
Oh, you all came down the driveway?
Yeah, we all walked down. I don't know specifically the driveway, but we all walked out to the car.
So you remember that? You remember how you got out of the house?
Yes.
You don't remember whether or not that windshield was shattered beforehand?
I wasn't paying attention to if their car was beat up or not.
You were standing right at the front by the passenger side, right?
Yeah, I wasn't like on the car. I was a few feet back. I was looking through the windshield, but I don't remember if there was a crack there or not.
Which side of the windshield would you say that defect is in?
The passenger side.
The side you were standing closest to?
Yeah.
You didn't notice whether it was shattered?
I wasn't looking for shattered glass, and you probably can't really tell it's cracked either when it's nighttime. You know, it's got a light on it with a flashlight taking a picture of it, so it reflects back a little bit. I didn't recognize if there was a crack or not.
I see. You did notice, however, that these kids were all now surrounding the car and that at some point they started to shake the car.
Yes.
They started to throw things at the car.
I don't know if anyone threw anything at that point.
They started to pound on the car.
Yeah, probably just banging on the windows.
Somebody reached in and punched somebody that was inside the car.
I didn't see any of that.
You didn't see that?
I didn't see if anyone got punched all in the car.
You were standing on the passenger side. How far away from the car itself?
Probably 4 to 6 feet back.
Could you have reached out and touched the car?
No.
Did you reach out and touch the car?
Did I touch the car? Not to my recollection, no.
Not to your recollection?
Yeah, I don't recall encountering and going up and touching the car.
Is that the kind of thing you'd forget?
What do you mean? Like, would I forget touching the car?
Yes.
Probably not.
But you simply don't recall whether or not you touched the car?
I didn't touch the car.
You didn't?
I didn't touch the car.
Now you recall that, but you didn't touch the car?
Yeah.
These other people were all touching the car?
Yeah, they were on the sides of it. I was in the front, so I can't do anything from the front of the car.
I see. You distanced yourself from the car?
Essentially, yeah.
You distanced yourself from the group?
Not from the group. I was still with people.
Interesting.
Same people that had you feel like you had to text the address?
I'm going to object as to argument.
Aggressive cross here.
Sorry, but what was that?
These same people that you felt like were making you text the address.
I didn't feel like I was made to text anybody the address, but sure.
So you went outside. Folks, there was, you described there as being a chain of cars that were there, correct?
Yeah, there was a couple cars parked on the opposite side of the road as well.
There were cars parked on both sides of the road, right?
Yes, but significantly more on the other side.
Significantly more cars were parked on the other side of the road?
There might have been 1 or 2 cars parked near the mailbox, but there was on the other side.
It was lined up with at least like 4 to 6 of them.
Okay. So the chain of cars were there. Were you standing between the pilot and another car?
They weren't too close to the other car because they were able to put it in drive and drive forward while turning left. So they were slacked back a little bit, but essentially, yeah, I was technically between 2 cars. Okay. But it wasn't a close gap.
And you described that water bottles and a WD-40 can were thrown out of the vehicle?
Yes.
Or were they thrown at the vehicle?
No, the WD-40 can came out, which someone picked it up on the road and threw it back.
Okay. Was anything else thrown back at the vehicle?
There was like a water jug tossed, but once they started driving up and down, like slowly, majority of us would fade into the inside. A couple people trickled, like stayed outside, and that was really it. Like they just kept driving up and down. We thought it had been done by that point.
How many times did they drive up and down?
3, 4 times.
Not 2 to 3?
Well, including their first speed down, and they come down and back up again, so it's at least 3.
Could you see how many people were inside the vehicle?
I know there was more. I didn't see specifically how many. There could have just been 4 of them. I don't think it was full.
Now, when you were part of the group that collectively surrounded this car, you wanted them to exit the vehicle, right?
At that point in time, we didn't really have a game plan or an approach. We just went and were going to talk with them, which obviously was a little bit hostile, but we didn't know what was going to happen or what would happen.
You didn't want to get payback for the Lazy Brook Road?
Sure, it was in thoughts, but at that point in time, they're all sitting in a car. You can't do anything, so.
Can't do anything except lay hands on it, start rocking it, throw things at it, smash the windshield.
Yeah, sure. We rocked it and threw things at it because things were thrown. Like I had said before, I don't recall anyone doing anything to the windshield. I'm not saying it wasn't us or it was, but I didn't see any of that.
You collectively attacked the vehicle, fair to say?
Objection is the characterization.
I'll overrule it. You can answer it.
I wouldn't say attacked. We had a mass of people. I wouldn't say necessarily attacked.
No, you wouldn't. And you also can't tell us who laid hands on the vehicle, can you?
No, there's a lot of people.
Yes, you told us who was there. Enrico Fiola was present.
Yeah.
Sal Perry was present.
Mm-hmm.
Mike Samperi was present.
Mm-hmm.
Alex Burnson was present.
Mm-hmm.
Tanner was present.
Mm-hmm.
Yes?
Yes.
Jacob Villalobos was present. And you knew all these guys very well, correct?
Yeah.
You played sports with all of them, correct?
Mm-hmm.
You grew up with all these kids, correct?
I did.
But you can't tell us who it was that started shaking the vehicle.
It's not that I couldn't tell you who, it's that I didn't specifically look around and remember who was who. I know who all my friends are, obviously, yes, but I don't know where their positions are. I don't know their experiences. I was paying attention to myself and looking at the car. I wasn't watching everyone else's doings.
Isn't it that you don't want to tell us? You don't want to tell us what your friends did that night?
Honestly, I wish I could, but I don't know.
Well, you can. Go ahead, tell us.
Well, I don't know.
You don't know?
I don't know where my friends' position were or where they were, no.
But you knew how you came out of that house?
Yeah, because I walked
Object is asked and answered at this point.
I'll sustain the objection.
Wow, gets pretty argumentative with
And
him.
you're telling us that they drove up and down the road 3 to 4 times, you've said?
Yeah.
Multiple times. And that at some point they drove off down towards Farmhouse Lane, correct?
Mm-hmm.
And would you agree that that is about 2 football fields away from where the Rich House is?
Yeah, it's a good distance.
And you claim that you saw only 2 of your friends walk down towards Farmhouse Lane, right?
I just knew 2 specifically. There could have been more. I know that Ricky and Tyler went and encountered him.
Do you know that because they told you that, or because you saw that?
They were the ones that actually had discussed that they were going to go down and talk to them. So once they started going, I came back and I don't know if anyone else trailed after them.
Did you see them go down to Farmhouse Lane?
Yeah, I saw them. I walked inside, but I watched them head towards Lido. Yes.
You think only those 2 people were the ones that walked down there?
No, I just know that those 2 people. I don't know specifically who else.
And you told us you didn't hear anything go on down there?
No, I went back inside.
You went back inside. You remember that?
Yes.
Who else went back inside with you?
Majority of people.
Alex Burnson?
I'm not sure. At that time, I just kind of met Burns. I wasn't really looking out for him.
Did Enrico Fiola go back inside with you?
No.
Did Sal Perry go back inside with you?
I'm not sure.
Did Mike Samperi go back inside with you?
I'm not sure.
Did Tanner Chernowski go back inside with you?
I'm not sure.
Did Jacob Villalobos go back inside with you?
I'm not sure. There's a lot of us. You're naming 6 of the 40 kids. I don't know where everyone's exact whereabouts were at every given moment. I apologize.
No apology necessary. When you spoke with officers before, though, you didn't mention anything to them about friends going down to Farmhouse Lane, did you?
Well, I was in a panic and just explained what I had actually did, the big things. It didn't
So
come
you
down
didn't
to
tell them
details.
about that, correct?
I don't remember exactly what I told them. That was 3 years ago.
You told them that everybody went back inside and only one person remained outside to see if the St. Joe's kids were going to come back, right?
No, I didn't specifically say that. I just know that somebody, I don't know how many people, but majority had funneled in and someone had mentioned that they were back.
And that one kid just stayed outside to see if the St. Joe's kids were going to come back, right?
Yeah, someone actually was outside. I don't remember who it was, and they were looking, but it wasn't like.
Well, did one kid stay outside or did 2 kids go down to Farmhouse Lane?
Those are 2 separate events. They went down and spoke to them. Then when they were down at I don't know anything that happened in that conversation, what they saw, what they said, anything about it, but I watched them walk down the road towards them. And then at separate times, we all funneled back inside. Someone was outside still. I don't know if they were looking for them, but someone was still outside, and then they had mentioned that they had came back.
Who was that?
It was someone just yelled like they're back, and everyone was like, "What?" and all funneled out the back doors.
And in fact, you continued texting throughout this time period, didn't you?
I think the text had died down a lot once they had fully arrived. There was a couple texts sent. Yeah.
There were a couple of texts sent, or you sent texts, Mr. Marcinsic?
Well, multiple people sent texts. I included, yes.
You sent texts?
Yeah,
correct?
I sent texts. They sent texts. Multiple people sent texts.
In fact, you snapped a photograph of Mr. Snyder's car sitting outside and texted that with a caption on it, taunting them, didn't you?
Yeah.
This was after they had shown up and driven away, correct?
No, it's as they just showed up. I took that picture first thing.
Oh, so you took that picture before you went outside?
No, I took that picture outside when they had arrived.
And you said, sitting ducks, ODE, very scared, right?
Yes.
And then you asked, how's your car, pussy? Fold. That's crazy, right?
Mm-hmm.
And that was after you'd gotten out?
It's after they had driven up and down, I believe.
That's after they'd driven up and down the street?
Driven up.
You're continuing to text them at that point, right?
I believe so.
Are you still feeling pressure to do that from other people?
I never felt any pressure in the first place to be texting them.
Oh, okay. You didn't feel pressure before when you sent the LGD, 43 LGD address?
No, there wasn't pressure to do that. It was dudes being dudes talking.
Just dudes talking?
I mean, yeah, we were expecting to fight, not any of this.
You were expecting to fight?
Once we had told them to come, yeah. I don't think we're going to have them come and there'd be no point in having them come, yeah.
Did you say 43 Laurel Glen Drive, 30 to 40 dudes here?
I don't exactly recall, but if I did, then yeah.
Okay. You didn't mention those texts, however, when you were talking with the police, right?
I don't recall. I don't think so. I don't know that it wasn't asked. Once I was asked about them, I told them about them, yeah.
Oh, once you were asked about them, you told them that they existed, but before that, you didn't think that was important to share with them?
Not really. It was argumentative. It's a lot of just hearsay nonsense back and forth between the two of us. Yes, I told them where to go, but that doesn't invite anything that happened on that night.
Mr. Marcinsic, you didn't tell the cops about that because you thought it might get you in trouble, didn't you?
I don't know exactly what my thoughts were when I was 16. I could have been scared. I'm not sure.
You didn't think maybe you'd get in trouble for luring somebody over and then getting into a fight?
I mean, you said it yourself. I said the address with how many people. I wouldn't necessarily call that luring. They knew what they were getting themselves into.
Sir, what I said was you texted them the address, but you didn't say 30 to 40 dudes here, did you?
That's what you said.
That's not what I said, sir. Is that
I had a
what you said?
I need to be looking at the same text you're looking at. I don't remember text I sent 3 years ago.
Okay. Let's see.
Wow, a little spicy.
At some point, you described there was a second encounter when the car came back, correct?
Yeah.
And you were inside when the car returned?
Yeah, when I had gotten outside, the car was already parked in the street.
Yeah. I'm talking about the second encounter when the car comes back, as you described, and the fight occurs out on the lawn. Okay?
Yes, like the fight. Yes, when everyone gets outside, the car's already parked, and the two of them are making their way towards the yard.
How did you know that the car was already outside?
There was a bunch of us there. They had said that the car had returned.
Did you see the car outside?
Did I see it return?
Yes.
Like, did I watch it come to a complete stop and return? No, I did not.
Where were you when the car returned?
I was inside.
You were inside the house?
Yes.
And so you came to learn that the car had returned because somebody...
It was just, we were all together. It was known, yes.
Did you just see people start to funnel outside, or did you hear somebody say, hey, the car's here?
Both.
Both of those things occurred?
Yeah, the car's here, we funneled outside.
And you didn't think, Guys, we should stay inside right now. There's really no need to go outside the house if the car's back.
No, obviously not. I should have. It's a more mature way to look at it, yeah. But I was 16 and immature and walked outside to go watch a fight.
Go watch a fight?
Yeah, because at that point, no one was really involved. Like the people arguing were the people arguing now.
So at some point, you get back outside into the yard. You see Tyler DeSilva out there?
Yes.
You see Raul Valle out there?
Yes.
And you see Jack Snyder out there?
Jack Snyder was driving.
Jack Snyder was driving is what you told us here today, but when you spoke with the cops, you said all three of them got out of the vehicle. Did you not?
I don't recall if I said that back then. Like, I might have misconstrued it a little bit. All three of them were there, but Jack remained in the vehicle.
And you did tell the officers that all three of the parties were out of the vehicle with the doors open, correct?
I mean, at one point, all doors were open on the vehicle.
You said everyone exited the house and approached the three parties on the lawn, correct?
Yeah.
Three parties?
Yeah.
Snyder, DeSilva, and Valle, correct?
Yeah, I said that in the moment. I don't know why I said that, honestly, but probably didn't assume two dudes would hop out and fight everyone. I thought maybe he was out of the car. I didn't see him somewhere, but then I noticed him in the car once they got in and instantly drove off.
And in fact, when you got out, you saw Tyler Rich and Tyler DeSilva talking, correct?
Yeah, there were words.
Were they fighting at that point?
No.
And to your knowledge, did Mr. DeSilva and Mr. Rich know each other?
I can't speak. I want to say they did, but I'm not sure.
And you said that they began exchanging words, correct?
Yeah.
And at this point, how many people from the party, the Shelton kids, were out there in the lawn?
Majority of us.
30 to 40?
Probably 30. Not all kids were outside, and I know kids that stayed inside.
Who were you standing beside?
What was that? Sorry.
Who were you standing beside?
I was kind of near the vicinity of Tanner. I wasn't really like up with everyone, or with anybody specifically. Like I was just kind of observing.
What was Tanner doing?
At the time, Tanner was observing, and then he pulled out his phone and eventually recorded.
Tanner was filming this?
Eventually, once the fight broke out, yeah, he took a video.
Was he the only person filming?
I'm not sure, but at least to my knowledge, yes.
You were standing over by where Mr. DeSilva was on the ground being attacked, correct?
Yeah, well, him and Rich were wrestling on the ground, yes.
It wasn't just Mr. DeSilva and Mr. Rich that were going at it by themselves, was it?
Honestly, they were like, them two were the main ones. They were on the ground with each other. It's not like no one else was with Tyler on the ground, or Tyler Rich I'm referring to. Like no one else was helping him on the ground. But it was mainly just them two kind of going back and forth on the ground.
Just the two of them. Everybody was standing back to the side, letting them go at it.
I'm not going to speak up for people, or specifics. Or like I'm sure he caught a shot or two from somebody else, but like it was mainly like I remember seeing him on the ground. Rich had his shirt pulled up. Silva's whole back was out. I remember seeing it. Rich was on the ground. Silva was on top of him, but Rich kind of had him in like a chokehold kind of thing, but like not really. Just like holding him down so he couldn't like get on top of him.
And you had such a good view of that because somebody was using their phone to live stream that, and the flashlight was on, wasn't it?
There was flashlights on, yeah.
And somebody was live streaming that whole thing, weren't they?
Live streaming?
Yes, sir.
I don't think anybody was live streaming this.
You don't think anybody was live streaming this?
I have no knowledge of anyone live streaming this.
You think somebody just pulled out their phone and turned on the flashlight and was holding it up to show the fight going on?
Are you confusing a video for a live stream? Because a live stream is lively streamed, and a video is not live streamed. Do you understand what I'm saying?
I appreciate the distinction, sir. I'm not confused.
So you are asking about a live stream? No, I don't. To my knowledge, no one recorded a live stream. No.
Whoa. Not to your knowledge.
Yeah, I don't know anything. I've never heard once of a live stream.
But you would agree that somebody had their phone out, it was open, and at least it had the flashlight on, correct?
Yeah.
And that was shining on Mr. DeSilva and the fight that was going on there, correct?
Yes.
You saw that?
Yes.
You were close to that?
Yeah.
You said the scene was chaotic, correct?
Yeah.
You've told us today that there were only 2 people that were in the yard that were fighting from the St. Joe's kids, correct?
Yes.
You told the officers there were 3, that it included Mr. Snyder, correct?
There were 3 involved. I could have said it like that. He wasn't literally involved in the fight, but he was their driver.
And you said Mr. Rich and Mr. DeSilva began exchanging words, and they soon became involved in a physical altercation, correct?
Yes, they eventually were involved in an altercation, yes.
Again, how did they become involved in a physical altercation?
Well, once it looked like to us that Lito was going to swing on our front tie, Rich had just thrown a punch onto him and then stopped worrying about him, and him and DeSilva started fighting.
I see. You said we thought that Lito was going to
Like that was
throw a
like
punch.
everyone kind of saw it. Like at least what.
Sir, you don't know what everyone saw, do you?
I don't. You're right. I'm sorry. I don't know what we all saw, but I saw him make a little move towards Ty, and Rich punched him, and then he turned towards De Silva because whoever was over there was just dealing with that.
You saw Mr. Valle.
Yeah, that's what started the fight, and then
make a movement of some sort.
Yeah, like they were squared up to each
movement.
other, just like he was like it was. He didn't make a big enough movement, but he twitched like in the wrong way that looked like it could have been aggressive, and obviously Rich is going to defend his boy.
So the first punch was thrown by a Shelton High kid. That's correct, isn't it?
Yeah.
And that punch hit Mr. Valle, didn't it?
Yes.
And thereafter, it did become chaotic, didn't it?
Yeah.
In fact, everybody swarmed, the 30 or 40 of you, the 2 people that were there in that yard, correct?
No, there was a lot of people also watching. It wasn't like, obviously we're not going to, like you saw pictures of them afterwards. They didn't get stomped on by multiple tens of people. Like there was a couple kids, yeah, on each of them, but like once the fight broke out, I didn't see Lito anymore because it kind of the crowd and it went down. The crowd blocked that all, and I was just looking at De Silva fighting Rich.
The crowd blocked it off because they were swarming. There were at least 8 to 10 people attacking both of them, correct?
I can't say. I didn't see 8 to 10 people on De Silva, but I can't speak for Lito.
Did you see Mr. Villalobos involved in the fight?
Towards the end, he actually put De Silva to his feet and shoved him towards the road with the help of a few of his other buddies.
Did you see that, or did you watch a video?
No, that happened because when I was watching De Silva fight, he got lifted up and pushed out.
You saw that yourself?
Yeah, I was watching. Like I said, I was able to see the De Silva interaction.
Okay. Did you see Charles Connery involved in the fight?
I did not see him involved, no.
Did you see Ryan Hines involved in the fight?
I know he was on the left side, but he was in Lito's area. They were all kind of together, so I didn't see him specifically do anything.
Didn't see Sal Perry involved in the fight?
I'm not sure.
You didn't see Michael Sampieri involved in the fight?
I did not see Michael at the time, no.
Didn't see Alex Bernstein involved in the fight?
I saw Alex Bernstein.
Oh, what did you see Alex Bernstein do?
He would when he threw a couple punches at De Silva, but nothing crazy. Like he threw some extra ones, but while Rich was wrestling him, he gave him a few.
Was he wearing a shirt?
I think he had it off.
It's hard to tell because there were a couple of folks that took off their shirts for this, right?
I'm not sure. Burns a big dude, so he stood out, and I'm pretty sure he had his shirt off.
Did you see Mr. McGrath involved in the fight?
I did not. He was on the other side.
Did you see Tyler Rich involved in the fight?
Yes.
Did you see Faison Teal involved in the fight?
I did not. He was on the other side as well.
Did you see Michael Lockovich involved in the fight?
I don't recall if he was involved, but he was in my general area of De Silva.
Did you see Tommy Connery involved in the fight?
He was also on the farther side, so I'm not sure if he was in there or not.
In fact, it was hard to see what was going on the other side because that side had encircled and descended upon Mr. Valle, correct?
He said he didn't see.
Sustained.
Did you say that you didn't see or that it was hard to see?
I didn't see. Once the people came in front of me, I said it. I didn't see at first and followed it up by saying it was hard to see, but I meant for both. I couldn't see. People were swarming. Yes, I didn't see it, but I didn't specifically see anyone go to the ground on him. Multiple people, so I can't speak on that.
People swarmed him, correct?
Objection. Just testified he couldn't see.
Sir, overruled. You can answer that if you know.
Obviously, people, yes, huddled around, but I didn't. I saw more people standing than doing anything.
We are playing catch up. That's why it's a little bit fast. 1.25 speed.
Did you remain in that same position throughout the course of this fight? Where you described by the red bush and the cement square? Yeah. You did not yourself throw any punches?
No.
And you described Tanner Chernowski, your cousin, as you've described him, the closeness, filming this, correct?
Yes.
He took his phone out and didn't call 911, but started filming what was going on.
Yeah.
And he was walking back and forth filming this, correct?
No, I believe he's stationary, maybe moves a couple feet left and right, but not really moving around. The video, you can really only see De Silva. Like I said, his side's over there.
But you described yourself seeing Mr. Valle go to the car.
Yeah, because the car was,
like I said, it's more in that where the area it is. They're fighting back more up.
So when he runs out of his area, he's now kind of behind. Like from my view, he runs behind where De Silva is, and you see the car door open. I watch him open the car door, and then the light turns on. We all kind of, a couple of us put our attention over there, which Tanner also noticed, and then he runs back.
And you saw that?
Yeah, once he runs back, I lost him again because he ran out of my view.
And you described Mr. Chernowski taking a video of this, correct?
Yes.
You've watched that video, have you not?
Yeah, I've been shown it.
When was the first time you saw that video?
I'm not sure, honestly. I think the first time I saw it was when I was shown it.
Who showed it to you?
By the detectives, because Tanner didn't send that video anywhere, and he told everyone he deleted it the night of, but he kept it and gave it to the cops.
He didn't show it to you?
No, that night I wasn't worried about watching a video.
Cops showed that to you. That's your testimony?
I believe so. I don't have any prior knowledge of the video.
And you told us that you didn't see anyone get stabbed with a knife, correct?
I didn't directly watch a knife enter somebody, no.
In fact, you didn't see a knife at any point. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
You were watching both of these fights going on, but your attention was divided, fair to say?
Yeah, and once it became divided, it mainly focused just onto De Silva's fight.
And you'd had at least 2 or 3 beers?
Yeah, in the span of those 4 hours.
And you were 16 at the time?
Yes, I was.
And you told the officers that Snyder, De Silva, and Valle hopped back into the Pilot and drove off towards Adams.
Yeah, well, they were all into the car and they drove off.
And you told us you'd been friends with Mr. McGrath, correct?
Yeah.
And that you'd known him since you were very young, correct?
Correct.
And would you describe him as a cousin the same way you described Mr. Chernowski?
No, because once we went to high school, obviously he went to prep, we grew apart a little bit, but it was still always love when we saw each other.
You would describe him as somebody who was the toughest kid you know, right?
Yeah, on the field, he was an animal.
And that he wouldn't back down from anyone, right?
No.
And that if he saw his friends getting into a fight, he would join that fight, right?
Objection. Calls for speculation.
Doesn't, not if that's what he said. I'll overrule the question continues to be, you've said. Is that correct, Attorney Smith?
I beg your pardon, I'm sorry.
Does the question continue to be that you've said these things?
That he would describe him as that.
Describe him as,
yes,
okay.
Sir.
I'll allow it overruled.
I'm sorry, repeat.
And you would describe him as somebody who, if he saw his friends being in a fight, he would go out and join it, correct?
Depending on the situation. If he saw his boys winning, probably not.
If he saw his boys winning, probably not?
Yeah, he wouldn't just jump into a fight to fight.
But if he saw someone punching his boys, he'd probably hop in.
Objection is to probably.
Sustained.
Mr. Marcinczyk, at some point you also engaged in doing an identification of folks that were there with the officers, correct?
Yes.
And you identified Mr. Valle as having been there.
I'm sorry, what was the end of that?
You identified Mr. Valle as having been there.
Yes.
You also identified another person as having been involved, correct?
Tyler De Silva.
Anybody else?
Not sure.
When you were telling the State's Attorney Durso about watching this fight go on in the yard, you described De Silva as being in a wrestling match, right?
Yeah, like they were on the ground, like together, Rich and De Silva, so I would call that grappling with each other.
Just Rich and De Silva involved in a wrestling match by themselves?
Well, they were the main two on the ground. Like, yeah, you obviously caught a couple strays. There's plenty of people, but I don't know from who.
What do you mean by caught a couple strays?
Like, they're on the ground, someone's going to just throw a sneaky punch or throw a sneaky kick, like just exactly like what they did to Hines at Lazybrook.
Well, and you described Mr. Lockovich as being in the area, correct?
Yeah.
Villalobos was in the area, correct? Yeah. Burnson was in the area, correct? Correct?
Yes.
Sorry, you have to, for the record. But they weren't just in the area, were they?
I mean, I know Byrne was throwing some punches, yes, but I don't recall exactly if Locke and Villa were fully in there like that.
Would you agree that you are very clear on the facts about how you came in and out of the house and where you stood?
Yeah.
Would you agree that you are less clear about who threw punches and who was involved?
I would, yes, with the fight aspect.
Would you agree that all of the Shelton High kids were friends of yours?
I mean, yeah, they've all known each other.
You don't want to see any of them get in trouble, do you?
No, but they necessarily couldn't really get in any trouble at this point in time, so I wouldn't be doing them a favor.
Okay. You continued to text even after the fight had ended, correct?
I believe I had sent some texts once because my phone was being nonstop lit up with calls, and I pulled out my phone to look at them, and I had noticed a text from them first, so I responded. I think I remember what they were as well.
Oh, what were they?
The final text was I received a text that said, "Let me know how surgery goes," and I responded out of childness. I was like, "Bro, look at your face. You'll probably never get a girl." Not really knowing the severity, just throwing something. But that's why I responded, because I read that text.
You responded to Mr. Snyder, correct?
Yes.
Mr. Snyder said something about surgery, correct?
Yes.
And you responded something about look at your face?
Yeah. I didn't know whose number that was, so I just gave it was a random number to me, so assumed it was maybe one of the people fighting, since he's sitting, like, I don't know. I didn't know who it was at the time.
Random rude responses in the group message. What could go wrong?
Just a moment, John.
Sure.
Connecticut does require people to
you told us
retreat.
When the swarm occurred on Mr. Valle, you couldn't see Mr. Valle anymore at that point, correct?
I couldn't really point anyone out in specific.
You didn't see him again until you saw him in the car, correct? And then when he came back onto the lawn again, you lost sight of him again at that point, correct?
I had lost sight of him, and the only thing that I had heard was Charlie Connery scream twice that he had a knife.
You lost sight of him because that group swarmed him again, correct?
No, he came back into it. He had all will to leave and brought himself back into it.
That's your opinion, sir?
I don't know. I watched him wailing. Like, no one pulled him back in from that car. He ran to their car and came straight back in.
And you couldn't see him because all of your Shelton High friends were blocking your view, correct?
Yeah, I wasn't the tallest 3 years ago, so.
I feel your pain. You could be unable to see them because they were taller and they were also forming a circle, were they not?
Honestly, a circle probably would have made it easier for me to see him if they fully surrounded him, because majority of the people, it was like a wall, so I couldn't see him.
Could you see Mr. McGrath at that point?
No, I wasn't. I didn't. Maybe I saw him. I didn't notice it was Jimmy at the time. No.
Could you see Michael Samperi?
Sorry, what was that, Michael?
Could you see Michael Samperi?
I don't know exactly where Michael was. No.
Could you see Michael Lockovich?
He was around me. Yeah.
Could you see Jacob Villalobos?
Yeah, he pushed Tyler into the road. I think Locke might have helped with that too.
Could you see them at the time that you could no longer see Mr. Valle?
Like, once they split, was I able to see Locke and Lobos? Yeah, I wasn't focused on them. Like, I never really took screenshots in my mind of all the people that were around and everything. I know who was there, but I don't know the specifics of who was where, when, where, and how.
This was a chaotic scene, right?
Yeah.
You heard a lot of people screaming, right?
Yes.
In fact, before you heard Charlie Connery screaming about a knife, you heard other people screaming other things, right?
Not necessarily, because Charlie yelling he has a knife was significantly louder, and like everyone heard Charlie yell that.
You didn't hear anything being said when Tyler DeSilva was being attacked?
No. At least I don't recall. Like, it was scuffling and shit talk. I don't remember exactly everything that was said.
Thank you. Nothing further.
All right. I'm assuming there's going to be some redirect. Is that correct? All right.
Is that
this
a
is
kind
the
of
time
mushroom?
to take our morning recess. So we
Like
are
a
going to break
shiitake
for
mushroom?
15 minutes for the morning recess. We'll pick back up at 12:15. Court stands in recess. Thank you.
Is it a shiitake mushroom? Is that what he's talking about? Okay. While they go to lunch, we're going to fast forward. We're going to zoom through this because we are on catch up. We're already a quarter of the way through the day, but we want to catch up to what's happening live today. So give us a second here. Skip, zoom.
Proceed.
Oops, hang on. Back up. There we go. Okay. There we go. Love mushrooms, says Nurse to Dog Mom. This is going to...
Judge Murphy presiding. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Thank you. All right. So good afternoon. I apologize for the delay. We had some technical difficulties, so we have resolved those and we are ready to proceed.
All right. Break's over.
I'm going to ask the witness to take the stand.
This is going to be interesting if they're able to get a self-defense argument in here or defense of
Watch your
others.
step. Have a seat.
They're
I just want to
required-
remind you, you continue to be under the obligation of your oath. All right. And we'll bring the jury in. Thank you.
They're required to retreat if they have the opportunity to do so, if it's safe, with the exception of defense on your own property, and if you feel your life is threatened. So the defendant retreating to the car presumably to get a knife and then return to the fight. It's going to be a tough one, I think, to fit into the self-defense category. But it's definitely in his favor that the first punch was thrown by the other side, but he responded basically to the call to a fight. So I don't know. Depends how the jury sees this one.
I'd ask counsel to please stipulate to the return of all of our jurors.
Stipulate.
All right, thank you. Before we begin with redirect to the jurors, I just want to apologize for the delay. We did have technical difficulties. We've resolved them. We're good. And I'm going to ask the state to come on up and conduct its redirect. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I want to direct your attention to your testimony on cross-examination when counsel asked you about this group chat that was going on. Early on in the group chat, you had mentioned on cross that there was a comment about going to Trumbull High School. Was that sent by anybody from your group?
No.
Was that sent by somebody from the St. Joe's group?
Yes.
Do you know who sent that?
No, it was a random.
What was your understanding of the request to come to Trumbull High School? Why?
To go fight there.
Okay. And did anybody from your group go to Trumbull High School?
No.
And the back and forth in this group chat, you indicated it was argumentative. Do you know the subject of why there was this back and forth between you and your friends and the St. Joe's group? Was that over what had happened at Lazy Brook?
Yes.
Now, when counsel asked you about, you went outside when the car initially drove up to the house at the beginning, and you said that you went outside because you were curious.
Yeah.
What did you mean by that?
Like, we had no idea what's going to happen. Like, we're going to go outside. We're going to see what's going on. It might have been a lack of a better term. I used curious there, but we just all head outside. I think there was people here. We knew what was going on prior.
In your mind, did you expect to fight at the house?
I mean, it was a thought. I didn't know if it was exactly going to happen. It could have been settled. I don't know, but some sort of interaction, yeah.
And in your mind, if there was going to be an altercation at Tyler Rich's house, would it have been a fist fight?
Yeah.
Would you have brought any weapons to this fight?
No.
Now, when the car pulled up, was the group chat still going on, or did it die down a little bit?
It's like once we were in in-person interactions, they died down. There were still texts here and there, but it significantly died down once we were in the same vicinity.
Now, when the car took off down the street, and I think your testimony went up and down the street a few times, you indicated they threw things at you guys threw things back. Did the group chat continue at that point, do you recall?
Yeah.
And how did it continue?
There was text on both parts.
Let me ask you this. Did you say anything in the group chat when the car was driving back and forth or after?
Yeah,
what did you say?
Something along the lines of like, throw stuff at our cars, throw stuff at us, like, good one, like, get out of the car.
Now, when the car drove away up and down the street, you saw it stop finally down near farmhouse. Did you see the car leave the area for good?
No. Or at one point, yeah, they took the turn on the farmhouse, but I believe they just came back up around the block.
But at some point in time,
at some point it left
later that night, the car came back.
Yeah.
Was there any talk about back and forth on your part about having the car come back, let's fight, or had that?
I don't believe so. No.
Okay. Now, when the car finally returned, you went outside to watch.
Yeah.
And why did you do that?
Because they said that they were here. That they were actually here this time. They were coming. So we all went outside, and the older guys kind of took the reins and were like, "What's up?"
At any point in time, did you tell them to leave prior to that final interaction on the front lawn of 43 Laurel Lane?
Not in like a discreet upfront way, but there was definitely like get the F out of here, like leave, like, just like a part of arguments. Like, you're sitting in your car, get the hell out of here. Just things like that.
And when they returned on the front lawn, your expectation, you were going to what? See what on the front lawn potentially?
A fight.
And in your mind, a fight, did a fight include the use of weapons?
No.
Did any of your friends have weapons?
No.
Now, counsel indicated on cross-examination that you had told the police that there were 3 people that got out of the car that night. Can you explain what you meant by that?
I don't directly recall the exact question I was asked for that response. I just know that there was 3 people involved, so maybe they took me involving the 3 as like all 3 were literally involved and were in the fight.
But as you sit here today, do you know whether or not Jack Snyder was involved in the fight?
He was not involved in the fight.
Do you know whether or not Tyler DeSilva was involved in the fight?
He was involved in the fight.
Do you know whether or not the defendant was involved?
He was involved in the fight.
And do you know whether or not Tyler DeSilva and the defendant were the only 2 individuals on that front lawn from that car?
Yes.
So they came back?
Yes.
And based on the nature of what was said during the interaction between Tyler Rich and Tyler DeSilva and the defendant and Ty Wood and Ryan Hines, was the tone of that conversation, not what they said, but was the tone peaceful?
No.
Now, you were asked about what you recall witnessing after the fight starts, and you indicated that you saw Tyler DeSilva on top of Tyler Rich.
Yeah, at a point in time in the fight, and his head's kind of down to the side near Rich's head, and his back is exposed. His shirt is kind of.
So he's on the ground.
Yeah, Rich is on the ground, and he's DeSilva's on top of him, but Rich is kind of holding him down, kind of curling him in a ball, I guess, on top of him.
Okay, and so if I'm Tyler DeSilva, how is he on the ground?
Knees are on the ground, and then Rich was holding his upper body.
He's on the ground. So he's on the ground like this, and he's in a headlock.
Yeah.
So for all intents and purposes, what you witnessed during that fight was Tyler Rich was on his back.
Yeah.
Okay. And I know counsel asked you a little bit about what else you recall about that specific part of the fight. Do you recall seeing Alex Bernstein there? And what do you recall about his involvement in that part of the fight?
He was a bystander at first, but we kind of all really met him that night. He was a friend of Tanner's that had came along because I guess he had heard about it all. But yeah, he got involved, but not for terribly long. He got in, threw a couple punches, and then it kind of stopped. It was
when you say he threw a couple punches, were they hard punches?
I couldn't judge. They were body shots. I know that.
Okay. And when you say body shots, do you recall where they landed?
Probably around this area
on his back?
On either side, yeah.
Okay. And do you recall if Michael Samperi was in the area?
I don't recall if Michael was in the area.
Do you recall if Sal Perry was in the area?
I don't remember seeing Sal.
Do you recall Ricky or Enrico Fiola in the area?
He was in the area.
Was he involved in the fight?
I didn't personally witness him do anything.
Do you recall whether or not Jacob Villalobos was involved in the fight?
When I noticed Jake was there, he was when he would finally pry him apart and push DeSilva out to the road. That's when I first really realized it was Jake Villa.
So Jake Villalobos came over and pushed DeSilva out into the road?
Yeah, he pushed him out, and I think collective was just get out of here. Done. It was a short thing. The fight between both of them at the same time was probably a minute long at most.
And when that happened, at what point did you see the defendant come back into the fight?
As he's as Tyler gets shoved and he's stumbling out, he runs back in, and it's kind of as Lito's re-entering, DeSilva's standing there and he's adjusting his pants and just adjusting his clothing that he has on.
So at that moment, when the defendant comes back into the fight,
DeSilva's no longer involved.
So he's out where, in the street?
Yeah, he's standing in the road at the time.
Now, the defense counsel asked you about Jimmy McGrath. You grew up with Jimmy?
Yeah.
How well did you know him?
I know him pretty well until we split to high school, but I still would see him. I saw him pretty often. We'd see each other every couple months.
And did you play sports with him?
I did. I played lacrosse with him when we were younger.
And May 14th of 2022, was this during lacrosse season?
It could have been for prep. Yeah, it was. Yes, it was.
Okay. And do you know whether or not Jimmy was actually playing lacrosse at the time?
He was.
And I think the description that you gave on cross-examination is Jimmy wouldn't just hop into the fight.
There'd have to be a reason. Those characteristics are true about him, yes, but that's because he's a great friend. He was a great kid. And he wouldn't just jump into a fight because it's free pickings, if that makes sense. If he could just get a couple punches, then no.
So in other words, what you're saying is if someone was in a fight and there was it looked like it was a fair fight, he wouldn't just jump in and throw a few punches?
Yes, Your Honor, leading. Sustained.
So with regards to Jimmy, was he a violent individual?
No.
How would you describe Jimmy's demeanor?
He was a funny kid, always looking to make a joke to cheer people up. He was had an amazing character. He's one of one. I don't know many people who were like Jimmy. Yeah, he knew how to fight, but he wasn't like he was looking for a fight.
And based on your recollection of what happened that night, do you recall seeing Jimmy involved with Tyler DeSilva?
No.
you recall seeing Jimmy involved with the defendant in a fight?
No, I didn't see Jimmy really at all outside. He was just in the crowd.
Was he involved? When you say he was in the crowd, where was he?
He was on the farther side where Lito would have been.
Okay. Thank you. I have no further questions.
Carson?
So you've just told us that Mr. McGrath wouldn't join in the fight just to get in some. Could you tell us what it was that he wouldn't do?
Just to get some free punches. Like there's a reason he's going to fight, and it's kind of always happens when he fights. If there's a reason for him to fight.
So he wouldn't join in with the group and swarm and start kicking somebody that was down on the ground.
Not well. If you're claiming he was swarmed while witnessing that, no.
He wouldn't join if there was a swarm. He wouldn't join that swarm and start getting in some kicks.
From the way I know Jimmy, no.
You told us that you didn't see Mr. McGrath with the defendant at all, correct?
No.
But you saw that Mr. McGrath was over on the edge, you said?
I knew his general area. I never exactly witnessed him doing anything with the defendant or in his involvement in the fight.
You thought you knew where his general area was, but you couldn't actually see him. That's correct, right?
No, I knew he was over to the left and he had walked in, but once things broke out, I lost track of people and I wasn't really worrying about where everybody was.
So you couldn't see where Mr. McGrath was.
Once the fight broke out, no, I wasn't.
The fight broke out. And you couldn't see where Mr. Valle was when he stepped back onto the yard, could you?
No, once he came back in, he was out of my view.
But your claim is that you couldn't see Mr. McGrath, you couldn't see Mr. Valle, but you could see Mr. De Silva out in the yard, out in the road, hiking up his pants.
Yeah, because they were in separate locations.
They were in separate locations?
Yeah,
when
they were in the
Mr.
same
De Silva
physical location.
And Mr.
The angles I had on them, yes. I was able to see one and not the other.
And you've told us, though, that you watched a video of all this, right? That Mr. Chernowski
I was showed a video, yes.
And that video was shot from a different perspective than where you were standing, correct?
Pretty similar.
Were you standing beside Tanner Chernowski?
Not directly, but I was near him, yeah.
Was he standing over by the cement square and the red bush?
Yeah, he was closer to the fight. He was closer to like front row.
How far away were you from Mr. Chernowski?
Tanner's probably at this picture to that right, which would be in front of the tree. And I'm, like I said, near the concrete in the bush.
So a couple feet. It's not terrible.
And you saw that video after you gave your original statement, correct?
Yeah.
How many times do you think you've watched that video?
I think I've been shown it maybe 3 or 4 times.
You've been shown it 3 or 4 times by somebody from the state's attorney's office or the police?
Maybe 2 or 3 times. I remember a while back and I was updated. And that's about it.
You've never watched it on your own?
I never had it, no.
So you've only watched it when you've been shown it by somebody from the police department or the state's attorney's office?
Yes, I believe so.
When was the last time you watched that video?
Our prior meeting, which I think was like 2 weeks ago, maybe a week and a half.
Okay. Week and a half ago or so, you saw that video?
Yeah.
Today, you would agree you testified slightly differently than what you told the officers when you first spoke to them about what you witnessed?
Yeah, maybe they wrote down some things they took a little bit differently.
Sir, do you think that your recollection has in any way been affected by your viewing of that video?
No, because I was actually asked to describe what had happened before I was shown the video. When I was shown the video, so they were pretty similar. They lined up.
That's your testimony then, that you were able to see Mr. De Silva out in the road, but you could not see Mr. McGrath or Mr. Valle.
Yeah, once he came back in, or Lito came back into involvement, I lost view of him.
And you told us that Mr. Burnson showed up that night, and it was the first time that many of you had met him?
I can't speak for all. I had met him. Like, he was a new name to be brought around.
Okay, and he showed up because he had heard about it all.
He was there like before they were. They, as in the St. Joe's kids, but like Tanner obviously knew, so I think them two together, and Byrne just wanted to come hang out.
So he'd been recruited to come there?
Not necessarily recruited. It's not like we needed any assistance like that or anything like that.
You already had 30 or 40 people there?
Yeah.
You told us you didn't go to Trumbull High, right?
No.
Why not?
Because I was in Shetland and I wasn't driving to a public high school to potentially fight somebody.
You wanted to do that on your home turf?
Not even home turf. It's just stupid to fight at a high school. It's surrounded in cameras, and it's also, yeah, like I think some of them are from Trumbull. I don't know, but that's like, we're not going out of our way to go to Trumbull High School.
So you didn't want to go to Trumbull High School because there were cameras there?
Yeah, like that's just reasons. Like it'd be stupid to go have a fight at a public location.
Not because you didn't want to have a fight, right?
Yeah, and more so we didn't want to go to them. We had no real desire.
You had 30 or 40 people there. Why not bring them there, right?
Nah, wouldn't bring him there.
Nothing further.
Anything else?
Nothing from the state.
All right, very good. All right, so you can step down, please. Watch your step as you exit the room. All right, so we only have about 13 minutes before the 1 o'clock lunch recess, so I'm going to go ahead and break into that lunch recess at this time. So, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, we are going to be breaking for recess. From now, we'll pick back evidence up at 2 p.m., so please be back and prepared to come in at 2 p.m. I will remind you of the obligations of your oath. I won't go through everything right now, but again, I'll highlight some of them. Just don't speak with anyone, avoid talking to anyone who tries to approach you. Do not conduct any investigation, stay away from anything regarding this particular matter in the media, especially during your lunch here, and try to avoid any members of the public as you are entering, if in fact you guys at the building for lunch. Have a great lunch, and we'll see you back here for 2 o'clock. Thank you. Court stands in recess.
All right, so we're going to zoom through lunch as well because we can. So I hope you didn't have, like, plans for lunch or something, you know.
The Honorable Judge Murphy presiding. Good afternoon, Your Honor.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone.
Judge
You may be
Murphy.
seated. Thank you.
Liking her a lot, especially her instructions to the jury.
Counsel, are we ready to bring the jury in?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Madam Clerk?
Lunch is over, guys. The defendant is 19, I believe, 19 or 20. Nothing new this weekend. Sort of like a make your own nachos type weekend, all weekend long.
Thank you. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. Counsel, please stipulate to the return of our jurors.
You will stipulate, Your Honor. Defense stipulates, Your Honor.
All right, very good. So at this time, I will instruct the state to please call its next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state would call Isabella Molar to the stand.
Thank you.
I believe this is one of the party attendees as well, or possibly the one who had one who owns one of the homes or lived in one of the homes. Let's see.
Hi there. Just remain standing, please. Thank you. Madam.
This is a high school rivalry.
Do you solemnly swear or solemnly and sincerely affirm, as the case may be, that the evidence you shall give
Underage drinking party
shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
turned into a
So help
fight.
you God, or upon penalty of perjury? Yeah. Thank you.
And
State
ended
your full name,
tragically.
spelling your last name.
Isabella Rose Molar.
And her address. We don't need that. Okay, now have a seat. There we go.
Isabella, good afternoon.
Thank you, too.
Can you just keep your voice up because you're very soft-spoken? Okay. Isabella, how old are you today?
I'm 20 years old.
Okay. And do you go to school?
Yes.
Where do you go to school?
I go to Lehigh University in Pennsylvania.
Okay. And what are you currently studying?
Marketing and business.
And I'm sorry?
Sorry, I said business. Like,
Okay. And are you working for the summer?
I have a summer internship
And where do you work?
in Ridgefield.
And do you know why you're here today?
Yes.
And prior to today, have you and I met regarding this case?
Yes.
And are you nervous to be here today?
A little bit.
Okay. So I want to direct your attention to May 14th of 2022.
Mhm.
How old were you back then?
Sorry, say the year again.
May 14th of 2022?
2022. I was 3 years ago, so 17.
Okay. And were you in school?
St. Joe's.
Okay. And what year in school were you at St. Joe's?
I was a junior in high school.
And are you familiar with an individual by the name of Jack Snyder?
Yes.
And how are you familiar with Jack Snyder?
We were classmates.
At St. Joe's?
Yeah.
And are you familiar with an individual by the name of Tyler DeSilva?
Yes.
And how are you familiar with Tyler DeSilva?
Same thing. We were classmates.
And are you familiar with an individual by the name of Raul Valle?
Yeah.
And how are you familiar with Raul Valle?
Classmates as well.
And does Raul have a nickname?
Lido.
Lido?
Mhm.
And is Raul present in the courtroom today?
Yes.
And can you please describe what he's wearing?
He's wearing a black jacket and a tie.
And can you please point him out for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury?
Oh, yeah.
Your Honor, may the record reflect the witnesses identified the defendant in this case?
All right, court will allow the record to so reflect.
Now, I want to direct your attention to May 14th of 2022. Were you invited to a party on 5 Lazy Brook Road?
Yes.
And what was the circumstances surrounding you going to 5 Lazy Brook Road?
I was invited, my lacrosse team was going there, and Maddie Liferat invited us, and we all hung out there, and that was the initial.
Initially, how many people were there?
Initially, I maybe like 15, I'm not quite sure, to be honest.
And this was a St. Joe's High School lacrosse party?
Yeah, she just had her lacrosse team over and some of her friends.
Okay. And at some point in time, did other people show up to the party?
Yes.
Who showed up to the party?
Other people that went to our school, other friends of Maddie, and yeah, other kids just started showing up. I don't know exactly who was, yeah.
At some point in time, did the defendant show up to the party?
Yes.
Did Jack Snyder show up to the party?
Yes.
Did Tyler DeSilva show up to the party?
Yes.
Were they invited to the party?
Objection, Your Honor.
Hold on, just don't answer that basis.
It's going to call for hearsay, opinion, and
did they show up?
evidence if she knows.
All right, well, why don't we preface it with laying the right foundation then? So I will go ahead and sustain the objection.
Do you recall who was invited to the party?
Initially?
Initially.
Your Honor. It calls for the same thing.
It does. I'll sustain the objection. Counsel, you may rephrase your question.
So with regards to this party, what was your understanding about who was attending the party?
I know my lacrosse team was invited, and I know that she maybe had invited some other kids from our school. But,
and when you say other kids meaning like who? What kind of kids were invited?
Friends of
she knows.
Maddie Liferat.
I'll allow it overruled. Hold on a minute. Hold on a minute. I know that you don't know this.
Yeah.
If there's an objection pending, I'm just going to ask you to wait until I make a ruling until you continue speaking. Okay, but you're okay.
Okay.
I know you've not done this before, as far as I know.
Yeah.
So just let me ask you to do that for me. Okay. Thank you so much.
Mm-hmm.
All right, you may continue.
So again, do you recall who initially was at the party?
Yeah, my lacrosse team was, and some of her friends from St. Joe's were there. That's all I recall.
Was it the girls lacrosse team?
Girls lacrosse, yeah.
Were there any males at the party?
Friends of hers, yeah.
And at some point, how many people would you say were at the party initially?
Initially, maybe like 15 or 20, but I'm not exactly sure, to be honest.
And do you recall whether or not at some point in time the party got bigger?
I recall it getting bigger. I don't know how soon it was, but it did get bigger.
And
we're catching up. We're on 1.25 speed.
I'm not sure. I don't remember.
And when you got there, what kind of things were going on at the party?
We were all just gathered, all saying hi, talking.
Kumbaya.
There was drinking.
There was?
Yeah.
Now, when you say there was drinking, what kind of drinking was going
on?
Grey Goose, Bud Light.
I just know people were drinking, like casually, nothing too crazy.
Okay. Do you know whether or not people brought their own stuff, or was it being provided by?
I'm not sure.
Okay. Like cake
and at some point in time, did people who were not initially invited to the party show up?
Yes.
Objection, Your Honor. I'm going to call for hearsay. It's going to call for opinion.
I'm not asking whether somebody else
All right.
said that evidence.
Hold on. I am going to sustain the objection, counsel. The evidence is not in that she knows who was invited to the party. So I'll sustain the objection.
Well, she testified, Your Honor, that the lacrosse team was invited to the party and some other friends.
But she again, I'm sustaining the objection.
Do you recall whether or not the other friends that were invited to the party included the defendant?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
The other friends that were invited to the party, did that include the defendant?
Not that I'm aware of.
And did that include Jack Snyder?
Not that I'm aware
And
of.
did that include Tyler DeSilva?
Not that I'm aware of.
Now, at some point in time, did the defendant show up to the party?
Yeah,
Okay. Do you recall what time that was?
I'm not sure.
When he got to the party, do you recall who he was with?
I'm pretty sure he came with Jack and Tyler.
And I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 53. You recognize State's 53?
Yeah.
And what is State's 53?
That's some Grey Goose, right?
Like, who are they?
Yeah.
Lito's on the right and Jack's on the left.
And do you know where this picture was taken?
In her basement?
In the basement of the Lifers house?
Yes.
Now, do you recall the defendant wearing a helmet that night?
Yes.
And the neck pillow as well?
Yeah.
At what point did the defendant come to the party like that?
Not that I recall, but I don't remember.
At some point in time, well, withdrawn. How long were you at the party before the defendant and his friend showed up?
It's hard to remember, if I'm being honest. Maybe an hour, but I'm also not sure.
And at some point in time, did the party get too big?
Yeah.
And do you have any knowledge as to whether or not people were asked to leave?
Yes, people were asked to leave.
Do you know in particular who was asked to leave?
I think she just wanted everyone out.
Okay. And at some point in time, do you recall whether or not two individuals that were not associated with St. Joe's High School showed up?
I remember I heard about it, and yeah, I recall people showed up at the party.
And when they showed up to the party, was there any type of altercation that you witnessed at the party?
Yes.
And what did you witness at the party?
There was a fight that broke out outside.
And do you know who was involved in that fight?
I know that Jack, Tyler, and Lito were involved in it, and kids outside of St. Joe's. I don't know who those kids are, but.
And what do you remember seeing about that fight?
It was outside, and they were just fighting.
And when you saw that fight, did you do anything just prior to witnessing that fight?
I started videoing the fight.
Ooh.
My first witness, Your Honor.
We have a video.
I'm showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 58 for identification. Do you recognize 58?
Yes.
And what is State's 58?
The video that I took.
And is this video that you took from the night of May 14th of 2022 at Lazy Brook?
Yes.
And have you viewed this video prior to today's testimony?
Yes.
And does this USB drive contain the original video that you took from that fight?
Yes.
And does it also contain a video that has been lightened up of the same video?
Yes.
Has that been changed in any way other than it being lightened up?
No.
And does it also contain a slow motion version of the same video that's also lightened up?
Yes.
And aside from it being slow motion and lightened up, is it changed in any way from the original video?
No.
Wow.
Your Honor, the state would offer this as a full exhibit.
Attorney Smith?
No objection, Your Honor.
Wow.
All right, court will go ahead and accept the exhibit into evidence as a full exhibit.
They get to enhance and slow-mo.
Just publish the jury, Your Honor.
Sorry, thank you.
We'll watch the three videos together. Right?
Mm-hmm.
Now that first video, was that the original video you took of the fight that occurred at Lazy Brook Road?
Yes.
Okay, now slow-mo and... That's not a one-on-one.
The same video?
Yes.
And now slow motion. You can hear one of the punches land. Boom. There's one. The girls are not impressed by this, boys. Just make a note of this, boys. The girls are not impressed.
Go to frame 90.
Bam. That was the first punch.
You see the slow-mo version. The slow motion version has frames on the bottom.
Mm-hmm.
We're at frame 90 on State's Exhibit 58, the slow motion version. I'm going to ask you. Can you tell me, do you know who this individual is right here to the left?
Tyler?
Tyler De Silva?
Yes.
Do you know who this individual is here in the center with the dark pants and helmet?
Are you able to see the pointing?
Can't see the pointing, Your Honor, but I can see the video and I'm fairly clear who it is he's pointing.
Yes,
Who
that's
is that?
Lito.
That's Lito, the defendant?
Yes.
And who is this in the red sweatshirt here?
That's Jack.
And the kid in the green sweatshirt, do you know who that is?
No, I don't know who that is.
Is that one of the Shelton kids that came?
I don't know.
You don't know? Okay. At some point in time, were you asked to be interviewed by the police department with regards to this case?
Yes.
And when you were interviewed with the police department, did you provide this video of this fight?
Yes.
And outside of that, once this fight was over, what happened at the Lifers house?
After this, everyone parted ways and left. Yeah, everyone went home. I went home.
You went home?
Yeah.
Okay. And with regards to the drinking that was going on in the house, was everybody drinking that night?
I'd say a good amount of people were.
Yeah. Okay. And did you have anything to drink that night?
Yeah.
Okay. How much would you say you drank that night?
I don't remember.
Were you drunk?
Maybe a little bit. I'm not sure.
Okay.
I don't know.
But you do remember this fight?
Yes.
I have no further questions, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, cross.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Ms. Molar.
Good afternoon.
I'm just going to go over with you what you've testified to here, okay? You said that initially there were about 15 to 20 people that were at the party, correct?
Yes.
And those were all St. Joe's kids, is that correct?
I think it was mainly St. Joe's kids. I can't confirm that it was only St. Joe's, but from my understanding, it was.
Do you recall seeing anybody else that you didn't recognize other than when the two kids from Shelton High arrived?
I remember Maddie's boyfriend was there at the time. I think it was mainly all St. Joe's kids who else were there, but that's to my understanding.
And you said most of the people there were drinking, right?
As I remember, yes.
And all of those people that were drinking were all underage, is that correct?
I would assume so, yes.
Because you didn't see any adults there, is that correct?
No.
And this home where you were partying, the party part took place downstairs in the basement? And again, you didn't see any adults down there, is that correct?
No.
And you told us that some folks were bringing alcohol with them, correct?
Bringing alcohol? I think maybe some people, I'm not sure where people had alcohol or where they got it from, but people were drinking.
Did you see anybody coming down from upstairs in the home with alcohol?
With alcohol? I know people were using the bathroom upstairs, so some people were going upstairs and then coming back down.
Did you see any adults providing alcohol?
I didn't see any adults providing alcohol.
And you didn't see any adults in the basement, is that correct?
At the end of the party, her mom told us to all leave, but that was it.
You didn't know either of these two Shelton High kids who showed up?
No, I'm not sure.
And you started to record this because you thought what was going to happen?
It was kind of just out of impulse, I think. Yeah, I think I just reacted.
And you shared that video with the police when you talked to them on June 1st, correct? But between May 14th and June 1st, you didn't share that with any police officers, did you?
Not the ones, other than the ones I showed.
On June 1st?
I'm pretty sure, yeah.
And so you weren't recording it at that point to preserve it as evidence to show somebody?
No.
Right? And you didn't know if Mr. De Silva was coming over to try and break it up or if he was part of the fight, right?
No, it all just kind of happened really fast and yeah.
And at some point they sort of collapsed onto the ground on the other side of a vehicle, right? And you couldn't see what was going on at that point, could you?
I think it looks at one point like Lito or somebody smacks someone with their fist, but I couldn't really see much other than the video.
And you saw Mr. Valle was wearing a motorcycle helmet, correct?
Yes.
And you saw him in the picture there. He also had on a pillow, correct?
Mhm.
And they were playing some form of beer pong downstairs. Is that correct?
Yeah, I think so.
And there was no fighting going on in the basement. Is that fair to say?
Yeah.
None of the kids down there were fighting or making threats towards one another before
No.
the Shelton High kids showed up.
Not that I remember.
And in fact, Mr. Valle, you thought wearing the neck pillow and the helmet was trying to be funny?
Objection is to withdrawn.
You can answer. Thank you.
I don't know why. I'm not sure why he was wearing it.
You told officers when they interviewed you that you thought he was trying to be funny, correct?
Yeah, maybe. I mean,
You didn't think that he was wearing that because he was looking to get into a fight, did you?
I'm going to object based on what you thought he thought or what he was doing. That's
He's asking what she thought, and
what she thought he was doing.
she already answered about a statement she made to the police attorney, so I'll allow it. Thank you.
I'm sorry about why he was wearing it.
Right. You didn't think that he was doing that so that he was getting ready to go for a fight, did you?
I don't think so. I don't remember.
And then you said that after the fight, very quickly, Mrs. Leifer came out of the house and told everybody to go, right?
Yeah.
And that was the last time that you saw Mr. Valle that evening?
Yes.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Thank you.
Nothing further from this leader.
Thank you.
All right.
You're all set.
Quick
You can answer the witness. Please watch your step.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The optics of the defense attorney, client charged with murder, wearing a skull, giant silver skull ring. It's funny. It's
it's an interesting. It's a choice. Let's put it that way. Look at the defense attorney's right finger, his right hand, and you'll see that giant skull ring. Looks cool. I hope to find one of those eventually one day, metal detecting, and I hope it's all like, I don't know, titanium or something, maybe gold. It's a look. It's a look. Beach Life, thank you very much. Remember, for 24 months, you hit the big 2-4. Congratulations on 2 years.
Thank you. Please remain standing. Madam Clerk, to my right is going to put you under oath, okay? Thank you.
Raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or solemnly and sincerely affirm, as the case may be, that the evidence you shall give concerning this case shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God, or upon penalty of perjury? I do. Please state your full name, spelling your last name.
We're muting this so we don't accidentally get her address, because that's something they do in Connecticut. They ask your business address for cops.
Thank you. Thank you.
Home address.
Emily, how are you today?
Good, how are you?
Good, thank you. Emily, how old are you?
I'm 20 years old.
And what are you currently doing?
I am testifying in a murder trial.
I guess I should be more specific. Currently, what are you doing? School, work?
Oh, sorry.
Okay.
I am attending Bentley University.
Nice. And where's that located?
Walton.
And what is your major?
I am a marketing major.
Nice. What are you doing for the summer?
I am doing an internship in, I think, Berlin or somewhere in Connecticut.
Okay.
I'm a sports management internship.
You a little nervous today?
A little bit.
That's okay. Take a deep breath. Okay. So do you recall us meeting before today's date?
Yes.
Okay. And what was the purpose of that meeting?
Was to talk about the trial.
Okay. And did I tell you to just tell us the truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Did I tell you what to say?
No.
Emily, what high school did you attend?
I went to St. Joseph High School.
And I'm going to direct your attention to May of 2022. What year were you at St. Joe's?
A junior.
And did you play any sports at St. Joe's?
Yes, I played girls soccer and girls lacrosse.
And in May of 2022, were you on the girls lacrosse team?
Yes.
And I'm going to direct your attention specifically to May 14th of 2022. Do you recall that day?
Yes.
And why do you specifically recall that day?
There was a little get-together for the girls lacrosse team.
And when you say a little get-together, do you mean a party or something more?
Yes, it was a little party.
And where was that party located?
Lazy Brook in Shelton.
Okay, and what was at Lazy Brook in Shelton? Whose residence was that?
It was Madigan Lifer's house, a girl on the girls lacrosse team.
Okay, do you recall the address by any chance?
5 Lazy Brook Road, maybe?
Okay, and do you recall how you got to that get-together?
I drove.
And I'm going to direct your attention to 5 Lazy Brook. What time did you arrive at that location?
I'm not too sure. Sometime around 5-ish.
Okay. And when you got to the party, what was going on?
Nothing really. It was more just like everyone was hanging out in the basement.
Approximately how many people were at this party?
Around 20-ish.
At some point as the night progressed, did the party get bigger?
Yes.
And how large would you say it got? How many people would you say were there later on in the night?
I can't really recall.
Okay. In attendance at the party, was it just St. Joe's girls lacrosse players, or were there other individuals there?
There was more St. Joe's kids and some other kids from Shelton.
Okay. And when you say some other kids from Shelton, how many other kids from Shelton were there?
I'm not completely sure the exact number, but I do know that there was 2.
Okay. In addition to, you said some of the girls lacrosse players, you indicated 2 Shelton High School students. Was there anyone else that was there that was not invited?
Yes.
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained. I'm going to strike the answer. Thank you. Just disregard it. It's not part of the evidence. Emily, are you familiar with Tyler Da Silva?
Yes.
Are you also familiar with an individual by the name of Jack Snyder?
Yes.
And what about an individual by the name of Raul Valle?
Yes.
How are you familiar with those individuals?
I was in their grade at school. I had classes with them, but that's pretty much where it ended.
Did you hang out with their friends at group gatherings at all?
No, not usually, no.
Okay. If you were to see them, for instance, out, would you recognize them?
Yes.
Okay. From those 3 individuals, do you recognize any of those individuals here today in court?
Yes.
Okay. Who do you recognize?
Lido.
Okay. When you say Lido, does that person go by a different name?
Yes.
And what name does that person go by?
Raul.
Okay. So you know that person, Raul, as Lido as well?
Yes.
Okay. Can you please point him out and just describe what he's wearing?
A black suit with a black tie.
Let the record reflect, Your Honor, that the witness is identifying the defendant. The record should so reflect. Thank you. So, Emily, as I refer to Lido or Raul, as you know him, I'm also going to refer to him as a defendant. It's the same person. Okay. So, Emily, at some point, when you were at the party, did something occur between the St. Joe's 3 individuals that you just indicated, as well as the Shelton High School students?
Yes.
And what happened?
There was a fight.
Okay. And were you present when that fight took place?
Yes.
And when you say present, how close to the fight were you?
I was very close. I was trying to break it up.
Okay. Before we proceed, I am going to show you what's been marked as exhibit number 53. May I approach the clerk, Your Honor? Yes, thank you.
Emily, you have a screen in front of you here. Looking at stage 53, do you recognize the individuals in this photograph?
Yes.
And who are those individuals?
Jack Snyder in the red and Lido in the blue.
And looking at stage 53, do you remember Lido, as you just indicated, wearing that helmet as well as the pillow around his neck?
Yes.
Okay. And from your recollection from that night at the party, do you recall if the defendant showed up wearing this helmet and the pillow, or did he retrieve it at the party?
He got it at the party.
Do you recall whose helmet that is that he's wearing?
I do not know exactly.
Okay. And when the fight broke out that you observed, do you recall if the defendant was wearing that helmet during the fight?
He was.
Okay. Now, directing your attention back to the party that night, what was happening at the party? Was there drinking going on? Were there games being played? Explain.
Yes, there was drinking going on, and there was some games being played, like beer pong and other drinking games.
Okay. What type of alcohol was being consumed, if you recall?
Mostly beer and some alcoholic, like seltzers.
Had you been drinking?
Yes.
How many alcoholic beverages had you consumed?
I don't remember.
Were you, had you been drinking to the point where you were drunk, not able to stand, or?
No, I was, no.
Okay. And you indicated you had driven to the party that night?
Yes.
Now, did you observe Lido or Raul drinking that night?
Yes.
And looking at stage 53, do you see the blue liquid that the defendant is holding in his hand there?
Yes.
Do you recall what that is? Do you know what that is? Now, the individuals that arrived from Shelton High School, as you indicated, do you know the names of those individuals?
I did not at the time, but I did later learn that it was Griffin and Ryan.
Okay. And when you say later on, did you have interactions with them?
Yes. After the fight, one of my friends drove them away.
And is that when you learned their names?
Yes. Yeah, in the car.
Now, when, as you indicated, Ryan and Griffin arrived at 5 Lazy Brook, if you can recall, or if you observed, how did the defendant, Jack, and Tyler De Silva react?
They did not want them there.
Okay, and how do you know that? What were they doing, without going into what they were saying, how were they observed?
Trying to kick them out.
Okay. Would you say it was a bit of a hostile interaction?
Yeah.
Now, at some point, you indicated a fight broke out. Do you recall what that fight was over?
It was over like a little case of beer.
Okay, when you say it was over a little case of beer, explain.
The Lido and like the others had taken it from them and wanted them to leave. And Ryan wanted the beer back and then he would leave, but so that's why they fought over the alcohol.
Okay. Were you standing there when were you observing this? You were observing the beer being taken and then Ryan wanting that beer back?
Yes.
Okay. And to your knowledge, did the boys from St. Joe's give the beer back to Ryan at that point?
No.
Okay. And because the beer was not given back, what occurred?
That's when the fight broke out.
And when you say a fight broke out, you indicated you observed the fight? Yes. To your recollection, explain what you observed when the fight happened.
I saw Lido punch Ryan from behind and then that's when everyone started fighting.
Okay. And when you say everyone, who else was fighting?
Jack, Tyler, and Lido.
Now, obviously from stage 53, you can see here, you indicated Jack is wearing the red sweatshirt, Lido is wearing the blue shirt. What was Tyler wearing that night, if you can recall?
A light blue jersey.
Now, you had said that you were saying certain things during the fight when it was going on?
Yes.
What were you saying?
Trying to break it up.
Okay. And were you successful in breaking up the fight?
No, not really.
In addition to, as you said, you observed Lido hit someone in the back of the head?
Yes.
Did you observe the defendant doing anything else during that fight?
Near the end of the fight, he headbutted Ryan, who was on the ground with the helmet on.
So when you say headbutted, explain to members of the jury what you mean by that.
He like took his head and like to the ground, like he like dive bombed with his head into Ryan, who was on the ground.
Wow. Okay. Let the record reflect, Your Honor, that the witness is motioning her head towards the front of her body to indicate what the defendant was doing.
Or we'll let the record reflect the movement of the witness in the stand as such. Thank you.
Well, Emily, from your description, it sounds like the defendant had kept the helmet on as he was using it on Ryan. Is that accurate?
Yes.
So at any point did he take that helmet off when he was doing that?
No.
Okay. And did you observe him headbutt Ryan once or more than once?
I only remember once.
Okay. And we'll withdraw. May I approach the clerk, Your Honor? Yes.
He dove at him wearing a helmet and the neck brace, so he would be okay and just.
Emily, I'm going to show you what's marked as state 58.
Here we go.
Do you remember seeing that video?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall who took that video?
Bella Molar.
I'm sorry?
Bella Molar.
Okay. Do you know Bella Molar?
Yes, we were in the same grade.
So she was a friend of yours?
Yes.
And If we could just have a play the slow down version, go to frame 90, please. Thank you. I'm going to show you a clip from one of the versions of that video. Okay, so looking at stage 58. Can you see on your screen there?
Yes.
Okay, if you can point out who was in the red sweatshirt there.
That was Jack's.
Okay, and over to the left-hand side of Jack there in the blue jersey, who was that?
That was Tyler.
And over to the right-hand side of Jack in the greenish colored sweatshirt, who was that?
That was Ryan.
Okay, and do you see yourself anywhere in this video at this point?
I'm on like the far right. I don't think you can really see me yet.
Okay, you can just back it up. Rewind it.
Back it up, back it in, and let me begin. There you are.
Do you see yourself here?
Yeah, I'm in the white shirt.
Okay, and so towards the back side of the video?
Yes, not the far right, but just over from the person on the far right.
If we can play that normally. So, Emily, you saw yourself walking towards the fight. Is that you?
Yes.
In state 58, what are you doing at that point?
I'm trying to break it up, like push people away.
What did you do to break it up? What did you physically do?
I was trying to like push like people with like my hands.
So you had hands on people?
Yes.
Okay. Were you successful in getting anyone off anyone at all?
No.
And how close were you to the fight when you observed the defendant headbutt Ryan?
A foot or two.
Okay. And did you recall, withdrawn, after he headbutted, what occurred after that?
Then the fight pretty much subsided.
After the fight had ended, is it fair to say that the party kind of dissipated at that point?
Yes.
Okay. And how did the party dissipate?
People were just starting to like be kicked out, basically.
Who kicked them out?
I think the parents, but I'm not completely sure.
As you were leaving the withdrawn, did you leave the party at that point?
Yes.
Okay. And how did you leave?
Her withdrawals are so fast.
A Jeep that my friend was driving.
Okay. So you had indicated earlier that you had driven to the party.
Yes.
Did you leave your car?
Yes.
Okay. Why did you go in the Jeep with your friends?
We were taking Ryan and Griffin away to wherever they needed to go.
Did you have an opportunity to observe any injuries on Ryan Hines?
Yes.
Okay. And what did you observe on him?
His mouth was bleeding and his nose was bleeding.
And withdrawn. Whose Jeep was it that you got into?
I believe that it was my friend Izzy's.
Okay. And where did Izzy go to after you left the party?
After she was driving us?
Yep.
I think we went back to my house after the night was over.
Did she drop off Ryan?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall where she dropped them off?
I do not remember.
And was it just you, Ryan, Griffin, and Izzy in the vehicle? Or were there other individuals in the?
There were other people.
Can I approach counsel, Your Honor?
Yes.
Prosecution has given us most of our withdrawals from this. I guess they have to withdraw the question properly. In other courts, we just have the lawyers restate it without saying
Any objection,
withdrawn.
Attorney Smith?
Your Honor, I'd like to see the foundation laid.
All right. Emily, I'm showing you what's in marked as state 59 for ID purposes only. Do you recognize this photograph?
Yes.
Okay. What do you recognize that photograph as?
It was a picture that we took on top of the Jeep.
Okay. Do you recall who took this photograph?
It was me.
It was you. It was a selfie?
Yes.
Okay. And was this photograph taken after the fight had broken up and before you left the party?
Yes.
For Izzy to drive?
This was still on Lazy Brook Street.
Okay. Does this picture fairly and accurately depict how you all were situated as you were leaving the party that night?
Yes.
Is there anything different in this photograph that you can point out that was different at the time of?
Not that I can see.
Have I submitted the both of your
Attorney Smith?
No objection.
All right. Court will accept into evidence states 59 is full. Thank you.
Selfie that she took, that's, you're going to get your foundation.
Emily, I'm showing you state 59, which is now a full exhibit.
Here we go.
Emily, do you recognize these individuals in this photograph?
Yes.
Okay. And this individual right here, who's that?
That's me.
Okay. And the individual back here, who's this?
That's Ryan.
Okay. And the individual back here, who's that?
That's Griffin.
Okay. And the person who drove the Jeep, Izzy, where is she in the photograph?
The far left.
Far left. So over here?
Even more, like near the bottom left of the picture.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. She's had a little to drink, I think.
And how soon after you took this photograph did you leave the party?
I believe right away, but I can't be sure.
Okay. And other than what you testified here to today, is there anything else that you can recall from that party regarding the fight that broke out at 5 Lazy Brook?
No, I cannot.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Okay. Thank you. Attorney Smith?
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome.
You'll never know. Cross-examination.
Good afternoon. How are you, Ms. Robinson?
Good, how are you?
So just want to ask you a few questions, and let's start where we ended. Exhibit number 59. That turned around. There we go. Okay. You have described yourself as being in the bottom right-hand corner, correct?
Yes.
And in your hand, is this one of those hard seltzers you described?
Yes.
Is that also seen in your hand when you are trying to break up the fight?
Yes.
And who is this person that is directly behind you wearing the green shirt and putting her tongue out?
Maeve.
Maeve?
Yes.
Does she go to St. Joseph?
Yes.
Yes. And you said behind Maeve is Ryan Hines, correct?
Yes.
And who is directly to Ryan Hines's right wearing a blue hat?
Casey.
Casey. Is that also a St. Joe's, or was that a St. Joe's?
Yes.
And Casey, is she holding a beer?
Yes.
And behind Casey, is that Griffin Marcinzik?
Yes.
Did you know Griffin Marcinzik prior to this?
No.
Did you know Ryan Hines prior to this?
No.
And right beside Casey, in a white top with longer hair, who is that?
Katie.
And directly in front of Katie and Casey, making a face of some sort, who is that?
Grace.
Grace, also St. Joe's at that time? And then this person directly beside her, you described that as being the driver, correct?
Yes.
That's Izzy?
Yes.
And Izzy was also a student at St. Joe's at that time?
Yes.
Were all of those folks drinking during the course of the party?
Not Izzy.
Not Izzy. Because Izzy's driving.
Yes.
You at least didn't see Izzy drinking, is that fair to say?
No, she did. She was known to not drink.
Okay. So you didn't see her drink that night?
Yes.
Okay. And you described the fight that broke out. And you said that the defendant punched Ryan Hines from behind, correct?
Yes.
You watched that video with us there of the fight that, that Ms. Molar reported. And did that capture the initial breakout of the fight?
Yes, that was the start of it.
It didn't capture, however, Mr. Snyder and Mr. Hines having a discussion about fighting for the beer, right?
Yes, it was not.
Because there was a point where Mr. Snyder asked Ryan if he wanted to fight for the beer, right?
Yes.
But we don't see that on that video, is that fair to say?
You do not.
But we do see them squaring up, and then we see Mr. Hines backing up a little bit, right?
Yes.
And he backs up into Mr. Valle, right?
I would say I can't tell from the video.
You weren't paying attention to that when it happened?
I guess no.
What were you focused on when the fight broke out?
I was just watching it all go down.
Okay. You didn't know Mr. Hines at that point?
No, I did not.
Would you say you were more focused on the St. Joe's kids that you did know, or on the kids that you didn't know?
I wasn't focused on one in particular.
And you watched that video with us, and you tried to break it up, and you saw yourself in that video, correct?
Yes.
You're holding on to that seltzer that you got in the picture later?
Yes.
And the fight sort of tumbles forward, right?
Yes.
Behind a vehicle that's there?
Yes.
That wasn't the Jeep that you've described as driving away in?
No.
Do you know whose vehicle that was?
That was my car.
That was your car that we see them go behind?
Yes.
Okay. Were you worried about your car getting damaged at all in the course of this fight?
No.
How close were they to your car? Were they bumping up against it?
I can't remember. I don't think so.
Okay. At some point you said you got actually into the fight close enough that you were touching some of these people, correct?
Yes.
How many people were involved at that point?
I can't remember exactly the exact amount.
Were you the only person that was trying to break it up?
I believe so.
There weren't any other people that were involved trying to break up the fight?
I can't remember.
You don't recall Mr. Valle taking off the helmet, correct?
No, I do not.
Involved in this fight, there were at least Mr. Valle, Mr. Snyder,
yes.
Mr. De Silva, Mr. Hines.
Yes.
You yourself were involved as far as getting over there and putting hands and trying to break it up. You think it was just the five of you?
That's all I can really remember.
Where was Mr. Marcinzik at this time?
I do not remember.
Do you know where any of these other people were that were in the Jeep with you?
No, I do not remember.
It was chaotic, correct?
Yes.
You were focused on trying to break up the fight. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
You've described not seeing Mr. Valle take off the helmet, correct?
Yes.
But you say that he headbutted Mr. Hines, correct?
Yes.
And that he dive bombed him with his head, correct?
Yes.
Could you see what was at Mr. Valle's feet at that point?
I do not remember.
Could you tell whether or not he tripped?
No, I do not remember.
Could you see if anybody laid their hands on him and pulled him?
No, I do not remember.
You weren't focused on that, right?
No.
Whose hands, who were you touching with your hands when you were trying to pull somebody apart?
I believe it was Tyler's.
You ever been involved in a fight before?
No.
Was it scary?
Yes.
Was it dark?
A little, but there was lights from the garage.
Was it as light as it appears in the video that's been lightened?
I do not remember.
To your recollection, which of those more accurately reflects what you recall? The lightened video or the darker video?
I would say the latent.
The lightened video is more what you recall.
The lightened video. That was the wrong answer for this attorney. The lightened video is more accurate. It is?
When did you first learn about the video that Ms. Molar took?
I do not remember.
Did she show it to you?
No.
Who showed it to you?
I think it was on on a story on my phone.
It was on a story on your phone?
Yes.
Can you educate me a little bit? When you say on a story, what do you mean?
Like Snapchat. Like someone posted it on their story on Snapchat.
All right, I'm going to show my age yet again. On your Snapchat, you posted a story. Can you describe for me what that is if I'm somebody who doesn't know?
Someone else had taken a video and posted it so that other people who they have chosen could see it.
Do you remember who that was?
I would believe it's Bella, but I can't remember.
So Bella posted that video on her story on her Instagram?
On Snapchat. I believe it was Bella.
Snapchat. Okay.
This was on our MySpace page, you say?
Snapchat, is that the app that allows you to message, but the messages disappear?
Yes.
So how were you able to view this on her Snapchat?
She posted it so that other people could see it, and then you can watch it for like a certain amount of time. It's like 24 hours, and then it goes away.
And how soon after the fight do you recall her posting that?
I do not recall.
Same day?
I believe so, but I don't remember.
Tonight, the attorney's downloading Snapchat.
So you had seen this video prior to speaking with officers on May 26th?
Yes.
Did you tell them about the existence of the video?
I do not remember.
Did you tell these officers about drinking that had been going on at the party?
Yes.
He should have asked his client, what is Snapchat? Did you know that was
Nothing
Snapchat?
further, thank you.
Attorney Messina. Emily, counsel just asked you on cross-examination if you had seen anyone trip Lito. Do you recall seeing that at all?
No.
Do you recall seeing anyone push Lito?
No.
And what I mean by that is when he headbutted Ryan, was there anything at all other than him lowering his head and putting it on Ryan that you observed?
No.
There's no one else around. You didn't see anything else other than what you just testified to?
No.
Thank you. I have no further questions. Attorney Smith?
You just told us that you didn't see anyone trip or push the defendant, correct?
Yes.
You told us that night you had your hands on Mr. De Silva, correct?
Yes.
Was your focus on what Mr. Valle was doing at that point?
It was more on the whole fight itself.
How many times have you seen that video that we've just watched?
A handful of times, maybe 10. I'm not sure the exact amount.
That's 2 handfuls. 10 is 2 handfuls.
And what effect do you think watching that video 10 times has had on your recollection?
I'm not sure.
Are you able to tell what you recall from that night versus what you recall from having watched that video 10 times?
Yes.
And you can distinguish those two things here for us?
Yes.
Thank you.
Anything further? You may exit the witness box. Thank you. Please watch your step. Is the state prepared to call its next witness?
Yes, Your Honor. Say we call Tanner Chernowski to the stand.
Thank you. Counsel, will you remove the exhibits? Will you remove the 2 exhibits from the witness stand until we accept? Thank you.
Get your pictures down. Court photographer looks awfully casual.
So you're going to step into the witness box and just remain standing. Madam Clerk to my right is going to put you under oath, okay? Thank you.
Raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or solemnly and sincerely affirm, as the case may be, that the
Whatever happens, like raising your right hand.
the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God, or something else may hurt you? Please state your full name, spelling your last name.
Tanner Chernowski.
You spell your last name.
That's CHERNOWSKY.
Please state your address.
108 Division Ave.
You may be seated. Thank you.
His address.
Good afternoon, Tanner. Can you do me a favor? Keep your voice up. You're soft spoken, okay? Okay. Tanner, how old are you currently?
I'm 21 years old.
And are you currently in school?
No, I'm not.
Are you working?
Yes.
What do you do?
I work at Extra Duty Solutions in Shelton.
And how long have you been doing that for?
Since last October, over a year now.
Extra Duty Did you go to high school?
Solutions? Yes.
Where did you go to high school?
Shelton High School.
And what year did you graduate?
2021.
And prior to your testimony today, did you and I meet before?
Yes.
How many times did we meet?
About 2 or 3.
And what did we discuss?
Just about the case, and I would have to come testify.
And I want to direct your attention to May 14th of 2022. How old were you back then?
I was 18 years old.
And were you in school at that point?
Is he a rent-a-cop?
No, I just graduated.
Did you graduate the year before in 21?
Yes, the year before.
And I want to direct your attention to later on that night. Okay. Can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what you were doing early? I would rephrase it as earlier that night.
So earlier that night, I was at my brother's house, and he was having a little bit of a get-together. And then I received a call to give Ryan and Griffin a ride to another party.
So what time would you say you were at your brother's house?
I do not recall exactly what time, but earlier in the night.
And when you were at your brother's house, were you drinking any alcohol at that point?
Not prior.
Okay. And at some point, you say you left to go give Ryan and Griffin a ride?
Yes.
And where did you give them a ride?
I gave them a ride to Lazy Brook, which I found out later was Life's house.
So Lazy Brook Road?
Yes.
And when you gave them a ride to Lazy Brook Road, where did you go pick them up first?
From Natalia Ritzik's house.
Natalia Ridzik. Yes. And you brought them from Natalia Ritzik's house to Lazy Brook?
Yes.
And when you got to Lazy Brook, what time of night would you say it was?
A little later in the night, so relatively around 10-ish o'clock.
Okay. And when you got to Lazy Brook, do you recall whether or not Griffin and or Ryan had anything with them at that moment?
I do not. I didn't really examine them upon them getting in my car.
Okay. And when at some point in time you got to Lazy Brook, and did they get out of the car?
Yes.
And did you park the car and get out as well?
No.
What did you do?
Once I got out of the car and shut the doors, I went back to my brother's house.
And when you got back to your brother's house, what were you doing when you got back to your brother's house?
Once I got back to my brother's house, I had a couple drinks.
And what kind of drinks were you having?
I do not recall exactly, but seltzers.
How long would you say you were at your brother's house?
A White Claw?
I do not recall exactly.
There come a time when you were at your brother's house where you were made aware of an incident that happened at Lazy Brook concerning Griffin and Ryan.
Yes.
And when you found that out, what, if anything, did you do with regards to withdrawing? Did you try to communicate or call Griffin or Ryan?
So I answered Ryan's call, which he informed me of an incident that happened.
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay.
Without telling us what he said.
Hold on a minute. Let me just deal with the objection. Okay, I'm just going to stop you. So I'll sustain the objection to the extent it was hearsay. I will go ahead and everything from after, yes, I received a call to what Ryan said will be stricken from the evidence. I'm instructing the jury to disregard it. You'll get a final instruction at the end of this case during your jury charge to further explain stricken evidence and how that applies to your deliberations. Okay, so I'll allow you to continue.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Yes.
May the witness just be reminded to keep his voice up. It's hard to hear here with the fan going.
Yes, certainly. Okay. So I am going to ask you, the microphone does not such a great job in terms of amplifying, but if you can speak into it and just remember to try to keep your voice up and also direct your answers to the jury. Okay. Thank you so much.
So at some point in time when you're at your brother's house, you received a phone call from Ryan Hines, and based on your discussion, you were made aware of an incident that happened in Lazy Brook.
Yes.
And when that happened, what, if anything, did you do?
I then was concerned, made sure he was okay, but I was informed that he...
Without telling us what was said.
Can you rephrase one more time?
So when you had this conversation with Ryan, did you at some point leave your brother's house?
Yes.
Okay. And did you drive from your brother's house?
No, I did not.
Why didn't you drive from your brother's house?
Because I started drinking, so I asked a friend for a ride.
And who did you ask for a ride?
Alex Bernstein.
Alex Bernstein? How do you know Alex Bernstein?
We met through mutual friends, but we have grew close over the years.
And when Alex Bernstein picked you up, where did he take you?
To Tyler Rich's house.
And
First.
We're getting some new pictures.
I'll show you States 5. Already been made a full exhibit. You recognize States 5?
Yes.
What is States 5?
That's Tyler Rich's house.
Is this the house that Alex Bernstein brought you to on May 14th of 2022?
Yes.
Did you go there after you had the conversation with Ryan Hines on the phone?
Yes.
Why did you go there?
He informed me that's where he was going.
Without what he said, were you going there to meet anybody?
I was going there to meet Ryan Hines.
Okay, so you had information that Ryan was going to be at 43 Laurel Glen, and you went there to meet him.
Yes.
Why would you go there to meet him? Did you have any concern?
I was concerned for him, so I went there to check on him.
Now, when you got there, how many people would you say were at 43 Laurel Glen at that point in time?
I do not recall exactly because I did not go inside.
Now, are you familiar with?
Certainly.
Lindsay, good to have you here.
Show your state's exhibit 54. You recognize state's 54?
Yes.
Who is that person?
It's Faison.
Faison Teal?
Yes.
How do you know Faison Teal?
We grew up together going to the Boys and Girls Club.
Do you recall whether or not Faison Teal was at Tyler Rich's house on May 14th of 2022?
Yes.
Showing you state's exhibit 55. Do you recognize 55?
Yes.
And who is that in the picture?
It's Thomas Connery.
Sorry. Tommy Connery?
Yep.
How do you know Tommy Connery?
We grew up together as well. We were on the same sports teams in the same grade growing up.
Do you know whether or not Tommy Connery was at Tyler Rich's house on May 14th, 2022?
Yes, he was.
Showing you state's 56. You recognize 56?
Yes.
And who is this in picture of 56?
Ryan Hines.
And you just indicated Ryan Hines was at Tyler Rich's house?
Yes.
You went there to meet him?
Yes.
Finally, state's 57. You recognize state's 57?
Yes.
This is the guy who died.
Who is that a picture of?
It's Jimmy McGrath.
And how do you know Jimmy McGrath?
We have a lot of mutual friends.
And was he present at Tyler Rich's house that night?
Yes.
Now, you say when you got to Tyler Rich's house at that point in time, what time do you think he got there, if you could recall?
I do not recall exactly. It was starting to get a little later in the night.
Now, I'm going to ask you, are you familiar with an individual by the name of Enrico Fiola?
Yes.
Does he also go by a different name?
He goes by Ricky.
Goes by Ricky. How do you know Ricky Fiola?
We are good friends.
And do you know whether or not he was present at Tyler Rich's house that night?
He was.
And are you familiar with Sal Perry?
Yes.
How are you familiar with Sal Perry?
We're friends as well.
And do you know whether or not Mr. Perry was at Tyler Rich's house that night?
Yes, he was.
And how about Mike Sampieri?
Yep.
How do you know Mike Sampieri?
We are friends.
And was he present at Tyler Rich's house that night?
Yes, he was.
And Alex Bernstein was with you?
Yes.
And how about Charlie Connery? Do you know Charlie Connery?
Yes.
How do you know Charlie?
I grew up with his brother Tommy playing sports, so I was always around him growing up.
Do you know whether or not Charlie was at Tyler Rich's house that night?
Yes, he was.
How about Jacob Villalobos?
Yes.
How do you know Jacob Villalobos?
He was on the same football team as me growing up.
And do you know whether or not Jacob Villalobos was at Tyler Rich's house that night?
Yes, he was.
And how do you know Tyler Rich?
We're in the same friend group.
And how about Matt Lakovich? You know Matt Lakovich?
Yes.
How do you know him?
We are also in the same friend group.
And was Matt Lakovich at Tyler Rich's house that night?
Yes, he was.
Now, when you got to 43 Laurel Glen,
Tell us how long you were there for, just about.
I would say around 20 minutes.
And when you say you were there for 20 minutes, when you were there, what were you doing?
I was outside talking to Ryan.
Show you States 50.
Can you indicate on where on States 50? Well, let me ask you, you recognize States 50?
Yes.
What is States 50?
That's Tyler Rich's house.
And when you got to Tyler Rich's house, do you know whether or not this is a more recent picture?
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Yes.
Do you know where you were when you first got to Tyler Rich's house? If you could point us out in this picture.
I was on the right side towards where the picture cuts off.
Okay, so maybe near this red bush here?
Yep, relatively right by the red bush.
Okay, so may the record reflect, I'm pointing to the red bush to the right side of this exhibit, Your Honor.
All right, so court will note for the record, you're pointing to the red bush to the furthest right of the photo. Thank you.
And when you got there that night, what time was it about?
I do not recall exactly, but it was later in the night.
And what was the lighting conditions out when you got there?
It was relatively dark, but not pitch black outside.
Were you able to recognize people that you knew there?
Yes.
Could you see in front of you?
Yes.
Was there any light from the house being admitted in the front yard in any way?
I do not recall.
Okay. And when you got there, who did you meet when you got to Tyler Rich's house?
I met Ryan Hines along with Tyler Rich was outside. Griffin Marcinzik was also outside.
And did you have a conversation with them?
Yes.
Okay. And at some point, did you ever go inside the house?
I did.
You did?
Yes.
And how would you enter the house when you went inside?
Through the cellar doors in the backyard.
And where are the cellar doors located? Can you kind of point us out for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury?
They are in the shadow that is made by the house, but they're not very visible in this picture.
Okay. All right, I'm showing you State's Exhibit 5. Can you see on State's 5 where you would have entered the side of the house?
Yes, right to the side of the metal object that's sticking out above the ground.
So right here?
Yes.
Okay. And what is, may the record reflect, Your Honor, there is a clearing, looks like there's trees, but there's a clearing in front of the blue truck where there appears to be a AC unit. That's what I'm pointing to.
All right.
Yes.
Court will allow the record to reflect that that's the area that's been indicated. Thank you.
Valerie,
what is
thank you
located
so
over
much
here?
for a year.
To the right of the AC unit, there is cellar doors on the floor.
And you would go inside the cellar doors?
Yes.
And when you went inside the cellar doors, what kinds of things were going on inside the house?
I went right down the stairs, but I did not make it fully into the house.
Did you observe what was going on?
No, I did not.
Was anybody drinking at the party?
Not to my knowledge, because I did not make it inside the house.
Were you drinking when you got to Tyler Rich's house?
No.
So the only alcohol that you had up until this point was the couple of seltzers that you had at your brother's house?
Yes.
At some point in time, you were standing in the cellar door stairway area?
Yes.
And at some point in time, did you leave that area to go back outside?
Yes, I did.
And why did you do that?
I was standing at the cellar doors, and then I heard yelling that they were back. And that's when I made my way back to the front.
Go ahead. I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
I was standing at the cellar doors, and then I heard yelling that they were back, and that's when I made my way to the front.
Now, did at some point in time, a car arrived at Tyler Rich's house?
Yes.
Okay. And do you know what kind of car it was?
A dark-colored Honda Pilot.
Okay. And when the Honda Pilot arrived at Tyler Rich's house, did you walk out and see who it was?
Yes.
Okay. Who was with you when you did that?
I do not recall exactly, but Griffin Marcinzik, Ryan Hines, and Tyler Rich were next to me.
And can you tell us on this exhibit here, State's Exhibit 50, when the car arrived at the house, did it park?
It was stopped in the middle of the street.
In the middle of the street where? Towards the can you tell us on this exhibit, Exhibit 50?
Yeah, relatively right in front of the mailbox in the middle of the road.
Okay. And when you encountered the pilot, how many people were outside the house at this point in time?
I do not recall exactly.
And was there a number of kids? Number of
Yes.
Shelton kids, your friends?
Yes.
And did you all approach the car?
Yes.
And what, if anything, can you tell us happened when you guys approached the car?
We approached the car, and there was a little bit of arguing with us outside of the car and individuals inside of the car.
Did you notice anybody in the car that was familiar to you?
Not at the time, no.
Could you tell us how many people you saw in the car?
About 4 or 5.
Okay. And at some point in time, during this arguing back and forth, what, if anything, happened during that interaction?
There was arguing back and forth, and then it was what appeared to be a glass bottle thrown out of the car.
And what side of the car was it thrown?
Towards the house, so the driver's side?
So I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 30. Is this the car that you saw that night?
Yes.
And when the car arrived on Laurel Glen, was it facing towards Farmhouse or towards Adams?
When it arrived, it was facing towards Farmhouse.
And you said somebody threw a bottle out of the car?
Yes.
Okay. And was it a glass bottle or was it a plastic bottle?
It was a glass bottle.
And when the bottle was thrown, did that come from the driver's side, the rear passenger side, or from the opposite side of the vehicle?
It was the driver's side.
And when the bottle was thrown, what, if anything, happened next between the individuals in the car and your friends?
There was arguing, and they sped off.
At some point in time, do you recall whether or not anybody else threw things from the car, or anybody from your friends threw things at the car?
I do not recall.
When the car sped off, what did you do next?
I was walking back towards the cellar doors in the backyard because Tyler said for everybody to get back inside.
Okay. And when you went back towards the cellar doors, did you hang out for a little bit?
Yes.
And when you were hanging out, were you drinking any alcohol?
No.
And at some point in time, did you exit the house again?
Yes.
Why did you exit the house?
I heard yelling that they were back.
And when you heard yelling that they were back, tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury how you exited the house and what you did.
I exited through the cellar doors in the back, and I went through the clearing in between the house and the tree line. And once I made my way to the front yard, there was lights on, so I started a Snapchat video, and there was already a fight started.
I'm going to show you what we marked the State's Exhibit 52.
Another video.
So once you came out of the Bilko doors, and you showed the ladies and gentlemen on 52 where you walked to when you heard that they were back.
I walked through a clearing through here and towards the front with my back against the driveway.
So you were in this area here, this grassy area here?
Yes.
And when you made your way over, withdrawn, when you were making your way over, had a fight had already started, or was there just argument?
There was already a fight started.
Okay, and when the fight started, tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what you observed.
I observed a chaotic scene and a fight in the middle of the grass, and there was flashlights around. Therefore, I started a video.
Now, the fight that you observed, can you show on States 52 where the fight was occurring?
Yes. It was right in the middle of the grass out here.
And when you walk down to the area between the square cement thing there, and we'll say between the mailbox and that's the area you were in. And so, go ahead.
I was right about by the concrete slab right here.
And at some point in time, the fight had already started, and you indicated that you did what?
I then started a Snapchat video.
And can you explain what a Snapchat video is?
Yes, a Snapchat video is a social media app. And to start a video or take a picture, there's a little white circle at the bottom of your screen. So to take a video, you just hold down on the white button. And if your finger slips off that button, then the video will stop. Or to zoom in and out, you could go up and down. Anything you do to touch your screen will affect the video on the app.
Is it possible? Now, how do you save that video?
There is a button in the bottom left corner to save a video.
And when you observed the fight going on in this case, did you video it from the beginning of the fight?
I videoed it from when I walked out of the cellar doors in the backyard, and the fight already previously started.
And when you videoed it, is the light on your phone on when you're videoing it?
I do not recall exactly.
Approach the witness.
Get another video coming in. We'll probably get this from a couple angles. It might
Showing
help
you
us
what you
understand
marked
what
States
happened.
Exhibit 60 for identification. You recognize State 60?
Yes.
And what is State 60?
That's the Snapchat video that I took.
And prior to today's testimony, did you have an opportunity to view this video that you took?
Yes.
And how do you know that this is the same video that you took?
It is the same exact Snapchat video I took.
And the initials here, whose initials are those?
And I also put my initials on the paper that the USB is in.
And with regards to the video, does this USB contain the original video you took on May 14th of 2022?
Yes, it does.
And does it contain any other videos in connection to this case?
Yes, it does.
Does it also contain a video that is a lightened up version of the video you took?
Yes.
And outside of it being lightened up, did you have an opportunity to review that video?
Yes.
And is that video changed in any way from the original video outside of being lightened up?
No, it is not.
And does this USB also contain a video that is slowed down with some frame numbers on it?
Yes.
And outside of it being slowed down and lightened up with frame numbers on it, is that video changed in any way from your original video outside of those things?
No, it is not.
All right.
Showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 61 for identification purposes, you recognize State 61?
Yes.
And what is State 61?
It is a screenshot from the Snapchat video that I took.
And does this accurately reflect a screen grab from a frame number or frame in time from that original video?
Yes.
Showing you State's Exhibit 62. Do you recognize State 62?
Yes.
And what is State 62?
It is a screenshot also from the Snapchat video that I took.
And does this screenshot differ in any way from what you observed in your video?
No.
Showing you State's Exhibit 63. Do you recognize State 63?
Yes.
And what is State 63?
A screenshot from the Snapchat video.
And again, is this different in any way from the video that you took?
No.
showing you state 64. Do you recognize state 64?
Yes.
And what is state 64?
A screenshot from the Snapchat video I took.
Is this different in any way from the video you took?
No.
Showing you state 65. Recognize state 65.
Yes.
What is state 65?
It's also a screenshot of the Snapchat video.
And is this different in any way from what you reviewed from the video you took on May 14th of 2022?
No.
State 66, do you recognize state 66?
Yes.
And what is state 66?
A screenshot from my Snapchat video.
And is this different from in any way from the video that you took on May 14th of 2022?
No.
State 67, you recognize 67?
Oh, he's
Yes.
got
And what
better,
is state 67?
better footage.
A
for
screenshot
sure.
from my Snapchat video.
And is this different in any way? Does this accurately reflect what the moment in time from that video that you took on May 14th of 2022?
Nope.
Does it reflect it?
Oh, yes.
Okay. And state 68, recognize state 68.
Yes.
And what is
Kids
state
still
68?
use
A
Snapchat.
screenshot from my Snapchat video.
And again, does this accurately depict a screen grab from that video?
Yes.
And finally, 69, you recognize 69?
Yes.
And what is state 69?
It's also a screenshot from my Snapchat video.
And does this accurately reflect that moment in time from that video?
Yes.
Your Honor, without objection, I would offer these as full exhibits.
Attorney Smith?
Let me just quickly look at those.
Certainly, of course.
Well, he looks at those.
Okay.
Clearly, this is probably a longer video, if not a better angle video, because we've got a whole bunch of still shots to talk about, where we're going to identify individuals, where they are, who's where, who's striking who, who's wearing what, who's not wearing something.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, with no objection, court will accept into evidence dates 60 through 69 as full.
Just heads up, we're going to be talking about
Now,
this
when you came
case
out to
on Wednesday with Josh.
see the fight that had
Court
already
confidential.
started videoing, what do you recall seeing when the fight was going on?
Once I walked outside, it was a very chaotic scene in the middle of the yard.
And do you recall seeing anybody who was not your friends at the fight?
Yes.
And what do you recall seeing?
I recall seeing two individuals from the car previously.
And do you recall what they were wearing?
One of them had on a light blue, it appeared to be a jersey.
Okay. And do you recall what the other person was wearing?
I do not.
Prior to that night, had you seen those individuals before?
No, I had not.
And were you asked to identify any of those individuals by the police department?
Yes, I was.
And were you able to identify any of those individuals?
I was after reviewing my video.
And who were you able to identify?
Both individuals.
Who are they? You know who they are?
It was Tyler De Silva and Raul Valle.
And is Raul Valle present in court today?
Yes.
And what is he wearing?
He's wearing a black and white suit and tie.
Can you please point him out for the jury? Your Honor, may the record reflect the witness identified the defendant in this case?
All right, so the court is going to note for the record that the witness identified the defendant. It is 3:25. Is this a good time to break? All right, so the court is going to go ahead and move into our afternoon break. We will take 15 minutes. We will be back in 15 minutes. Thank you so much. Court's in recess.
Okay, I need like a 10-minute break. I've had like 6 waters this morning, and so we're gonna pause. We're gonna pause, and then we'll fast forward. Is that fair? We're not gonna go anywhere. We'll be back. We'll be back. We'll just play some music.
I'm not a camel.
Let's see. I'm trying to find a good song. How about this one? No pee breaks allowed. Too late. Too late. I either go here or I go up in the bathroom. Okay. All right. Be right back.
I was told counsel wanted to see me at sidebar.
Don't miss the forest for the trees.
When are we going to break for lunch, Judge?
Are we going to adjust subject matter jurisdiction?
In front of the Walmart.
Shame on you, sir.
Bring fury.
I'm not going to argue about semantics here.
There's nothing in the order that restrains you from talking to cats.
Have them send someone with more experience.
Scratch all that. Oh, that was terrible. I apologize.
Hey.
The zombie apocalypse may be upon us.
I'm not a cat.
I was kicked back, taking it easy.
I don't like podiums, Your Honor.
I saw a chicken fight.
I think I'm about to catch a whooping.
Is that correct?
Alex stole it as well.
I'm not a camel. Hey. Shame on you, sir. When are we going to break for lunch, Judge?
In front of the Walmart.
All right, let's zoom, shall we?
About semantics here.
What more do you need to see?
Let's see. We're almost over at the break. Let's see how long it lasts. A couple more minutes.
Okay. Are we going to adjust subject matter jurisdiction?
We are.
I was kicked back.
We can see these videos and the pictures that were just.
Thank you, sir. You're my new best friend.
We just had foundation laid for. So let's go to that.
I object.
Oops. Here we go.
Because he's the guy.
I'm the guy. Okay. All right. We're back. Turn the volume down. Loving this mat Mrs. R.A. got me, a standing mat. It is so nice on my feet.
Honorable Judge Murphy, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. You may be seated. Thank you. All right, we'll have the witness come back up into the witness stand. Thank you. Come on up and take a seat. I am going to remind you that you do remain obligated to your oath that you took when you first entered the witness box, okay?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, please bring in the jury.
Always. Jury's coming in. They're about to see some pictures and another video of a fight. I think we get to see the video first. We're probably going to catch up fully tomorrow. We'll start today's today and get fully caught up tomorrow, I think.
Thank you. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. Counsel, please stipulate to the return of all members of our jury.
State will stipulate, Your Honor. Can stipulate, Your Honor.
Thank you. All right, I'll direct the state to continue. Thank you.
Tanner, before we took the break, I was just about to ask you about the fight itself. What did you remember observing about the fight when you were recording it?
It was very chaotic, but there was a little skirmish in the midst of everything. It was really in the center of everything.
And based on you recording and what you recall about the fight, can you tell us, based on your recollection, taking us through the fight, what you remember?
I do not remember too much because once I came out from the back of the house and I went towards the front, there was already a big crowd and the fight was in the middle of the crowd, and I just started recording. It was all really a blur.
And when you were recording, do you recall hearing anything going on during the fight?
Yes, I recall hearing screams to get out of here and just leave.
Do you recall whether or not Charlie Connor said anything during the fight?
Yes, he yelled, "He has a knife, he has a knife."
And when you heard him yell, "He's got a knife, he's got a knife," what, if anything, did you do next?
I do not recall exactly. He said it a few times, therefore it kind of registered in my head.
And when it registered in your head, were you still recording the video?
That is right when the video stopped.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 60. We're going to play the original video.
Yes, sir!
Was that the original video you took?
Whoa. Yes, it was.
Yes, sir!
Was that the lightened up version?
Yes, it was.
Outside of being lightened up, any difference from what you original?
No.
Now slow motion.
Yes, sir!
Couple cheap shots there. He goes out to the car. Dome light turns on. Smacks the guy in the back of the head. Oh.
I'm going to show you some stills from that.
Crazy place to join. High school underage drinking party, high school rivalry turns into a knife fight and turns tragic.
So I'm showing you State's Exhibit 61. This individual right here to the left, with what appears to be pink shorts and white shirt, do you know who that is with the phone in his hand?
Yes, that's Ricky Fiola.
Rico Fiola, Ricky?
Yes.
State 62. Do you know who this individual is?
Yes, that is one of the individuals that was originally in the car and in the fight.
And do you know who that individual is?
Yes, that's Raul Valle.
Defendant?
Yes.
State 63. This individual here with the green shirt and black shorts with white trim, do you know who that is?
Yes, that's Ryan Hines.
And this individual here with the white shirt and black shorts in front of Ryan Hines, who is that?
That is Sal Perry.
And this individual with their shirt off with the jeans on, do you know who that is?
Yes, that's Alex Bernstein.
And this individual here with the black shirt, jeans on, and the red hat, do you know who that is?
Yes, that is Michael Samperi.
And this individual on their knees with their shirt pulled up, do you know who that is?
Yes, that is one of the individuals that was originally in the car.
And do you know the name of that individual?
Yes, Tyler De Silva.
It's a guy getting a whooping.
If there's anybody in front of him on the ground?
I learned after the fact that it was Tyler Rich.
Showing you State 64. Direct your attention to this individual here in the white shirt. Do you know who this is on the right side of 64?
Yes, Charlie Connery.
And again, 65. Is that the same individual?
Yes, it is.
Paying attention to the guy in the street.
State 66. Do you know who this individual is with the white shirt? It appears to be tan shorts on.
Yes, that's Jacob Villalobos.
And this person here with the camouflage shorts with no shirt on with the shirt hanging out the back. Do you know who that is?
Yes, Matthew Lakovich.
And this individual here with the navy blue shirt and white shorts. Do you know who that is?
Yes, Jimmy McGrath.
He died.
State 67. Again, this individual with the white shirt hanging out the back of his pants with the camouflage. That's
Matthew Lakovich.
And this individual here with the tan shorts with the white shirt appears to be pushing on Tyler De Silva. Do you know who that is?
Yes, Jacob Villalobos.
And again, this person here on the right side of the photograph with the navy blue shirt on and the white shorts, who would that be?
Jimmy McGrath.
State 68, the individual here with the shirt pulled up, with the jeans on. Can you tell us who that is?
Tyler De Silva.
And is this frame after Jacob Villalobos seen pushing him out into the street?
Yes, sir.
And the person passing him near the curb, who would that be?
That is the defendant.
And finally, state 69, you know who this individual is in the street with the jeans on and the jersey?
Yes, Tyler De Silva.
And this individual here with the navy blue shirt on and the white shorts, do you know who that is?
Jimmy McGrath.
So Jimmy was the first person.
When you stopped filming, withdrawn.
Withdrawn.
After the fight ended, what did you observe?
After the fight ended, I observed a chaotic scene where Jimmy was laying on the ground and the dark colored Honda Pilot sped away.
What about Jimmy did you observe when you saw him on the ground?
He was just laying in the grass with a bunch of people around him.
And did you recall whether or not he had his shirt on at that moment?
I do not recall.
And did you notice anything else about any of your other friends after the fight was over?
At that moment, I did not.
What happened after the fight ended? What did you do next?
When Jimmy was laying on the ground, he appeared to have wounds and everyone was yelling to go get towels. So then I made my way back through the opening in the backyard and down the cellar doors to go look for towels to assist.
And when you went to go look for towels, what, if anything, did you encounter in the basement?
In the basement, I encountered Ryan Hines slouched up against the wall with his arm across him, seeming to be heavy breathing.
And did you assist Ryan Hines?
Yes, I asked why he was down there, and he was just out of breath. And then I lifted his arm up and saw a wound on his ribcage.
And what side of his do you recall what side?
I do not recall exactly.
And when you witnessed the wound that Ryan Hines had, what if anything, did you do with regards to Ryan?
I told him that he had to go outside to an ambulance right away, and I proceeded to get his mom's phone number.
And did you call his mother?
Yes.
And after you called his mother, did you help him outside, or did you help him outside first and then call his mother?
I helped him to the ambulance, and then I called his mother immediately after.
And after that happened, do you recall whether or not you spoke to police officers?
Yes.
Where did you speak to the police officers?
In the driveway.
Okay. And at some point in time, did you speak to police officers again after that night?
Yes, the following day.
And when you spoke to police officers, did you provide the police officers with the video that we just saw?
Yes, I did.
And on May 14th of 2022, when you were coming out of the Bilko door and you were encountering the fight, did you have any weapons on you?
No, I did not.
Do you recall prior to the fight whether or not any of your friends had any weapons on them?
No, they did not.
And do you recall witnessing anybody during the fight from your friends with any weapons on them?
No, I did not.
Did you witness anybody else with any weapons on them that night?
No.
Did you see anybody actually get stabbed?
No, I did not.
To the best of your recollection, what you told us here today is what you remember?
Yes.
You said you had a couple beers at your brother's house and that was it?
Yes.
Were you intoxicated to the point where you couldn't recall everything that you just testified to today?
No, I was not.
No one was drunk. Everyone had been drinking. That's my understanding.
All right, no further questions at this point.
Cross.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chernowski. You and I have never met before, correct?
No, sir.
We've never discussed this case before.
No, sir.
You did, however, meet with the police and discuss this case, correct?
Yes.
And sir, it's your testimony that when you met with them on May 15th, you provided them with this video?
I do not recall if it was on the 15th, but to the best of my knowledge, yes.
Because you actually also met with them again on the 20th, did you not?
Yes.
Okay. Do you think maybe you provided it to them on the 20th and not on the 15th?
Yes, it may have been on the 20th.
You described for us your relationship with some of these folks, and I want to talk to you a little bit about that, okay?
Yes, sir.
You described knowing Ryan Hines, and you knew Ryan Hines from school, correct?
I met him through mutual friends. Through mutual friends.
We're
And we live in the
catching
same
up.
neighborhood.
And you lived in the same
We're
neighborhood?
almost done this Friday.
And how would you describe the nature of that relationship? Was he your best friend? Was he an acquaintance?
He was a really good friend of mine.
A really good friend. Good enough that you would give him rides to and from parties, even if you weren't necessarily going there. Is that fair to say?
Yes, sir.
And you didn't really describe for us your relationship with Griffin Marcinzik, but how do you know Griffin?
Our families have been family friends since we were very young, so we consider each other cousins, but not by blood.
So close enough that you consider each other cousins, even though you're not actually blood related.
Yes, sir.
Do you have that same closeness in your relationship with Ryan Hines?
Not to the extent.
So you were closer with Griffin Marcinzik than you were necessarily with Ryan Hines. Is that fair to say?
Sir.
And you described that you received a call to give a ride to Ryan and Griffin over to 5 Lazy Brook, correct?
Yes, sir.
At that point, you were at your brother's house?
Yes.
And just for the record, what's your brother's name?
Colin.
Colin?
Yes.
And how old is Colin?
24, I believe.
Now?
Yes, now.
So 21 at the time?
Yes, he was 21 or 22. It was his stepbrother's house, but he was residing there.
Okay. His stepbrother is not your stepbrother?
No.
Okay. Are you and Colin half brothers?
Yes, same father.
Gotcha. And so you did give them a ride over to 5 Lazy Brook, correct?
Yes, sir.
But you just dropped them there?
Yes, sir.
So you didn't witness anything that occurred at 5 Lazy Brook?
No, sir.
Okay. Later, however, you got another call from Ryan Hines again, correct?
Yes, sir.
And at that point, you got Alex Burnson involved, correct?
Yes, sir.
You weren't hanging out with Alex before that call, were you?
No, sir.
So after that call, you contacted Alex Burnson, correct?
Yes, sir.
You recruited him to come and give you a ride over to 43 Laurel Glen, correct?
Yes, sir.
How did you know to go to 43 Laurel Glen?
Sorry. Ryan informed me that that was where he was going to be going.
And he wanted you to come there and meet up with him?
I was more being a concerned friend, so I was going to go check on him no matter where he was.
Okay. And were you going to take Alex Burnson with you no matter what?
Alex was my first call because I had a few drinks and he does not drink. So I knew that in a serious situation that if I needed him to pick me up, he would.
So if there was going to be a serious situation, you wanted Alex Burnson to be with you?
Objection is the characterization.
I'll overrule it. That's how it was characterized by the witness.
Can you rephrase, please?
If there was going to be a serious situation, you wanted Alex Burnson to be with you, correct?
No, not saying there was going to be a serious situation. It was a serious situation because I was made aware of something that supposedly happened to my friend. So to me, it was a serious situation to check on his well-being.
And that serious situation was you thought that there had been a fight that Mr. Hines had been involved with, correct?
Yes, sir.
And so you got Alex Burnson, not Colin, to take you over to 43 Laurel Glen. Is that fair to say?
Yes, sir.
And you identified for us Alex Burnson in the videos that we just watched, right?
Yes, sir.
Alex Burnson's the guy with no shirt on who's standing over somebody and throwing a few blows, right?
Yes, sir.
How much do you think Alex Burnson, or do you know how Mr. Burnson had to drink that evening?
He does not drink.
Does not drink.
At the time, he did not drink.
And you told us that when you got there to the house at 43 Laurel Glen, you had had a couple of drinks, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you described those as being seltzers, correct?
Yes, sir.
You also told the state's attorney on your direct examination that those had been beers, correct?
Yes, sir.
Did you have both that night, seltzers and beers?
No, I did not.
Which one was it, seltzer or beer?
It was seltzer.
Do you know which kind of seltzer?
I do not recall.
And you can't tell us exactly how many of those seltzers you'd had?
Not more than a few.
Not more than a few?
Yep.
What is a few?
2 to 3.
Few is an 8.
You can't recall how long you were at
2
your
to 3
brother's,
would be
correct?
a couple or more.
No, I cannot.
But it was enough time at least to have a few seltzers.
Yes, sir.
Was anybody else drinking with you?
At my brother's house?
Yes.
Yes.
Who?
I do not recall. My older brother's stepbrother's friends, their get together.
And at this time you were 18, correct?
Yes, sir.
Who supplied you with those seltzers?
I do not recall. It was a get together, so I really just grabbed them.
But you don't recall who supplied you as an underage person with those seltzers?
No, sir.
And you left your brother's house and went to Tyler's Rich's house at 43 Laurel Glen, correct?
Yes, sir.
You were driven there by Alex Burnson, correct?
Yes, sir.
And along the way, you claim you didn't have anything more to drink, correct?
No, sir.
And when you got there, you say you didn't go inside the house?
No, sir.
And when you got there, who was the first person that you saw?
I saw Ryan Hines.
Where did you see him?
In the street/front yard area.
What was he doing?
He was standing there by a car, just talking.
Who was he talking to?
I do not recall exactly. I remember Griffin being out there and Tyler Rich.
And so to your recollection, when you arrived, it was just Ryan Hines, Griffin Marcinzik, and Tyler Rich that were outside?
To my knowledge, yes.
Do you recall anybody else being there who you just didn't recognize?
Yes.
And how many people do you think were there that you saw?
I do not recall exactly, but not many. Maybe.
Not many people?
No.
30 people
Are you saying outside talking to Ryan?
that you saw?
That I saw outside?
Yes.
Not many people, not 30.
Not at that point.
No.
Did you see Ricky Fiola when you got there?
I do not recall.
Did you see Sal Perry when you got there?
I do not recall.
Did you see Michael Sampiri when you got there?
I do not recall.
Did you see Alex Burnson?
Yes.
Because he was with you.
Yes, sir.
Did you see Charlie Connery when you got there?
I do not recall.
Did you see Jacob Villalobos when you got there?
I do not recall.
You did see Tyler Rich.
Yes, sir.
Did you see Michael Lokovich when you got there?
No, sir. I do not recall.
But you do recall seeing all of those folks in the video later on, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you said you were there for about 20 minutes, correct?
Yes, sir.
Were you outside that whole time?
I was outside and I made my way to the cellar doors in the back and the staircase. Yes.
So for 20 minutes, you were outside and then you made your way to the cellar doors at some point.
Yes, sir.
And while you were there, you weren't having anything to drink at that point?
No, sir.
Did you see other people drinking?
I do not recall.
You say Ryan Hines was by a car?
In the front yard, there was a couple cars parked on the left side of the street if you're facing farmhouse, and then more cars parked on the right side of the street.
So cars parked on both sides of the street?
Yes, there was about not many cars on the left side towards the house. There was, I would say, maybe 3 cars, but there was more cars on the opposite side across the street.
So 3 cars on the left side by the house? Even more cars on the right side?
Yes, sir.
Across the street?
Yes, sir.
How many cars, if you recall, were in the parking, the driveway?
I do not recall exactly.
Do you recall later that there were cars in the driveway?
Yes, sir.
Do you recall a blue truck being in the driveway?
Yes, sir.
Do you recall any other cars being in the driveway?
I do not recall.
Do you recall a basketball hoop being anywhere?
Yes, sir.
Where was that located?
Right to the left side of the mailbox in the street.
Jamie Jane, thank you.
And you told
Thank
us
you, 26 months.
that
OG.
you went to the cellar doors. Had you been to this house before?
Yes, sir.
So you knew where to go?
Yes, sir.
You were familiar with the layout of the house?
Yes, sir.
The layout of the yard?
Yes, sir.
The layout of the neighborhood itself?
Yes, sir.
That neighborhood, you would agree, is made up of a number of through streets and then a number of streets that come off of that end in cul-de-sacs, right?
Can you rephrase, please? Sorry.
Sure. There is a number of streets that are called through streets that they connect one street to another, right?
Yes.
Adams is one of those streets.
Mm-hmm. Yes, sir.
And then there's a number of streets that are cul-de-sacs where they end in little circular dead ends, right?
Yes, sir.
And that's what that neighborhood is comprised of, right?
Yes, sir.
You knew that because you'd been there before.
Yes, sir.
And you were familiar enough with this house that you just walked up to the back cellar doors, right?
No, when I got there, there was individuals outside who I am friends with, so I did not walk right back up to the cellar doors. I was standing in the front having a conversation.
Okay, but you didn't feel any need to tell anybody, I'm going to go walk to the cellar doors and go downstairs now, right?
The owner of the house, Tyler Rich, was outside at the initial conversation.
And you didn't feel like you needed to tell him, Tyler, I'm going to go to the inside the house now. Is that okay?
Well, people were starting to walk back to the house, so he was aware that I was there and was aware that with people walking back to the house, I would be among those.
And that it would be okay for you to do so?
Yes, sir.
Because you'd been there before?
Yes, sir.
You were familiar with the layout of the house?
Yes, sir.
And they were familiar with you? You didn't expect anybody to try and stop you when you went to those cellar doors?
No, sir.
And you told us that you went down the cellar steps, but you didn't make it to the bottom, right?
Yes, sir.
When you were standing on the cellar steps, could you see into the basement?
I do not recall.
And you don't recall seeing any drinking going on?
No, I do not recall.
You didn't see any evidence of drinking anywhere along the way between the front yard to the cellar steps, wherever you made it ultimately?
No, sir.
And then you told us that you came back because you heard yelling, and that yelling was at their back?
Yes, sir.
Ohio Gin, thank you. 29
To your knowledge, had the Honda Pilot been there before at that point?
It was previously there and drove away.
It was previously there and drove away sometime before you were there for 20 minutes?
No, the Honda Pilot, their first arrival was when I was already at the house.
When you arrived to the house?
Yes, sir.
Was the Honda Pilot there?
No, sir.
You're saying that before you arrived, the Honda Pilot had already been there?
No, sir.
Okay. What do you mean that it had been there before you arrived?
I misunderstood your question. The Honda Pilot was not there prior to my being there.
So when you heard that they were back, what did that mean to you if the pilot had not been there before?
I misunderstood your question. So the Honda Pilot had driven away down the street when I was at the cellar doors. So when I heard the words "they're back," I understood that the car came back down the street and was back at the house.
You didn't see the car?
No, I did not.
And you came back into the front yard?
Yes, sir.
Who else was with you?
I do not recall exactly. There was a group of individuals walking back through the front.
Large group of individuals, right?
I do not recall exactly, but there was a few people. I was not paying attention to who was with me.
A few, 2 or 3, like with the seltzers or more?
I do not recall exactly.
30 to 40?
The seltzers.
Upon watching the video after, could see that there was a large group, but in an instance where when I immediately walked back to the front, I do not recall.
You don't recall the people that were in the house pouring out into the front yard?
I do not recall.
Man, he's struggling with his memory.
And you said that when the vehicle came back, it parked right in front of the mailbox, right?
Yes, sir.
Wasn't on the other side of the street?
Yes,
right there by that mailbox?
Yes, sir.
And you said you walked out to see with Griffin Marcinzik, correct?
I do not recall saying I walked out with him.
Was Griffin Marcinzik with you?
I do not recall who exactly was with me when I walked back to the front upon hearing they're back.
Okay. You didn't tell us that you walked out with Ryan Hines?
I do not recall saying that. I do not remember who I walked out from the cellar doors back to the front with.
You don't recall telling us that you walked out with Tyler Rich?
No, sir.
When you were in the front yard,
Laura,
you said at least Griffin Marcinzik, Ryan Hines, and Tyler Rich were out there, right?
Yes, sir.
But in fact, everyone ultimately ended up pouring out into the front yard, did they not?
I am not sure if it was everybody, but a large group eventually, there was a large group eventually on the lawn.
Right, it wasn't just a few people, was it?
No, sir.
It wasn't 2 or 3?
No, sir.
And you told us that the car stopped in the middle of the road right in front of the mailbox and that the Shelton High kids all approached the car, correct?
This is prior to the car driving away, you're asking?
Let's focus on what you've told us.
Mm-hmm.
You said that you came back out, the car is parked there by the mailbox, right?
Once I came back out of the cellar doors after I heard yelling that they're back, yes.
Okay, that's what we're talking about right now.
Okay.
At that point, everybody poured out of the house, correct?
I do not recall.
Okay. Do you recall telling us that the Shelton High School kids all approached the car and that there was arguing back and forth?
That was prior, yes, sir.
Prior to what?
Approaching of the car was when I was still outside having a conversation prior to me ever making it to the back of the house.
When you got there initially, you told us you did not see the Honda Pilot.
No, sir.
Correct?
Yes, sir.
You were there outside for 20 minutes or so, correct?
Yes, sir.
You went down to the cellar door, correct?
No, sir. The car pulled up upon me being outside before
you
I
went to the cellar door.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Would you agree that that's different than what you told us on direct?
I misunderstood what you said, but yes, sir.
When the car pulls up after you come back from the cellar doors, you go back into the front yard. And at that point, the car is by the mailbox?
Can you rephrase again? Sorry.
What part of it do you not understand? So I know what to rephrase.
It's argumentative.
It's not argumentative. He's asking a question. Why don't you just rephrase the question, Attorney Smith?
Let's go from the cellar doors, okay? You're at the cellar doors, you hear something, you go back to the front yard. Do you recall that?
Yes.
When you go back to the front yard, that's when you see the Honda Pilot that you've described being by the mailbox, correct?
Yes, sir.
And at that point, Shelton High School kids all approached the car and there was arguing back and forth, correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, you thought that there were 4 to 5 kids in that car, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you thought that the occupants of that car included Mr. De Silva, correct?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Snyder, correct?
I learned his name after, but yes, sir.
Mr. Valle, correct?
Yes, sir.
And another person named Anthony Greco, correct?
Yes, sir.
Anthony Greco wasn't there that night, was he?
No, sir.
But you thought he was in that car?
Yes, sir.
You told that to officers?
Yes, sir.
Just threw Greco
And
under
once
the
these
bus.
kids go over and there's arguing back and forth, as you described it, where were you at that point?
When the car first got there and what I described as the arguing, I was at the driver's side rear door.
Driver's side rear door.
Yes, sir.
How close were you to the car?
I do not recall exactly, not far, but an arm's length.
Arm's length away, you could reach out and
Pretty
touch
close.
it?
I do not recall exactly, but I was close enough to have a conversation without raising my voice.
Going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 30. Is that the Honda Pilot that you saw that night?
Yes, sir.
Do you see a defect in the windshield on the passenger side?
Yes, sir, I do.
Do you recall that being there the first time that you saw that vehicle that evening?
I do not recall.
Nobody knows when the window got broken. Oh, man, Kaylee, I'm jealous. I'm jealous. Went to the beach last week. Wish I had my
And you said that a
mother's
glass bottle was thrown out of the car towards the house, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that glass came from the driver's side, correct?
Yes, sir.
Where you were standing by the driver's side rear door an arm's length away, correct?
Yes, sir.
There was some arguing and then they sped off, you told us.
Yes, sir.
You didn't see anybody touching that vehicle?
I do not recall exactly.
You didn't see anybody rocking that vehicle?
I do not recall.
You didn't see all the Shelton High kids surrounding that vehicle?
I do not recall because I was at the driver's side. I was just talking.
So if the other kids were all surrounding that vehicle, you couldn't see that from where you were standing by the driver's side?
I was not really paying attention to everybody else.
What were you paying attention to?
I was paying attention into the car and trying to listen to the arguing and what was being said.
You were paying attention into the car and you thought you saw Anthony Greco in there?
I did not know who Anthony Greco was. I gained that knowledge upon after.
You gained the knowledge that Anthony Greco was in the car afterwards?
So I did not know who Anthony Greco was, but upon having a conversation with my friends after, I thought that it was Anthony Greco that was also there, but I did not have any prior knowledge who he was.
So afterwards, before you talked to the cops, you talked to some folks and you decided that Anthony Greco was in that car and that's what you told the officers.
Could you rephrase one more time? Sorry.
Afterwards, you talked to some folks. You decided based upon that Anthony Greco was in the car and you told the cops that Anthony Greco was in that car, correct?
I do not recall exactly what I said with it being 3 years ago, but if that was in the statement.
And now you're telling us Anthony Greco wasn't in that car.
No, sir.
But that's what your friends told you.
I do not recall exactly, but it was conversation after.
And that's what you told the cops when you talked to them on the 15th, correct?
I do not recall exactly, but if that's in the statement, yes.
Wow. A little bit of snark, a little bit of back and forth.
You didn't see anybody touching the vehicle?
I do not recall exactly.
You didn't see anybody rocking the vehicle?
I do not recall.
You didn't see anybody surrounding the vehicle?
There was individuals outside, but I do not recall any surrounding.
And you recall the vehicle being right there by that mailbox?
At the initial them pulling up, it was in the middle of the street, which I signified earlier.
And what we're talking about now, when you're standing there and there's arguing going back and forth, that vehicle is by that mailbox.
When there was arguing in the very beginning, it was in the middle of the street. The mailbox was after, when people were yelling they're back. So yes.
Okay. After this arguing was going on, they sped off, correct?
Yes, sir.
And they went down the street towards Farmhouse Lane?
Yes, sir.
And you went back towards the cellar doors?
Yes, sir.
You didn't see anybody go down towards Farmhouse Lane from the Shelton High kids, did you?
I do not recall.
You didn't hear anybody go down there towards from the Shelton High kids to go down towards Farmhouse Lane, did you?
I do not recall.
Okay, well, he's talking.
But you do recall that you went back down towards the cellar doors and hung out for a bit, right?
Yes, sir.
Did you go downstairs into the cellar this time?
I did not make it into the basement fully, no.
Where did you do this hanging out for a bit?
I was right at the cellar doors and on the stairs.
Why didn't you go down into the cellar?
I do not recall exactly.
Were there other people there by the cellar doors with you?
I do not recall, but...
You sure it was only 2 beers? There's a lot you're not remembering.
Were you standing there by yourself?
I do not recall.
And at some point, you said that some of the occupants of the Honda Pilot were throwing beer bottles outside, correct?
Yes, sir.
But you never saw anybody from the Shelton High kids throw anything at that Pilot, did you?
No, sir, I do not recall.
Didn't see anybody punch anybody in the Honda Pilot?
I do not recall.
Did you see anything going on in the front passenger or the front driver's side of the Honda Pilot?
I do not recall exactly.
But you do recall that you heard a loud scream from outside, and that's when you went back towards the front, right?
I heard yelling that they're back, and that's when I went back.
And you heard yelling that they're back again? This is the second time that you've heard this?
No, that was only one instance.
So now this is when you're hearing the yelling that they're back.
Yes.
Not the first time that you described to us where you had come in, you were going down to the cellar doors, and then you came back the first time.
I only made it to the cellar doors one time.
Okay. You didn't tell us before that you made it to the cellar doors, you came back, that's when we had this whole discussion about the things going on there by the front mailbox, and then after they left, you went back to the cellar door a second time?
I made it back to the cellar doors one time, and that was when the car had driven away. I walked back to the front yard once I heard they're back.
Okay.
I'm going to keep the audio going, but I need the
When you
Roman
got
numerals
there,
translated here.
The second time, you said
what's
you
on
started a
his arm?
Snapchat video, right?
Yes, sir.
And we watched that Snapchat video, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you described a chaotic scene with a fight in the middle of the grass, right?
Yes, sir.
In fact, there were really two fights going on, right?
Yes, sir.
Right. There was the fight that's over here with Tyler DeSilva. That's one fight, you'd agree?
Yes, sir.
And then there was a second fight that was going on with Mr. Valle, correct?
I do not recall seeing that fight by the time I made it to the front.
Did you see that fight occur in the video that you watched a few times here?
I do not recall.
You don't recall that at all?
No.
And you were standing over by this concrete square, correct?
Yes, sir.
In fact, you were moving around to some extent, were you not?
Yes, sir.
And you told us that you heard screaming, correct?
I do not recall.
You don't recall whether or not you told us that you heard screaming?
The only screaming that I recall hearing is that they're back.
That's all you recall hearing is they're back?
Yes.
You just watched the video, right?
Yes, sir.
And you heard somebody say, yes, sir, right?
Yes, sir.
Was that you?
Yes, sir.
So it wasn't just that people were screaming that you heard. You were screaming, yes, sir?
Yes, sir.
What did that mean, yes, sir?
I do not recall exactly. It was in the heat of the moment.
Well, what were you watching when you said, yes, sir?
I was watching an altercation on the grass.
You were watching Alex Burnson, shirtless, throwing blows at Tyler DeSilva while he was on the ground with his shirt pulled up over his head hockey style, right?
Upon watching the video, I saw that. Yes, sir.
So that yes, sir was celebratory. Would you agree?
I would not say celebratory. No.
You weren't answering a question, were you?
Excuse me. Rephrase, please.
Nobody had said to you, are you having a good time this evening, Mr. Chernowski? Did they?
No, sir.
You weren't answering a question, were you?
No, sir.
You were celebrating. You were saying, yes, sir.
I do not recall celebrating, but yes, those were my words.
Okay. Did you also hear somebody say, get some, nigger?
Upon watching the video, yes, sir.
Was that you as well?
No, sir.
Are you sure?
Yes, sir.
How are you sure?
That is not my voice. That was another individual.
Whose voice was it?
I do not recall exactly.
Was that also just the heat of the moment?
It was not me, so I'm not too sure.
Didn't bother you though, did it?
No, it did not.
Now, you told us that you heard screaming, out of here, just leave, but you didn't tell us about the yes, sir, and you didn't tell us about the racial epithet until right now, right?
No, sir.
And in fact, you didn't tell officers about this video until the third time that you spoken to them, correct?
I do not recall exactly which time.
You identified for us in State's Exhibit 61, Ricky Fiola, right?
Yes, sir.
He had a phone in his hand as well, didn't he?
Yes, sir.
And he had the flashlight on at least, correct?
Yes, sir.
And he was also live streaming this, wasn't he?
I do not recall if he was live streaming. I just recall seeing a light.
You don't need a light to live stream. This attorney's a little confused about that. Bravo Chick, thank you very
You weren't
much.
filming that night because you thought this was something that the cops should see, were you?
No, sir.
You were filming because this is something you were enjoying, wasn't it?
No, sir.
Did you say yes, sir?
I said no, sir.
Sorry. What were you going to do with that video after you took it?
I do not recall exactly.
But you weren't going to give it to the cops, were you?
Yes, sir, I would have.
You didn't until they asked about it, right?
Yes, sir.
You described a couple other people in that video for us. You said the green shirt was Ryan Hines, correct?
Yes, sir.
White and black in front, that was Sal Perry, correct?
Yes, sir.
One person with the shirt off over top of Mr. DeSilva, that was Alex Burnson that you had brought with you?
Yes, sir.
Black shirt and red hat, Michael Sampieri?
Yes, sir.
DeSilva, you described as wearing the light blue jersey. I believe it was an Ole Miss jersey.
I do not recall saying Ole Miss, but I said a light blue jersey.
And then you described Tyler Rich as being on the ground in front of Mr. De Silva in that?
Yes, sir.
That's what you could make out from that?
Yes, sir.
We also saw Mr. Villalobos in there, correct?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Lakovich was in there with no shirt on?
Yes, sir.
How did you know Mr. Lakovich?
We were friends.
How old was Mr. Lakovich?
I do not recall exactly.
You didn't start filming until the fight had already begun. Is that fair to say?
Yes, sir.
Did you see the fight begin?
No, sir.
You didn't?
No, sir.
Where were you when the fight began?
I was at the cellar doors.
So you didn't see somebody throw the first punch?
No, sir.
When you spoke with officers, you described Lito as wearing a dark hooded sweatshirt, correct?
I do not recall exactly.
He was not wearing a dark hooded sweatshirt that night, was he?
I do not recall.
You told the officers that you observed it from a distance, right?
I do not recall.
In fact, you didn't just observe it from a distance. You were filming the thing, right?
Yes, sir.
You were cheering it on, right?
I do not recall cheering it on, but I was yelling at one point in the video, yes.
You wouldn't describe saying, yes, sir, as cheering it on?
No, sir.
That wasn't encouraging things?
I do not recall exactly.
And where was Ryan Hines while this was going on?
I do not recall exactly where he was.
But you told the officers that you saw the defendant strike Ryan Hines in the ribs, right?
I do not recall.
But you couldn't have seen the defendant strike Ryan Hines in the ribs, right?
I do not recall exactly where they were.
Well, we saw what you saw, did we not?
Yes, sir.
Did you see the defendant strike Ryan Hines in the ribs?
No, sir.
No, you didn't, but you told the cops that, right?
I do not recall exactly saying that.
And how did you know Mr. McGrath?
We have mutual friends.
Okay. Had you ever been to parties with him before?
We have been in the same places a few times, yes.
Did you see him drinking this evening?
No, I did not.
You told officers when you spoke with them before you gave them the video that to the best of your knowledge, this entire incident was completely random, right?
Yes, sir.
But it wasn't completely random, was it?
I do not recall.
You don't recall what?
What are you referring to when you say it was not completely random?
Well, what were you referring to when you said the entire incident was completely random?
I was made aware of an incident that happened prior, but other than that, of the individuals making their way to our Shelton House party, that was random to my knowledge.
Making their way to which party?
To Tyler Rich's house.
That was completely random.
To my prior knowledge, it was random of them showing up there, yes.
To your knowledge, the defendant, Jack Snyder, and Tyler De Silva showed up at 43 Laurel Glen Drive completely randomly.
To my knowledge, up to that point, it was completely random for them to have shown up there.
You told these officers that you saw the defendant lying on the ground after getting punched and there was a stampede. Did you not?
I do not recall.
You don't recall telling that to Officer Iannotti when you spoke to him on May 20th?
I do not recall.
Did you see the defendant lying on the ground after getting punched and then there was a stampede and Mr. Hines was pushed and landed on Mr. Valle?
I do not recall exactly seeing that.
Well, you did describe to us that it was a chaotic scene, right?
Yes, sir.
What was chaotic about it?
It was very chaotic with a fight. There was a lot of yelling and there was people outside. It was just a chaotic scene to follow.
There was only 2 of these kids from St. Joe's there, correct?
Yes, sir.
On the grass, correct?
On the grass, yes, sir.
There were at least 20 Shelton High kids there in the lawn, correct?
I do not recall exactly how many, but there was a large group of Shelton kids outside, yes.
Do you dispute that there was at least 20?
I do not recall exactly how many, but there was a larger group.
You wouldn't dispute that there was 30, would you?
I do not recall exactly how many were out there.
You wouldn't dispute that there was 40, would you?
I do not recall exactly how many people were out there.
Would you agree that the 2 St. Joe's kids were vastly outnumbered?
Of people fighting? There was not many people in the actual fight. There was a lot of bystanders around.
How many people would you say were fighting in that video that you recorded?
To the best of my knowledge, exactly, I'd say a few, not too many.
A few?
Yes, sir.
Like those seltzers, 2 or 3?
Yes.
Upon watching the video, I could see there was a fight in the grass, and there was a punch thrown from behind, from Alex Bernstein.
You like the seltzers. Attorney's getting those little jabs in.
You didn't see anyone actually get stabbed, correct?
No, sir.
And the reason that you didn't initially share that video that you made on the night of is because you were afraid you might get in trouble, right?
I do not recall why I did not give it over.
You knew that that video showed your friends engaged in some assaultive behavior, correct?
Yes, sir.
You didn't want your friends to get in trouble, did you?
I obviously did not want them to get in trouble, but I do not recall if that was a reason I did not give it over.
Well, you say you obviously did not want them to get in trouble. What's so obvious about that?
Well, nobody ever wants their friends to get in trouble, but that would not be the reason that I would not hand the video over.
But you didn't hand the video over immediately, did you?
No, sir.
You had it on the night of the 14th, correct?
Yes, sir.
You had it on the 15th, correct?
Yes, sir.
You talked with Officer Bitsko and Officer Staples, correct?
I do not recall Officer Bitsko, who that is, but Officer Staples, yes, I know.
At the Shelton PD, correct?
Yes, sir.
And then you went back again on the 20th, and that's when you talked with Officer Iannotti, correct?
I do not recall that officer's name, but I did end up going back. Yes, sir.
And that's when you gave him the video, right?
I do not recall exactly which time I gave them the video.
Did you share that video with anybody else?
No, sir, I did not.
Didn't post it on some social media?
So that night, the video was on a private story and then deleted as soon as everything calmed down.
Let's talk about that. The video was on a private story?
Yes, sir.
It just got there on its own?
No, I posted it on a private story, and that's when I put my phone back into my pocket.
You posted that video that night on your private story?
Yes, sir.
How many people had access to it?
I do not recall.
All your friends?
I do not recall exactly how many people have access to it.
This kid's been.
Do you let all of your friends have access to your private stories?
I do not recall exactly how many. Some of my friends are in it, some are not.
When you posted it to your private stories,
yes, sir.
You didn't give it to the police, did you?
No, sir. It was posted the night of and deleted almost immediately.
Because you were afraid you might get in trouble, right?
I deleted the video upon realizing exactly, what had happened that night. But no, not about getting in trouble. Once I realized what had happened and what had occurred, and we came to the realization that obviously there was injured and Jimmy was severely wounded, the video was taken down. Right after.
Well, you knew that Jimmy was severely wounded that night, did you not?
Yes, sir.
But you posted it that night, right?
I posted it. There's a button on Snapchat where if you just click it once, it automatically posts. There's no second verification needed or anything. So upon clicking that button, it was posted to my story instantly. And then I put my phone back in my pocket.
You posted that video that night, right?
Yes, sir.
It wasn't just posted on its own.
No, sir.
You did that.
Yes, sir.
Rather than give that to the police.
I did not have a meeting with the police. I forgot about the video immediately when it was on my story that night upon first responders getting there and everything. And then I remembered about the video. I do not recall exactly when. It was in the next few hours to a friend of mine saying that the video was on my story.
You posted that video that night shortly after we heard you say, yes, sir, right?
Yes, sir.
And that was before you realized how seriously Mr. McGrath was injured. Was that fair to say?
Yes, sir.
You posted that video because that was a trophy. You wanted people to see what had happened because you didn't know yet how serious it was. That's the truth, isn't it?
No, sir. I posted the video. I do not recall exactly why I posted the video, but I just posted it. I wasn't really thinking.
Did you post any other videos that night?
I do not recall. I do not believe so.
But you didn't not give it to the police because you were afraid that you might get in trouble.
I do not recall exactly why I did not give it to them.
And you don't recall if you didn't give it to the police because you didn't want any of your friends to get in trouble?
No, I do not recall exactly why I did not.
You don't recall anybody laying hands on that car that you saw there, correct?
I do not recall watching anything at the car.
You don't recall whether or not that vehicle had that defect in the windshield when you saw it, correct?
I do not recall seeing that.
And you don't recall why you said, yes, sir. Is that what you told us?
I'm going to object based on asked and answered at this point.
Sustained.
Nothing further. Thank you.
All right.
Let's see if his memory gets better here.
On direct examination, when we spoke before, and counsel just asked you about the phrase that you said "they're back." Let's reset, okay? When the Honda Pilot first gets there, where are you? First gets there that night.
When the Honda Pilot first arrived, it was in the middle of the street, and I was also in the middle of the road to the side of the mailbox.
So you're saying this is 652. It's in the middle of the street somewhere here, maybe where the yellow X is?
Yes, it's relatively right about here.
Okay.
I was on the driver's side.
So when you say that it was in front of the mailbox, you're not saying it's parked in front of the mailbox, right?
No.
So when you're saying it's in front of the mailbox, it's somewhere in front of the mailbox but in the middle of the street.
Yes, in the middle of the street.
So when you said on direct examination and then again explored on cross-examination, whether the phrase that you used there back, did you misspeak at that moment? Is that the first time they came to the house?
No, so the first time they came to the house was when the car was in the middle of the street. Okay. I misunderstood what the defendant's lawyer said when I said their back was after the car first drove away, and I made it to the back of the cellar doors upon the hearing.
So just so we're clear, car's in the middle of the street, you go up, you're on the driver's side, you see what you see, and then the car drives off, right?
Yes, sir.
And after the car drives off, you make your way back to the cellar doors, right?
Upon the car driving off, yes, I made my way to the back basement cellar doors.
And when you made your way back to the cellar doors, how long did you hang out there?
I do not recall exactly. It was not too long.
And at some point in time, you heard their back?
Yes, sir.
And at that point in time, what did you observe about the car? Where was the car located?
Once I heard the yelling their back, I proceeded to go to the front, and the car was relatively close to the mailbox, more towards the yard this time.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 62.
The tattoo on his arm says 7377.
Right here?
Yes, sir.
What does this appear to be down here on the bottom part of 62?
It appears to be a parked car.
Okay. And this up here with the lights on, what does this appear to be?
A house across the street?
This right here, this structure right here.
That appears to be the dark Honda Pilot.
Okay. So if this car, do you recall where this car down here to the bottom of 62, do you recall if that was parked facing Adams Drive near the mailbox, or was it facing the other way?
I do not recall exactly.
But at some point in time, when the Honda Pilot comes back, does it come back towards Adams or going the other way?
It came back, and the car was going towards Adam, facing Adam.
And so this is the car, right? You're telling us this is the Honda Pilot right here, right?
Yes, sir.
And that's the defendant in front of the Honda Pilot?
Yes, sir.
It's safe to say that he's between a parked car on the side of the road and the car, this car being in the middle of the road?
Yes, sir.
So is it at that moment when you heard, well, shortly before that moment, when you heard their back? Is that when you heard their back?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So when we're referring to their back, you're referring to this moment in time just before the fight starts.
When I heard their back, I was already at the cellar doors, and that was right prior to me walking out and observing a fight on the front lawn.
Counsel asked you why you videoed that fight that night. I mean, do you do a lot of videoing on Snapchat?
Yes, sir.
Why do you do that?
I'm not too sure why.
I mean, do you randomly video things?
Yes, sir. Me and my friends always take videos like when we're doing anything, really.
Is that the whole purpose of Snapchat? What's the purpose of Snapchat? Why do you have it?
Snapchat is to send pictures and or videos to friends, or you could create a story, which I explained before.
And is it common for you and your friends to just whip your phone out and start videoing things or taking pictures?
Yes, sir.
And is it common for you and your friends on Snapchat? Withdrawn. Do you use any other social media apps?
Yes, sir. Okay.
And is it common for you and your friends to use social media apps such as Snapchat to video things and post them to your Snapchat account?
Yes, sir.
Have you done that before?
Yes, sir.
And when you've done that before, did you do it just kind of not thinking about it? You video something and you just post it for the sake of posting it?
Yes, sir.
And why do you do that?
Really just catch memories, I would say.
Okay.
Yeah, that's really it.
So when you video this fight on May 14th of 2022, was it kind of one of those impulsive things that you did?
Yes.
And when you posted it, is that one of those impulsive things when you posted? I guess you said you hit a button or something and it posted right away?
Yeah, I do not recall exactly, but there is a button on the main screen where if you hit it, it immediately will post.
Is that something that you've done in the past?
Yes, sir.
Is that something that you've done in the past when you kind of can do it without looking at the screen? Or do you have to kind of watch what you're doing and then hit something real quick?
You have to kind of look at it, but if you click add to story, it will add to your story.
So when you posted this video that we watched today, is that something that as soon as the video ended, you kind of posted it and then kind of realized what had happened?
Yes, sir.
Now, I have no further questions. Thank you.
Okay. Any additional costs?
I just have some brief questions.
All right.
Just want to make sure we've got this correct now. First time the car arrives, You're standing by the rear passenger side, correct?
The first time that the car arrives in the middle of the street, I was at the rear driver's side.
Rear driver's side.
Yep.
Thank you for correcting me. You're standing at the rear driver's side. You didn't see anybody else surrounding the car.
I do not recall exactly.
You don't recall anybody touching the car, even though you were an arm's length away.
Yeah, I do not recall exactly.
You don't recall anybody rocking the car.
I do not recall.
You don't recall anybody damaging that car in any way.
I do not recall.
Car drives off. You go back to the cellar doors for some time. I believe you described that as being maybe 20, 25 minutes, right?
I do not recall exactly how long. It was a little bit of time.
When the car drove off, it headed down towards Farmhouse Lane, right?
Yes, sir.
You stayed outside by the back cellar doors.
Yes, sir. I was right on the stairs.
You didn't see any Shelton High kids go down towards Farmhouse Lane?
I do not recall seeing anybody.
You don't recall hearing anybody go down towards Farmhouse Lane from Shelton High?
No, sir.
You don't recall seeing Tyler Rich go down there?
No, sir.
You don't recall seeing Ricky Field go down there?
No, sir.
Nobody, right?
Sir.
Second time you hear they're back, right?
Yes, sir.
This time the car is relatively close to the mailbox with another car in front of it, correct?
As seen in the picture, the car is in the middle of the street with a parked car parallel to it, yes.
You were asked a whole bunch of questions on redirect about randomly videoing things. Do you remember that?
Yes, sir.
This wasn't randomly videoing something, was it?
I do not recall exactly. Upon seeing lights, once I made my way to the front yard, there was lights and what appeared to be, I thought, other people were recording. Therefore, I started a recording, yes.
It wasn't random, right?
I saw other lights, so I started recording upon coming into the front yard.
You saw lights, and that made you decide you needed to record something?
I thought that other people were recording.
You told us that you record things to catch memories, right?
Yes, sir.
That's what you just told the state's attorney, to catch memories, right?
Yes, sir.
This was a memory that you wanted to catch, wasn't it?
No, sir.
This wasn't a memory that you wanted to catch?
Upon walking out into the grass and seeing other lights, I thought other people were recording. And in this day and age, kind of just the first instinct.
You recorded this because you wanted to catch this memory. It's only after the fact, when you figured out what had occurred, that you decided, maybe this isn't the memory I want to keep anymore. That's the truth, isn't it?
I do not recall exactly why I started this recording. It was a spur of the moment, and I just started recording.
It wasn't to catch the memory of Shelton High kids getting the better of the two St. Joe's kids?
No, sir.
Did you say yes, sir?
I said no, sir.
Nothing.
Anything further?
Nothing further.
Did you say yes,
You're all
sir?
set. Okay, exit the witness stand. Please watch your step as you exit, okay? All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to adjourn for the day. I want to remind the jury before we do that you must abide by your rules of juror conduct. I also described to you your instructions at the beginning of the trial. So those instructions that I gave to you at the beginning of the trial apply. You must abide by those rules. So tomorrow is a court holiday. We will not be in session tomorrow. That's Thursday. Friday, we will also not be in session for purposes of this trial. All right. So for the purposes of the jurors, you will not need to be here Thursday or Friday of this week. We will resume evidence on Monday. Again, I cannot stress how important it is that you abide by your obligations. You're going to be going home to Curious People. You're going to have 4 days where you are going to have access to social media and media, newspapers, local postings and conversation. Please do your best to avoid anything about this trial. Please do not discuss anything about this trial or any issues arising out of it with anyone. We'll see you back on Monday. Again, I also want to stress, do not visit any of the locations that have been discussed. Do not conduct any independent research or investigation into any of the issues arising out of this trial. Your obligation is to decide this case at the end of the trial based solely on the evidence presented here in this courtroom. I expect that you take your oath seriously. I appreciate the attention that you continue to give this trial.
All right. That's enough. That's enough, Judge. That's all I can take. All right. Let's go ahead and zoom and catch up on what happened. Let's see. Let's see if we can catch up to what happened today. Let's see. There we go. All right, here we go. We've zoomed, we've caught up. This is what happened starting this morning. Can you guys see that? Yes. Let's bring up the withdrawal counter at 31 so far. Will we break triple digits on this trial? So this is this morning. We were obviously delayed. Wonder what we will learn about Snapchat today. I don't think I've ever used Snapchat. I'm one of those. I never delete emails. The idea of everything I post just deleting itself, that's like completely opposite to how I function. You get me in stereo? Oh, briefly. All right, audio's in. Add it to my list of apps to try. I'd never snapped a single chat. Walker, we're trying to catch up by that time. Realize that Josh Ritter from Courtroom Confidential has invited me on to talk about this case particularly on Wednesday night. So I'll be on his channel, Courtroom Confidential, Wednesday night to talk about this. I'd like to be caught up by then so we can stay current in the conversation. So you're saying you don't recall if you used Snapchat or you haven't. I think I have downloaded it. I'm pretty sure I might have even used like filters it's like with my kids, because I think, is it Snapchat or Instagram? I forget which one. One of them has a filter you can turn on, makes you like funny faces and things like that. My kids love to do that and just scroll through all the options. But I don't think I've ever recorded a video or definitely not posted anything. Let me see. Do I have Snapchat? Snap. I do. I have Snapchat. Let's open it here. Oh, it has to download apparently. We'll get the audio as soon as he takes his seat. Gives his address. We don't need that. Now we're good.
Oh, there's a visual for you. Thanks, Bob.
What's going on? You're struggling with audio here. Hang on.
Because of events that happened on May 13th, 2022. We have to go over those events.
Okay, we've got some technical difficulties. Hold tight. We're going to try to fix these here. Just one second. Let's see. Let's come in on this one. Give us a second here. We're going to get this fixed. Trying to find some good audio here.
Tyler Rich, R-I-C-H.
Please state your address.
43 Laurel Glen.
No, we don't need his address.
Good morning, Tyler.
Morning.
Do me a favor, keep your voice up. The acoustics are a little bit bad in this because we have an AC unit that's running. So just sit close to that microphone, okay?
No problem.
Tyler, how old are you?
I'm 21.
And do you work?
I do work.
And what do you do for a living?
I am a plumber.
And how long have you been doing that?
Plumber's good business.
Since I graduated high school, I've been full-time.
And who do you work for?
I work for a family business.
And do you know why you're here today?
I do.
And why are you here today?
Because of events that happened on May 14th, 2022.
And have you and I met before your testimony today?
We have.
And why did we meet?
To go over those events.
And I'm going to direct your attention to May 14th of 2022. How old were you back then?
I was 18 at the time.
And what school, were you in school?
Yep, Shelton High.
And what year were you?
I was a senior.
Were you a graduating senior or a rising senior?
No, I was graduating.
And I want to direct your attention to your house, okay? Showing you State's Exhibit 4. Are you familiar with State's Exhibit 4?
Yes, I am.
And what is State's Exhibit 4?
That is my house.
And on May 14th of 22, was there, did you have people at your house that evening?
I did.
Can you please explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury the circumstances surrounding having people at your house earlier that night? How did it start?
It just started with a couple buddies at my house. As time went on, a couple more of our buddies ended up showing up, and some of our older friends that were home for like the first weekend from their freshman year of college ended up coming by, and they kind of just stuck around, I guess.
What time would you say you had friends initially come over? What time of day was it?
I'm not exactly sure. I'd probably say somewhere around like 7, 8 o'clock.
And when you had people come over the house, what kind of things were you doing at the house?
We were just hanging out in the basement, having normal conversations, maybe drinking a few beers.
Okay. And that night, were you drinking beer?
I had 1 or 2.
Okay. And
everyone had 2 beers. 30 people
I want to
there.
ask you, are you familiar with an individual by the name of Faison Teal?
Yes, I am.
And how are you familiar with him?
I went to school with him. I played football with him, and I actually used to give him a ride to school every morning.
Showing you States 54. Do you know who this individual is here?
Yes, I do.
Who is that?
That is Faison Teal.
Are you familiar with an individual by the name of Tommy Connery?
I am.
How are you familiar with Tommy Connery?
I went to school with him. We have mutual friends. He's a year older than me, but we used to hang out before he graduated.
I'll show you States Exhibit 55. Wait, can you tell us who is that in States 55?
This is Tommy Connery.
Are you familiar with Ryan Hines?
I am.
How are you familiar with Ryan Hines?
I went to high school with him. He played football, and I was actually one of his captains senior year on the football team.
Let me see if I can switch here. Hold on just 1 second.
Can you tell us who is in States 56?
Yes.
I am. He's from Shelton.
I am.
How are you familiar with Jimmy McGrath?
He's from Shelton.
Hang on.
We grew up with the same friend group, so we've always been around each other. Even though he went to prep for high school, we still hung out very often and had the same friend group. So, and he was one of my best friends prior to the event.
Showing you States 57. Who is in States 57?
This is Jimmy McGrath.
Now, are you familiar with Ricky Fiola?
I am.
How are you familiar with him?
Grew up with him, same friend group. Played football with him. I was also his captain as well. But yeah, we're friends.
How about Sal Perry?
One of my best friends for a very long time.
What about Mike Sampieri? You know Mike Sampieri?
I do know Mike
How do
Sampieri.
you know him?
Also another good friend of mine for a long time.
How about Alex Bernstein?
Alex, I don't really know. The night all this happened was the first time I ever met him.
How about Charlie Connery?
Charlie, yes, that's Tommy's little brother. He was in the grade under me.
How about Jake Villalobos?
Yep, one of my best friends since first grade.
And how about Matt Lakovich?
Also one of my best friends since we were little.
Now, the people I just mentioned, were they present at your house on May 14th of 22?
Yes, they were.
Okay. And did you invite them over?
Yes, I did.
Now,
Did you provide alcohol?
directing your attention to later on in that evening, was there an occasion where Ryan Hines and Griffin Marcintic, do you know Griffin?
I do.
And how do you know Griffin?
I was also his football captain my senior year as well. Played football with him.
Was there an occasion that night where Ryan and Griffin came to your house later on in the night?
So they did show up there. They told me that Hines had been jumped, and my response to them was, I have too many people here already. If you guys need to hang out here until you could get a ride, that is all right, but you cannot stay.
So what time of night was it when Ryan and Griffin showed up? Do you recall?
I don't know exactly what time it was.
Was it light out or was it dark out?
It was dark.
And at that point in time when Ryan and Griffin showed up, about how many people would you say were at your house?
At the point they showed up, everybody who had came that night was already there, besides for Tanner and Alex, because I was told that the only reason they were coming was to give them a ride from my house. So I would say there was probably about 30 people total.
And did there have any, withdrawn, when you had these 30 people at the house, were people drinking at your house?
Yeah, a little bit.
What kind of things were people drinking?
There was just some beer there. Maybe some of the girls had some seltzers. Nothing crazy. It wasn't an open keg, open cooler party as it was made to be by the media. But yeah, there was definitely people having a few beers.
Now, at some point in the evening, was there an occasion where people showed up to your house uninvited?
There was.
Can you please tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury the circumstances surrounding that?
So after Hines and Griffin got there and I told them they couldn't stay, about, I'm not sure exactly how long after, somebody came up to me and said, supposedly.
Did you want to be heard on that?
I can rephrase the question.
All right, so I'll sustain the objection. I didn't think we didn't get out anything that was actually said, so I don't think there's anything to strike. Thank you.
So without telling us what people said, were you made aware that somebody showed up to your house?
Yes. It came to my knowledge that there was a car full of kids outside.
Let me show you State's Exhibit 30. What kind of car was it? Do you know?
It was a green Honda Pilot SUV.
State's 30. Is that the vehicle that you recall seeing that night at your house?
Yes, it is.
Now, when that vehicle showed up to your house, State's Exhibit 49. When you were made aware that this car showed up at your house, where were you at that moment?
I was still in the basement, along with everybody else at the time.
And at some point in time, did you exit the basement?
We did.
How did you do that?
Through the Bilco doors, which are on the right side of my house, and kind of in front of the driveway, but it's on the right side of the house.
Show you States 5. Can you kind of pinpoint where these Bilco doors would be?
So if you can see on the right side of the house, there's a AC unit. Just to the right of the AC unit, there is Bilco doors that go into the basement.
So Your Honor, I'm showing States 5 and the record can reflect. I'm pointing to what appears to be an AC unit on the right side of the house, just in front of, which could be located in front of the blue pickup truck in a clearing through the trees. Does that work?
Yes, that's correct.
All right, so noted. Thank you.
So when you came out the Bilco doors, what did you do when you came out the Bilco doors?
I walked down the driveway and we went across the street. The first thing I noticed when we got near the car was I was able to see through the windshield Tyler De Silva.
Let me pause you there. So I'm going to show you States 49. Do you know where this car was parked when you came down the driveway?
Yeah, so it was on the lower right-hand side across the street. Yep, right there where you're pointing in front of those trees.
The record could reflect, I'm pointing to
the lower right-hand corner where there are some trees on, looks like the Laurel Glen, on the right side near the curve of Laurel Glen.
Is that
Correct.
All right, court will so noted on the record. Thank you.
So when you noticed the car parked in that area, what, if anything, did you do?
Like I said, as I approached the car, I saw Tyler De Silva through the windshield, and I know who he is, given that his cousins used to live down the street from me. So I immediately went to the passenger side of the car to his window to talk to him and tell him that I don't know why you guys are here. You are not welcome at my house, and you need to leave.
When the car arrived, are you familiar with that type of group chat that may have been going on?
I was not. I came to find out later that there was a group chat, but at the time of the event, I was not familiar with it.
Did you have any knowledge that Tyler De Silva was coming to your house that night?
No, I did not.
At that point, no. All right, so you go up, when you approach the car, what side of the car do you approach it?
I believe I went in front of the car and I went to the passenger front window.
So if you're approaching, if the car is parked on the side of the road here in States 49, is it facing Farmhouse Road or is it facing Adams?
It is facing Farmhouse up the street.
So you go to the passenger side?
Right.
And where is Tyler De Silva sitting?
He is in the front passenger seat.
And you have a conversation with him?
Yes.
And what do you tell him?
I tell him that I'm not sure why you guys are here, but you cannot stay here and you need to leave.
And did the car leave at that point?
No, it did not.
At that point in time, did you notice anybody else in the car?
At that point in time, I was able to hear people start to argue on the other side of the car. So I kind of looked through from the passenger window to like the back driver's side of the car, and I was able to see Mackenzie Traficante and Raul Valle in the back seat.
Now, are you familiar with Mackenzie Traficante?
I am.
How are you familiar with her?
We grew up together. We were friends when we were younger, before high school.
Did you go to school together?
We did.
Did you go to high school together?
No, we did not.
Do you know what school she went to?
She went to St. Joe's.
And you mentioned Raul Valle. Is Mr. Valle present in the courtroom today?
He is.
And what is he wearing?
A blue suit.
Can you point him out for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury? Your Honor, may the record reflect the witnesses identified the defendant in this case?
All right, court will let the record reflect that. Thank you.
And when you noticed Mackenzie and the defendant, did you notice anybody else in the car at that moment?
I noticed that there was other kids in the car, just not sure exactly who they were.
Okay, but there were more kids in the car?
Yeah, probably 2 or 3.
All right. And when you're talking to Tyler De Silva and you're telling him to leave, tell me about the arguing that goes on the other side of the car. Withdrawn. When you noticed Mackenzie and the defendant in the car, where were they seated?
I believe she was in basically the middle of the back seat, and he was to the driver's side window of the back seat, from what I recall.
So he's seated behind the driver?
I believe so.
Okay, and you indicated there was some arguing going on. Do you know who was doing the arguing?
No, I do not.
When you heard that there was arguing going on the other side of the car, what, if anything, did you do next?
I walked around the front of the car again to see what was going on over there. And at that time, as I came around the front of the car, I saw something like get swung out the window. I wasn't exactly sure what it was at that point, and then I heard glass shatter, so I knew it was a glass bottle.
Do you recall what side of the car that came out of?
That came out of the driver back window.
And when that happened, what, if anything, happened next?
After that happened, some of my friends started yelling things and rocking the car.
How many of your friends were near the car at this moment in time?
Probably a good 15 to 20 of us.
When this interaction is going on, is it what's the lighting like out?
It was dark, but there's lights on the house and the house across the street, so I was able to see everything in front of me, no problem.
When you and your friends approached the vehicle, did you have any weapons on you?
No, I did not.
When your friend started screaming and shaking and kicking the car, tell us what happens next.
So at that point, I knew it was getting very chippy, and I was trying to prevent anything else from going on. So I kind of got in Jack Schneider's window, who was driving the car, and I was telling him, you need to leave, you need to drive out of here right now, and he wasn't listening to me. So I kind of proceeded to reach in the car towards the shifter and telling him, put your car in drive and leave now.
And what happened when you did that?
This is not good advice.
He just started rolling his window up on me, so I kind of had to pull my arms and stuff back out. And then finally, we heard the car click into gear, and they drove up the street, going very fast. And as they were going up the street, we noticed that they were throwing cans and anything it seemed like they could find in the car out the window, and they were actually throwing it at other cars that were parked on the street. So they went up the street doing that, and we kind of took a step back, and I was able to take a breath and relax, thinking that they had left.
Show you stage one. When you say that they drove up the street, can you show the ladies and gentlemen of the jury where, you can use this, which way they drove? Now, do you recognize stage one?
I do.
Okay, and this house here with the red dot on it, do you know whose house?
Yes, that's my house.
Okay, can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury which way they drove up the street?
So they went from here up the street this way, and as they went up the street, there was some cars parked here and here maybe. Things were getting thrown at the cars there, and then they continued up the street.
And when they continued up the street, what, if anything, were you thinking at that moment as to, with regards to where the car was going?
My first thought at that moment was, okay, good, these kids left.
And did they leave?
They did not. Maybe a minute later, we saw the headlights coming back in the other direction, and all the stuff that they had thrown out of the car was being picked up by my friends. And as they came back down the street, some of my friends whose cars got hit and stuff started to throw things back.
What kind of things were thrown from the car?
I thought they were picking up trash.
I know some cans, like beer cans, and I think that was really it the first time they went up the street.
And when they came back down the street, that's when your friends picked up the cans that were thrown at you?
Correct.
And threw them back?
Correct.
Okay, and then what happened once they came back towards your house?
So they went up, they came back the second time.
Same way?
No, the first time they went up the street, they went that way. They came back the second time. Some of my friends started throwing things back. Then I believe they actually made the corner onto Adams, and they went up Adams, and then there was a third time they came back by again.
And what happened when they came back a third time?
They were still throwing stuff out of the car. It kind of seemed like they were like going through the trunk of the car to find whatever they could to throw, and there was a can of WD-40 and a few other things thrown out of the car that time.
And when those things were thrown out of the car, what, if anything, did you do next?
I actually picked up the can of WD-40 and noticed that as the car went down the street, it kind of stopped right here on the corner of Laurel Glen and Farmhouse Lane.
And when you picked up the can of WD-40 and noticed the car stopped down the street near the corner of Farmhouse Lane and Laurel Glen, what did you do?
Me, Ricky, and I believe somebody else ran down the street. And as I ran down the street, I yelled, "Let's go, you pussies," and threw the can at the back of the car, and then proceeded to tell them get back in their car and please to leave my house.
Did you notice anybody outside the car when you went down the street?
Let's go, please leave.
I did notice a couple kids outside the car, but I wasn't really paying attention exactly who it was.
When you went down the street, how many of your friends would you say went with you? You said you, Ricky, and another individual?
I believe that was it.
Okay. And when you went down the street, did you have any conversation with any of those kids that got out of the car?
Besides for just kind of yelling to get back in their car and get out of here, no.
When you went down the street and you were screaming down the street, did you engage in any physical altercation with anybody from the car down the street?
No, we did not.
When you went down the street, aside from throwing the WD-40 can back at the car, did you have any weapons on you at that point?
No.
Do you know if Ricky Fiola had any weapons on him?
He did not.
After you threw the WD-40 can at the car, what, if anything, did you do next?
I started to walk back to the house because people were still outside, and I was trying to get everyone to go back inside the house. And as I was walking...
Let me stop you there. I'm going to play in 30 seconds. So, at some point in time, you tell them to get out, and you start walking back to the house.
Correct.
Okay. I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 44. So you heard the individual yelling. That was you?
That was me, correct.
And at some point, well, withdrawn. That video only captured a certain section of what occurred down the street. Fair? Is that
Yeah,
fair?
correct.
After you had a conversation with, well, do you remember who you had a conversation with down the street?
Not specifically, no.
But the overall message you were giving when you got down there was
that they needed to leave.
And at some point in time, you say you walked back down towards your house?
I did.
Okay, and that means you're going back from Farmhouse Road back down towards Adams.
Correct.
And when you're going back towards your house, what, if anything, happens when you're walking back?
So as I started to walk, one of the kids down there picked that can of WD-40 up and threw it at me again. So I picked the can up and continued to walk towards the house, which is when the defendant came off the side of the bushes and was approaching me, and I told him to get the F out of here, and then I proceeded to tell him not to come near me, and instead of saying anything, he kept approaching me, so I used the can of WD-40 to distance myself and kind of just started spraying it in his direction, which stopped him in his tracks. And then I didn't engage anything else with him. I continued walking back to the house and telling everybody else that they needed to go back inside.
Now, when you say he came out of the bushes, do you recall where
we have
on
the
street he came out of the
WD-40
bushes?
Yeah, so like he came from these bushes right here on the edge. He like came off the side of them, and as I was walking, I like heard a stick or something break, so I turned my head, and that's when he was approaching me.
And how was his demeanor as he was approaching?
He was just walking towards me with a straight face and not saying anything, but as if he was approaching me to try and start something.
And how many times did you have to kind of tell him to?
Multiple times.
And at some point you sprayed him with the W?
I did.
And his reaction to that was what?
He kind of just stood there, and I proceeded to walk away.
Stop squeaking.
Did you engage in any physical altercation with the defendant?
No, I did not.
When you walked away, you went back to your house?
I did.
And when you went back to your house, you indicated that you told people to get back inside?
I did.
And when you did that, what happened next? Did you go inside?
Everybody started to make their way back into the house, and yes, I did go inside as well.
Now, when you walked back down the street, you indicated that earlier that you had originally walked down the street with Ricky Fiola and another individual. Do you know whether or not Ricky Fiola or that other individual came back before you or after you?
So I walked back first, knowing that Ricky was still down there, that he was going to make sure that they left, which is what I figured would have happened. I never thought that they were going to keep coming back when they had every opportunity to leave. So Ricky, I believe, stayed down there, and I'm not sure who else.
At some point in time, did Ricky come back to the house? If you can recall.
I don't recall him coming back inside, but he did walk back to the front yard.
Okay. At some point in time, did you go back inside your house?
I did.
And when you went back inside your house, where did you go?
I went into the basement.
Through the Bilko door?
I did.
And how long would you say you were inside the basement before the next series of events occurred?
I'm not sure exactly how long, but it had to only be within minutes when somebody started yelling that they were back and that they were in the front yard.
And when you when you heard that they were back and they were in the front yard, what did you do?
I proceeded to walk back outside the Bilko doors because it was made to my knowledge that they were now on my property. And I walked straight outside and saw the defendant and Mr. Da Silva standing on my yard. And the car was in the street still running with the driver in it still.
Now, in stage 49 here, can you indicate where you saw the car parked when you came outside?
Yeah, so it was, if you're looking from the front of the house, it was kind of like to the right of the mailbox, but there was a few cars parked there, so it was like in the middle of the road.
So probably about right here in the middle?
Yeah, about there.
Okay, so I don't know if the record can reflect that I'm stage 49. I'm just to the right of the mailbox in front of 43 Laurel Lang, pointing towards the center of the street.
All right, court will allow the record to so reflect.
So when you noticed the car there, when you came out the Bilko door, what path did you walk out? Which way did you walk out? How did you get to where you?
I went in this picture here, basically what would have been behind the black truck or in front of the blue truck under the tree line, and stayed on the grass and came down the side of the driveway.
So if I show you stage 6, did you come out and walk kind of down this way, down along the cobblestone here?
That's correct, yes.
On the grass?
Yep.
So if the record could reflect, Your Honor, I'm pointing towards the, to the left of the red bush on the left side of this exhibit, just to the right of the passenger side of the blue truck, walking along the cobblestone on the grass.
All right, court will reflect it on the record. Thank you.
And when you got there, where did you notice Tyler Da Silva?
He was kind of in front of that cement box, near the mailbox almost.
Show 52, this can help you. Can you show on 52 where you noticed Mr. Da Silva?
He was about somewhere in this area here, I would say.
Okay. And you noticed the defendant on your front lawn as well?
I did.
And where did you notice the defendant at that point?
So Tyler was around here somewhere, and I was facing the other way, so he was kind of off to my left, like around here somewhere.
Okay, so if the record can reflect in States 52, Your Honor, he's talking Tyler DeSilva located just behind the mailbox on the grass area below what is now a tree in the exhibit, and he's indicating the defendant was somewhere just next to the left red bush just to the right of the cement square.
All right, we'll let the record.
Yeah, that's correct, but I believe me and Tyler DeSilva were a little bit closer to the cement box when I was talking to
Probably
him.
where the tree is?
Yeah, around there.
Now, States 52, was this tree in your front lawn back in May 14th of 20?
No, it was not.
So that's a more recent picture, right?
Yes, it is.
So when you noticed the defendant and Mr. Silva on your front lawn, what, if anything, did you do when you noticed them on your lawn?
So again, I approached Tyler DeSilva because I knew who he was, and I've known his cousins for a long time, and basically was telling him, not in a nice manner, but that he needed to get the F off my property and get back in the car and leave.
Please.
And that is when he decided to continue to argue with me. And I said right to him, dude, I have known your family and your cousins for a very long time. Please get back in your car and don't do this. And he then responded and told me to go F myself and that I didn't know anything about his family and shoved me backwards.
Now, when that happened, were there a lot of people outside?
Yes, there was.
How many people would you say were outside?
Pretty much everybody there, so about 20 to 30.
And when you were talking to Tyler DeSilva, who was near you at that moment? Do you recall?
I do not recall.
Do you recall, was there anybody close to the defendant while this was going on?
There was a few kids near the defendant at the time. I'm not sure exactly who, but I do know that Ty Wood was one of those kids.
And how do you know Ty Wood?
Our families are very close. His older brother, and my older brother played football together. Have known each other forever. I played football with Ty. I was his captain when he was a sophomore and I was a senior. And I've also coached his younger brother's team, but Ty is about as close to a younger brother as it gets for me, and I look at him as my younger brother.
And when you noticed that Ty Wood was near the defendant, did you notice anybody else near the defendant at this moment?
I did, but I couldn't tell exactly who. I believe Hines was over there as well.
And when you say Hines, Ryan Hines?
Correct.
And tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, when you were arguing back and forth with Tyler DeSilva, what, if anything, happened during that?
As I was saying, he proceeded to tell me to go F myself and that I didn't know anything about his family, and then got physical with me and shoved me backwards. And I didn't go right at him or anything, but now that he had shoved me back, Lito was more so in my vision, not so peripheral to me, so I was able to see him better. And he was only a few feet away, and this is when I saw Ty Wood had his head turned and Lito went to swing on him, so I stepped up into it and punched him in the face instead.
Well, prior to punching the defendant in the face, was the defendant having any type of argument or any type of interaction with anybody over there?
They were getting chippy over there.
That's called preventative
When you say
defense.
chippy, what does that mean?
Like they were arguing in a not a nice manner.
And did it, from your perspective, when you saw the defendant get chippy with your other friends on to the left of you, did it appear that the defendant was trying to act peacefully?
Not at all.
Did it appear that Tyler DeSilva was trying to act peacefully?
No, not at all.
And when you punched the defendant in the face, why did you do that?
I did that to defend Ty Wood. Like I said before, he's like a little brother to me. So when I had the opportunity to prevent him from being blindsided in the head, I stepped up and took the shot that I needed to.
And once you punched the defendant in the face, what happened next?
I immediately was getting punched in the back of the head by Tyler Da Silva. So I turned around and me and him kind of ended up in like a scuffle, and it went to the ground where he actually ended up on top of me.
And when he ended up on top of you, what, if anything, was happening? What were you doing?
When we first got down on the ground, he was throwing shots at me still, so I kind of tied him up and like held his arms so that he couldn't swing at me, and that was kind of the only thing I saw from there on out.
At that point in time, did you have any weapons on you?
Nope.
Did you notice if any of your friends had any weapons on them?
No.
Did you notice anybody there during that interaction have any weapons on them?
No, I did not.
And at some point in time, did the fight end?
Yes, it
Tell
did.
us how it ended.
So I was on the ground with Tyler from that point forward. Eventually, he was pushed off of me into the street. And at that point, I had gotten up, and that is when Tommy Connery came and approached me and told me that he was bleeding and needed stitches because he had just been stabbed.
How would you describe the fight?
It was very quick, and it was just chaotic. But like I said, from my perspective, I couldn't see much because of how fast I ended up on the ground.
Do you know how many people were fighting with Tyler Da Silva when you were fighting with him?
It was just me on the ground with him, and then I believe some kids were standing over watching, and a few kids may have thrown a few punches as well.
Once the fight started and you punched the defendant, did you notice what happened to the defendant or any of your?
No, I did not, because I was immediately being hit in the head by Tyler Da Silva, so my focus kind of went to him.
Okay. Have you seen the video in relation to this case?
I have.
State's Exhibit.
Yes, sir! Come on, let's do
Now, do you recall anybody yelling, "He's got a knife, he's got a knife"?
I do.
And when you heard that, what, if anything, did you do when you heard that?
At that point, I was just getting up off the ground, and that's when Tommy had said he was stabbed, so I started tendering aid to him.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 61. This is a still shot from the video you just watched. Can you see that, Tyler?
Yes, I can.
This individual to the left here with appears to be a white shirt, maybe pink shorts, with a phone in his hand. Do you know who that is?
I do. That is Ricky Fiola.
Showing you State 62. Do you know who this is in the video?
I do. That is the defendant.
Showing you State 63. I'm going to point to this individual here with the green shirt, black shorts with white trim. Do you know who that is?
That is Ryan Hines.
This guy here with the white shirt and the black shorts to his immediate right. Do you know who that is?
I believe that is Sal Perry.
And the guy with the green, with the no shirt on and the jeans on. Do you know who that is?
That is the kid Alex Brunson, I believe, that came with Tanner.
Who you met that night?
Yes.
This guy here with the black shirt, jeans on, and red hat. Do you know who that is?
That is Mike Samperi.
This individual with the kneeling on the ground with what appears to be their shirt pulled up. Do you know who that is?
That is Tyler Da Silva.
And if that is Tyler Da Silva, can you see yourself in this picture?
Not really. Maybe a little bit. Just to the left of like his lower back, you might see a little bit of me, but that is me on the ground.
And he's on top of you?
Correct.
Showing you State 64. Do you know who this individual is right here with the white shirt and black shorts to the right of that?
I believe that is Charlie Connery.
And again, 65. Same individual?
Charlie Connery.
Now I'm going to show you states 66. Do you know who this individual is right here with what appears to be a white shirt and tan shorts?
That is Jacob Villalobos.
How about this guy here with no shirt on with what appears to be camouflage shorts?
Matthew Lakovich.
And do you know who this individual is here with the blue shirt and white shorts?
Yes, that is Jimmy McGrath.
State 67. Again, this individual here appears to be pushing Tyler De Silva.
Jacob Villalobos.
Or he's twerking. We can't quite tell from the still
State
shot.
68. This individual with what appears to be their shirt pulled up with jeans on.
That is Tyler De Silva.
Who is this individual to the left, do you know?
And that is the defendant to the left.
And lastly, 69, person in the street here.
Tyler De Silva again.
Who does this appear to be with the dark shirt and white shorts?
That is Jimmy McGrath.
Jimmy's the one that died.
Now, when Tommy indicated to you that he needed stitches, what, if anything, did you do next?
Somebody had thrown us in a shirt or something, and we began tying off his legs where the stab wounds were on his one leg.
When you noticed that Tommy was stabbed, did you notice what, if anything, happened with Tyler De Silva and the defendant during this period of time?
No, I did not. My focus wasn't on them, so I never even saw the car drive away.
At that point in time, when you were rendering aid to Tommy, did you notice anything else going on around you?
At first, I began to try and call 911, and then I let my father know what had happened. But until after I got off the phone with him, I hadn't realized that anybody else had been stabbed yet except for Tommy. Upon getting off the phone and walking back up to the yard, I noticed that there was multiple kids on the ground, and that is when I realized that 4 kids had actually been stabbed and not just Tommy.
And who were the other 3 that were stabbed?
It was Faison Teal had like a slice, and Ryan Hines had been stabbed a few times, and sorry, what was it? All right, so it was Jimmy, Hines, Tommy, and Faison.
So you noticed Jimmy was stabbed?
Yes.
What did you notice about Ryan Hines? Did you observe? Did you get an opportunity to observe him?
I didn't see him at first. He was actually the last person I was informed was stabbed because I believe he was in the house when they had realized he had gotten stabbed.
And what did you notice, if anything, about Jimmy?
I began to tender aid to him along with Sal Perry, and upon realizing how severe his wound was and having to see him struggle for his last breaths, I had to take myself away from the situation and sat on my back steps and waited for law enforcement to get there.
And you said you called your father. Was any parents home?
No, so my mom was on a trip in Cape Cod, and my dad had left before anyone came over because he had plans for the night.
And at some point in time, did law enforcement actually arrive?
They did. And
when they arrived, did you speak with law enforcement?
I did.
And did you give a statement in regards to this case?
I did, yes.
Subsequently, did you observe what, if anything, was going on with withdrawn? Did you notice if AMR or EMTs arrived on the scene to render any assistance? They did, but I believe the cops were there first. And after the cops arrived, the AMR came? Yes. Okay. And do you recall what the scene was like when first responders got there? It was very hectic. At that point, there was some siblings, parents, and a lot of concerned family members that had actually lived close by that had gotten there before.
So it was just more people showing up because everybody was coming to check on either their loved ones or their friends.
Now, after you gave an initial statement that night to police, did you give a subsequent statement to the police?
Sorry,
Were you interviewed more than once in relation to this case?
I was, yes.
And why were you interviewed more than once in relation to this case?
There was something in my original statement that night about me seeing the defendant with the knife or not that they called me back in to clarify.
And did you, in fact, do you recall what you said to the police originally?
I think I had said that he was flashing a knife or something, but I had to go back in to clarify that I actually never saw the knife.
So why would you have said in your original statement that he was flashing a knife?
Because somebody else had said that they had seen him flashing the knife.
So you were just kind of reiterating what somebody else said?
Correct.
I may have a moment, Your Honor.
Yeah.
I have no further questions, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right. Attorney
All
Smith.
right.
Thank you.
This could be spicy. I wonder if he's going to ask where the alcohol came from. This was the host of the party, after all.
Yeah, no objection. No objection.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness and show
Yes, of
him an
course.
exhibit that's marked for ID? As I understand it, there's not going to be any objection to this.
There's no objection from the state, Your Honor.
All right. What is the exhibit number?
Exhibit number is Defense A.
Okay.
You don't just make it full? Don't make it full?
Yes, I've moved to have it made a full exhibit. Your
All right.
Honor.
Court will
No objection.
Court will accept into evidence Defense A, full exhibit. Thank you.
Thank you. Morning, Mr. Rich.
Good morning.
We've never met before.
No.
I am going to show you, if you'll look here on the screen, what has been marked as Defense Exhibit A. Can you see that there on your screen?
Yes, I can.
Sorry, I think that's kind of upside down, right? That's more the orientation it should be.
Yeah, that works.
That's sort of the same orientation as the one that's behind you there, that Exhibit 1. Would you agree this is a larger map of your neighborhood?
Yeah, I would.
I'm going to walk behind you just so I can get this exhibit down here. When we say a larger map,
Looks
that's
small.
in reference to this Exhibit 1, right?
Correct.
That shows the entire neighborhood, so to speak.
Yes.
The one here on the screen, Exhibit A.
Yes.
And so would you agree, Mr. Rich, that your neighborhood is made up of a couple of through streets or streets that run the whole way through, and then there are a number of cul-de-sacs or dead ends that come off of those through streets?
Yeah, that's accurate.
Is Adams Drive one of those through streets, or is that a cul-de-sac at some point?
No, it's a cul-de-sac at the bottom there.
Okay. Is Laurel Glen Drive also a cul-de-sac on the either end?
Yeah, on the very end of it, it is.
Is Farmhouse Lane a cul-de-sac, or is that a through street?
No, that's a through street.
Okay. Now, you know that because you're familiar with this neighborhood and have lived there for how long?
Since I was about 4 years old.
Okay. And I want to go over some of what you've been telling us today. You would agree some of what you told us today you've never told anybody else before, right?
No, I wouldn't agree to that.
You would not agree to that? Who else did you tell about the can of WD-40?
I have told the state's detectives, and whenever it has been asked about, I have been telling them about it. Correct.
Whenever it has been asked about?
No, so that was something that I couldn't fully remember the night of, having the trauma of everything else. It was more so the main event of what happened on the front yard. That was something that had come back to me later on, but as soon as I had remembered it and was in any kind of interview again, I had brought it up and told them about it.
Would you be surprised to learn, sir, that that did not ever appear in any of the statements that you gave prior?
No, I would not, because as I said, those statements were prior to me being able to remember that.
Gotcha. So you've remembered it now today?
Yes, and prior to this.
You didn't remember it when you gave a statement on May 15th at 12:43 a.m. that you wrote in your own hand, right?
The following day?
12:43 a.m. on the 15th, that's right.
No, I did not.
Okay. And that was your own handwritten statement, correct?
I believe so.
Didn't mention the can of WD-40 then, did you?
No, because I hadn't remembered it.
Right. You spoke with Officer Nembhard. You didn't tell him anything about the WD-40 can, correct?
When was that?
Also on the 15th of May?
No.
And then again on the 15th of May, when you spoke with Officer Giddon, you didn't mention anything about this can of WD-40, did you?
No, so on the 15th of May, that was not something I had recalled.
And it wasn't something that you recalled when you spoke again to Officers Bitko and Staples at 11:25 a.m. with your father in your living room. No mention of that can of WD-40, correct?
Not that I recall, but what day was that?
The 15th.
So yeah, anything on the 15th, I had no recollection of that on the 15th.
And then again, when you spoke with Officers Bango and Iannotti on the 18th, because they wanted to clarify, as you've said, your statement, you didn't mention anything about the WD-40 at that date either, did you?
No, I did not.
Okay. But you're telling us about the can of WD-40 today?
Correct, because once I recalled it, I have not tried to hide it or anything at all.
Okay. So you were telling us that this party at your house began sometime in the area of 7 to 8 o'clock that day on the 14th, correct?
Yeah, around that time.
You were hanging out in the basement, correct?
Correct.
What was going on in the basement was maybe drinking a few beers, right?
I definitely know I had one or two, and I do know that there was other kids drinking as well.
Okay, so it wasn't maybe drinking a few beers. There was beers being drunk,
No,
right?
I said I drank a few beers.
Right. You said that maybe people were drinking a few beers.
No, people were drinking a few beers. There was...
Definitely drinking a few beers.
Definitely had a few beers, yes.
You yourself only had one or two?
Yes.
You sure about that?
I'm positive.
How are you so positive about that?
Because I know I didn't drink more than that. It was my house. I already had more people show up than were supposed to be there. I was making sure that everything stayed under control.
Well, when you say everything stayed under control, you were 18 at the time?
I was.
So you were breaking the law by drinking those one or two beers, correct?
Yeah.
But you considered that to be keeping things under control?
I mean, we were dumb high school kids. I think everybody's had a few beers in high school, but I think I also had everything in control until the point where the defendant and the car full of his friends arrived at the house.
Gotcha. It was all under control until that point. Did you tell your folks that you were going to be having this party over at the house that night?
No, I did not.
Mom was going to Cape Cod?
Yes.
And Dad was out somewhere?
Yes.
Somewhere. He just
told us that you had a few folks there that you identified. One of those was Faison Teal.
Correct.
Another one was Tommy Connery.
Correct.
Ryan Hines.
Correct.
And Jimmy McGrath.
Correct.
And you said that as far as those four folks go, these were kids that you had all grown up with, played football with, friends with, correct?
Correct.
And the same goes for Ricky Fiola. You grew up with him. He was part of your friend group, and you played football together.
Correct. Sal
Perry had been your best friend for a long time.
Correct.
Michael Sampieri, just a good friend for a long time.
Correct.
And then you told us that one kid who was there that you didn't really know was the first time you met him. That was Alex Burnson, correct?
Yes, it was.
Alex Burnson came with Tanner Chernowski, right?
Yes.
How did you know Tanner Chernowski?
I've grown up with him around the same mutual friends, and we went to high school together, but we are friends, yes.
You were due to graduate that May, correct, or that June?
Yes.
And Tanner Chernowski, he'd already graduated?
Yeah, he's the year above me.
Alex Burnson, he'd already graduated?
I don't know.
Tommy Connery, he had already graduated?
Yes, he did.
He told us that you also knew Griffin Marcinzik, correct?
Yep.
And you learned somehow, you told us, that Ryan Hines had been, as you described it, jumped earlier that night, correct?
Correct.
But you told us you hadn't learned anything about a group chat that was going on.
Correct. I had no idea that there was any text messaging being sent back and forth. All I knew was that they had come to my house, Ryan and Griffin, and I was told that they were having Tanner come get them with his friend Alex.
Okay. And that everybody was already there except for Tanner and Alex, correct?
So Tanner, Alex were the last two that showed up, and obviously before them it was Griffin and Hines.
And so at that point, before Tanner and Alex show up, there were about 30 people at your house.
Total, yeah, there was about 30, but I would say probably only 18 to 20 of them were boys, and there was probably about 10 to 12 girls who obviously didn't partake in anything that happened that night.
The ratio's off.
18 to 20 boys, and then we also have to add in Tanner and Alex when they get there, correct?
Well, that 18 to 20, I would say, is with them, but if you want to say another two on top, I guess that's okay too.
Well, fair to say you didn't count the folks that were there, right?
Not that night, no.
So when you say 18 to 20 or 22, you're guessing, is that what you're
No,
saying?
I'm not guessing. I was actually brought a list by the Shelton PD of names with about, I don't even know how many people on it from both parties, and went through it and was able to identify, I believe it was 32 total people that were there.
Okay, so there were 32
I could be wrong
there.
on that exact number, but it was definitely somewhere in the 30s.
And that was based on a list of names that the police gave you?
Correct.
You didn't give them the names?
No, they had names from statements and other names that have come up through the night.
And then you said, yeah, there may have been a little bit of drinking, just beer and seltzers, but not what it was made to be by the media. What did you mean by that?
Correct. This wasn't a alcohol-fueled 70 to 100 person party. This was just a big group of friends catching back up, and we were casually drinking a few beers. We weren't throwing cans around and drinking bottles of vodka and all that. We were just casually having a few drinks.
But initially, you didn't tell the cops that there had been this drinking going on there, correct?
I'm not sure.
Well, when you spoke to them that night and gave them your handwritten statement, you didn't write anything in that statement about drinking going on at the party, correct?
I do not believe so.
Why not?
Like I said, the main focus that night was 20 minutes after a traumatic event where I just watched 4 of my best friends get stabbed, and I had unfortunately had to watch one of them bleed out in my front yard. So at the given time of that statement, the main priority was to get the key details of what happened in the front yard down.
Or to shape the story, right? To protect yourself and to protect your friends.
No, sir.
You weren't afraid that anybody might get in trouble if there was an admission of drinking going on that evening?
No, sir, but that's not under my control.
Okay, so you weren't afraid of that possibility, or you recognized it wasn't under your control and so you didn't give that up?
The cops were there, the law was there. If they felt that it was something that needed to look into, I'm not the law, so I don't know.
It wasn't something you were going to volunteer, is that fair to say?
When asked about it, I've always said that there was some drinking going on.
Okay. And then you said at some point someone showed up to the house in a Honda Pilot, correct?
Correct.
And you were shown a picture of that Honda Pilot that states exhibit number 30. Remember seeing that?
Yes, I do.
That's the same vehicle that you identified for us earlier, correct?
Yes, it is.
And when that vehicle showed up, it didn't have this damage to its windshield, did it?
Where?
You see this defect in the windshield here, sir, where I'm pointing right to the passenger side of the vehicle?
I can't really see it, but to my knowledge, I didn't really recognize anything with the windshield.
Okay. When that Honda Pilot showed up, you told us that you were still in the basement, correct?
Correct.
And you said we exited through the Bilco doors, right?
Yes.
And when you say we, that's the 18 to 20 boys that were there in the basement?
Yes, correct.
Okay. And you went out through the Bilco doors to the right of the AC unit, correct?
Yep.
And you walked down the driveway and then you went across the street, correct?
I did.
Okay. And at this point, there were folks that were all inside the vehicle, correct? Nobody was outside the vehicle that was not with your party?
You mean the kids that came in the car were not outside the vehicle? No, they were not. They were in the car still.
And you said that you went immediately up to Tyler De Silva, who you could see through the windshield, correct?
Correct.
And that's because you knew Tyler De Silva, right?
I didn't know him. I knew who he was, and I knew of him because, as I said before, I grew up with his cousins who lived down the road from me.
Right. And you thought that you also knew his older brother, correct?
I have met him a time or two.
And you thought that you had enough rapport with Tyler De Silva that you could talk to him, right?
Correct. I thought that if anyone was going to be the one I was going to talk to get them to leave, that I would have had my best chance with him.
And you told us again that at that time you weren't aware of the group chat, right?
No, I was not.
You didn't know Griffin Marcinzik was live texting this thing, taking photos?
I didn't find out about the group chat until I believe the next day or the following day when Officer Staples came to my house.
Okay. And you were standing on the grass on the other side of Laurel Glen Drive talking to Tyler through the passenger side window, correct?
Correct.
And at this point, the car is facing Farmhouse Lane, right?
Yes, it was.
And you noticed that people were arguing on the other side of the car, right?
Yes, I did.
And in fact, you told Officer Giddon that you recognized inside the car Mackenzie Trafficante, correct?
Yes.
As well as Caitlin and Autumn Murphy, correct?
I never said that.
You never told Officer Giddon that you saw Caitlin and Autumn Murphy inside the Pilot?
Not to my knowledge.
Do you know Caitlin and Autumn Murphy?
I do know who they are.
Who are they?
They are two girls that went to Shelton schools with us when we were younger, and they both also went to St. Joseph's High School.
Okay, and were they at your party as part of the...
No, they were not.
And you claim that you did not tell Officer Giddon that you also saw Caitlin and Autumn Murphy in that car?
I don't believe I did. And if I had said that, it was me saying that I had heard somebody else say that they were in the car. So that should have been clarified.
Okay, there was a lot of people talking after the fact, right?
I mean, yeah, we talked about it.
Right, everybody was trading information.
Somewhat, yeah.
Right. And you would agree that some of that information just simply wasn't true, right?
Objection to, how would he know?
I'll sustain it to the extent that it is broad. Counsel, if you want to limit it.
Did you come to learn that some of that information that you received was not actually true?
I guess we could say little bits and pieces, but nothing that was relevant to what had taken place that night.
Well, you told the officers that you saw the defendant flashing a knife, right?
Well, they brought me back in to clarify
You
that.
told the officers that, correct?
No, I believe I wrote that.
When you wrote that, who were you writing that for, Mr. Rich?
I was writing that for the police.
So you told the police that you saw the defendant flashing a knife, correct?
At the time I wrote it like that. but as I said before, they brought me back in to clarify that I never saw the knife, not one time the entire night.
You didn't volunteer that information later, right? When you said, gosh, hold on a second, I told those officers I saw a knife, but I didn't. I better go clarify it. You didn't do that, right?
I did do that.
You went to them and said, I need to clarify this for you?
So they had called me and told me that there was a few things in my statement that they wanted to double check. So they brought me back in, and immediately when they said, did you actually see him with the knife with your own two eyes? I said, no, I did not.
Okay. So again, that's not something you volunteered until they said, hey, we want to clarify a few things between your statements, right?
If you want to put it that way, I guess, but that was just because it was not to my knowledge.
Well, you didn't tell them that on the 15th, right?
No, I did not.
You didn't tell them that on the 16th, right?
No, I did not.
Didn't tell them that on the 17th, right?
No, I did not.
And it wasn't until the 18th when they called you and said, we need to clarify some things. We think there's some discrepancies in your statement, that you then told them you hadn't actually seen the
correct,
with a knife, correct?
Because prior to that, I didn't even know that it was something on there that needed to be clarified. So as soon as they brought me in and asked me, did you actually see the knife? I said, no, I did not.
You didn't know that when you wrote at 12:43 a.m. in your own hand that you saw a kid named Lito flashing a knife. You didn't know that that was something that you needed to clarify because it wasn't something you'd actually seen?
No, sir. At the time when I wrote that, as I said, it was a very traumatic experience for us. I've never had to give a statement before, and I've never had to write one, so I didn't know that that was something I couldn't write off of hearing it from somebody else.
Okay, so you didn't know that you needed to tell them the truth about what you had seen?
I did know that I needed to tell them the truth. I just didn't know that I needed to clarify that I wasn't the one that saw him with the knife.
Well, and you also didn't tell them about the can of WD-40 that you sprayed at the defendant, as you say, in his area, right?
I'm going to object as asked and answered.
I'll overrule it.
Sorry, can you repeat?
Sorry, you didn't tell them about the can of WD-40 that you're now telling us about, right?
On which day?
On any of these days, on the 15th when you gave various statements, on the 18th when you gave a statement.
I don't believe I did because it was not knowledge that I had remembered yet.
And you also didn't tell them that you're the one who threw the first swing at Mr. Valle, right?
I'm not sure, but I do believe that I did clearly state that I was in the fight. But yeah, it probably took me a little bit of time to remember exactly what had happened, but I did tell them that I was involved in the fight, yes.
Well, you didn't tell them that in your handwritten statement, right?
I'm not sure. I believe I did.
Okay. You don't think that you said, everyone was standing in my yard, everyone started going at it, and the next thing I saw was blood everywhere?
Sorry, can you repeat?
That's right. You don't think what you told them was, everyone was standing in my yard, everyone started going at it, and the next thing I saw was blood everywhere?
I believe I did write that at the time.
Okay. And you didn't say anything about, I threw the first punch at Mr. Valle because I was trying to defend Ty Woods?
No, I guess not.
In any event, you claim that you were standing there at the front passenger window talking to Tyler De Silva when you heard some arguing going on the other side, right?
Correct.
You looked through the car and you saw Mackenzie Trafficante and Mr. Valle in the back seat, right?
Correct.
And you knew Mackenzie because you grew up together, right?
Yep.
And you knew that there were other kids in the car, but right now you're not sure who that was.
No idea.
Even though you told the cops that you saw Caitlin and Autumn Murphy, right?
Correct, which was
Ended
just
up not
something
being
I had
true,
heard.
right? That was
As
something
I
else
said,
that you just heard.
there was other kids in the car. I wasn't able to tell who it was, so when somebody had said that them two were in the car, I figured that they could have been the other people in the car.
Gotcha. You figured that that's who it was. Now you know that that's not who it was because you were never there, right?
Correct.
But you told the cops that at the time.
I guess I did, yeah.
At this point, there's, by your estimate, 15 to 20 Shelton High kids surrounding this Honda Pilot, correct?
I wouldn't say surrounding. I believe I was actually the only one on the passenger side of the car, and I could be wrong, but to what I remember, I think I was the only one on that side of the car, and everybody else was on the driver's side between the car and my yard.
Okay. In fact, they weren't just on the driver's side between the vehicle and your yard, were they?
What do you mean by that?
They had their hands on the vehicle, right?
Some of them did.
Some of them did. Some of them were rocking the car back and forth, correct?
Correct, after a bottle was swung out of the back seat.
Let's talk about that bottle getting swung out of the back seat. You were walking around the front of the car when you saw this happen?
As I came around the front driver's side to see what was going on the other side of the car, I was able to see a hand come out the window in a swinging down motion, and I couldn't tell what it was. And then I heard the glass shatter and saw the shattered glass in the street.
Where was the shattered glass that you saw?
From the driver's side window, it was on the street right there.
Directly down in front of the vehicle?
Pretty close.
With these 15 to 20 people standing all on that one side of the vehicle, rocking it back and forth?
Correct, when they started rocking the vehicle after.
So you hear glass shatter?
Correct.
And then they start rocking the vehicle?
Yes.
And all 15 to 20 of those kids, by your estimate, are not actually surrounding the car, but they're all just on one side of the car?
From what I recall, I believe that everybody was mainly on the driver's side of the car.
And then, in the midst of all this shaking and rocking of the car, you say you reach in through the driver's side window over top of Mr. Snyder and grab the gear shift?
I reached for the shifter. I believe it was by the steering wheel on the column. So I reached towards it because he wasn't even considering when I was telling him to leave. So I made him see that I was going for his shifter, telling him to put his car in drive and go, because at that point when kids started shaking the car, I knew that if they didn't leave there, that this was going to turn into something bigger.
The gear shifter's in the center console for a Honda Pilot, not on the near the steering wheel. It's not adding up.
And Mr. Snyder, then, as you're reaching and leaning across and grabbing his shifter, he starts to roll up the window on you.
Correct.
You say you heard the car click into gear?
Yeah,
Correct.
and we saw the lights.
Okay. And then they drove up the street fast, right?
They did.
And when you say they drove up the street fast, did they drive down Laurel Glen towards Farmhouse Lane?
That's correct.
And you said as they did that, they were throwing cans and things out the windows, right?
They were.
But nobody from your group was throwing anything at the vehicle?
Not at that moment, no.
How many people were outside at this point?
Everybody that was there, I believe, was outside.
Okay. So they drive down to the end of Farmhouse Lane. Did they come back at that point, or did they stop and get out what we saw on the video?
I don't know for sure, but I want to say the first time they went down the street, they actually went past Farmhouse Lane to the point where we could no longer see the car, which is why I had thought that they left at that point. Then we were able to see the headlights coming back in the other direction, and that is when they came back for the second time after they drove away and could have left.
Was that before or after you went down to the end of Farmhouse Lane?
When I walked down, that was before.
So they drive away?
Correct. They drive towards Farmhouse. I believe they went past. Then they come back down past my house again towards Adams, okay, where I believe they make that corner onto Adams.
When you say they make that corner, if we're looking at Exhibit 1, are you saying that they take a right onto Adams?
They went this way.
And then where did you see the car after that?
And then after that, it comes back down the way it just came, so I'm not sure if maybe they turned around over here or what, but they ended up coming back from the same direction that the car had just previously gone in and drove by the house again, throwing more things out of the car, including the WD-40, and that is when the car stops by Farmhouse Lane after that.
So just want to make sure we've got your series of events down. Car initially arrives, it's parked at the corner near Adams Drive and on the other side of Laurel Glen from your house, correct?
Correct.
That's when you and the 15 or 20 folks all go outside and confront the car, right?
Yes.
You claim to hear glass shatter while there's 15 or 20 people there on one side of the vehicle. They're shaking and rocking the car. You somehow get in and lean across Mr. Snyder, correct?
Sorry, can you repeat that last part?
You get in and lean across Mr. Snyder.
No, before that.
You have seen glass shatter. There's 15 or 20 people shaking the vehicle, and you lean in across and grab the shift, right?
Yeah.
At that point, you say you hear the vehicle click into gear, and it drives down towards Farmhouse Lane, correct?
Correct.
Turns around by your account and comes back towards your house, correct?
Correct.
Makes a turn, a right onto Adams Drive, correct?
Yep.
You lose sight of the vehicle?
I did.
How long before you see it again?
Not that long. Like I said, they had to have turned around somewhere close because it came back pretty quick.
Could you see who was in the vehicle at that point?
At that point, I believe nobody had gotten out yet because at the rate of speed he was driving before, if anyone had gotten out of that car, they would not have just been able to step out unless he had stopped somewhere else and let people out. But
if your recollection is accurate, right?
Correct, but to what I would think that everybody was still in the car at that point.
But you don't know who was in the vehicle?
I do not. That is fair to say.
And
it's been an older model if it had the shifter on the column.
As it comes back up Adams, you say it turns onto Laurel Glen Drive, goes past the house again?
Correct.
And down towards Farmhouse Lane?
Correct.
And is it at that point that you see the vehicle stop?
Correct.
And it's at that point that you and what you describe as a group of three, yourself, maybe Ryan Hines, Ricky Fiola, or someone else that you couldn't know. So it was yourself and Ricky Fiola and someone else who you're not sure about went down the street, right?
Correct. So the only one I know that was with me was Ricky. I can't recall who else was with us, but it was definitely, I never said Ryan Hines was with me, no.
But you can't be sure that it wasn't him, right? Because there was someone
I can't be sure. I do know there was at least one other person, but I'm not sure who that was.
And you think it was just the three of you who went down the street, right?
I believe so.
May we see Exhibit 44, please? The disc. I'm going to ask you to watch this video with us, Mr. Rich.
They chased the car telling them to leave, apparently. Please. TV mount looks secure. Great job. Language.
Can we pause it right there? You recall seeing this video just shortly ago?
Yes.
And this is shot from the Ring camera on 36 Laurel Glen Drive, which is the house down Laurel Glen Drive there on Exhibit 1 by the corner of Farmhouse Lane, correct?
Yes.
Now, in this video, Mr. Rich, do you see somebody already walking ahead of this last illuminated tree that we see there?
Over here on the corner?
I'm going to point over here. See this last illuminated tree to the far right? Just past one of the columns?
Yeah, do I see anyone over there?
Did you see somebody walking right here ahead?
I can't tell.
Okay. Can we start that from the beginning? And I'd ask you to focus your attention, see if you can notice that this person is walking. And do you see somebody walking there?
I do.
Do you see that there's a vehicle? We just heard doors and cars stop. And then we see somebody else walking
Correct.
by the vehicle, in front of the vehicle, correct?
I do see that.
So those folks are already out of the car, and now we're hearing some yelling, correct?
Yep.
And from the left, we're starting to see your group, right?
Correct.
I count 1, 2, 3, 4. Would you agree 4 people so far?
Right.
Now I see a 5th person coming. Do you see that?
I do.
You see other folks coming as well. 6, 7. You see those other folks?
I do see more, yes.
And those people are all coming from the direction of your home, correct?
So as it appears, yes.
You would agree that there was at least 2 people that were out of that vehicle, correct?
Prior to us walking down?
Prior to you walking down.
I would agree.
Okay. And that then a group of at least 7 of you were seen on that video, correct?
That's how it appears, but as I said, to my knowledge, the only one I knew was with me was Ricky, and I thought there was at least one more of us. Clearly, there was more than that.
And in fact, you walked past and had some interactions with the people that had already gotten out of the vehicle, correct?
I did.
But you don't recall any of that, fair to say?
I didn't say I don't recall any of that. I just don't recall who was actually out of the vehicle.
Well, you told us that you didn't have any interactions with the people in the vehicle at that point, correct?
Other than telling them to get out of there and that they needed to go, not really, no.
Okay. And at this point, they are down in front of Laurel Glen Drive heading towards Farmhouse Lane, right?
What's that?
They were down at this point where we see it on the video, down in front of 36 Laurel Glen Drive by Farmhouse Lane, correct?
Correct.
And that is about 2 football fields or 647 feet away from your house. Is that fair to say?
Yeah, that's probably pretty accurate.
And you followed that vehicle all the way down there, right?
When people started to get out, yeah, we walked down there.
Okay. And you told them, let's go, you pussies, right?
Correct.
And that's when you say you threw the can of WD-40, right?
I did.
You later picked that can back up, you're now telling us, right?
After it was thrown at me again, I didn't want to leave it in the street in front of my neighbors' houses, so yes, I picked it up.
We didn't see that can getting thrown back at you on this video, did we?
Nope.
And you said after that you were just walking back to the house trying to get everyone back inside, right?
I was heading back towards the house with the intent to get everyone back there into the house, yes.
And did you call the police at that point?
No, I did not.
Well, why not?
Because I figured that every time they drove away, I thought that they were going to leave. I guess thinking about it now, knowing that they had the first 2 opportunities to not come back when they drove away and they didn't, I probably should not have made the assumption that they weren't going to leave, but never in a million years did I ever think that this was going to happen, so I did not call the police.
You didn't call the police and say, hey, there's unwanted people at our house and they're throwing stuff at us, because you didn't want the cops to come and find out that there was underage drinking, right?
Can you rephrase that?
Well, you didn't call the cops to report what you are now telling us was a crime at that time, did you?
No, I did not.
And it wasn't because you didn't want the cops to come and find out that there was underage drinking going on, right?
I'm confused what you're asking. So you're asking me if the reason I didn't call the cops was because there was underage drinking at my house?
Right.
No, the reason I didn't call the cops was because I figured these kids were going to leave at any of the given 3 or 4 times they had the opportunity to. And I never thought in a million years that they were going to come back to my house, trespass on my property, and stab 4 of my friends.
Are you done?
Yeah, I'm done.
Is there a question pending, Your Honor?
There was not at that point.
Counsel.
So it wasn't because you were afraid of underage drinking going on at the house. That wasn't the reason that you didn't call the cops.
No.
The reason was that you thought you could handle this yourself.
I thought that they were going to leave any of the 4 times they could have. And like I said, I guess thinking back now, knowing that the first 3 times they could have left when they had the opportunity, they didn't. Maybe I should have handled it different, but again, who would have ever thought that 3 juniors or whatever they were in high school from St. Joe's were going to come back to my house, trespass on my property, and stab 4 of my friends.
Whoa.
And then you told us that as you're walking back to the house, someone threw a can of WD-40 at you.
We're
correct?
good today, Tony. No
Correct. They
worries.
threw it
Thank
back
you.
at me.
And that the defendant came off the side of the bushes, correct?
Correct.
You told him not to come near you, right?
I did.
And then you used the can of WD-40 to spray it in his direction, right?
I did.
What you actually did was you sprayed it right in his face and his eyes, right?
I'm not sure. Like I said, I was spraying it in his direction. He kept approaching me, so I can't tell you where he was getting sprayed. I aimed the can at him and I sprayed it to use it to distance myself.
And you just saw yourself in that video pass by him while he was standing on the street, not in that vehicle, correct?
Probably, but I'm not sure if that was him or where he was at that time.
And you never told the officers in any of your prior statements about the defendant throwing this WD-40 at you and coming off the side of the bushes, right?
Well, one, I don't know if he threw it at me. I'm not sure which one of them threw it at me, but given where he was when he came out of the bushes, when they threw it back at me, I don't believe it could have been him because he was obviously already down by those bushes for me to have walked by him over there.
So you don't
and
think
it came
was
from
him?
behind me more towards the car.
So you don't think that it was him throwing that
I
can of WD-40?
don't think he's the one that threw it back at me when I had picked it up to walk back to the house because he was already obviously down in that direction somewhere for him to have come out behind me.
And then you told us that everybody started to make their way back into the house, right?
Correct.
Through the Bilco doors.
Correct.
You walked back first, but you knew that Ricky was still down there at Farmhouse Lane.
I did.
How did you know that he was still down there?
Because I walked back by myself, and he's the only one I knew went down there with me, and if he didn't come back with me, he had to still be down there.
Where were these other 5 or 6 people that we saw here in this video?
They must have been down there as well, but I'm not sure.
You don't recall Ricky coming back inside, but you're certain you went back inside.
I 100% went back inside.
Who else went back inside with you?
I'm not sure exactly who. There was still a large crowd out in the front, and I kind of was just motioning everybody to get back inside the house.
What was the large group out in the front still doing?
Probably standing there. Honestly, I'm not sure. I was down the street, but as soon as I got back to the house, I had everybody go back inside.
Even the folks that remained in the yard that you just described?
I'm sorry, what's that?
You told us you went back into the house, but that people remained in the front yard. Now you're telling us you had everybody go back inside.
Who remained in the front yard?
You tell me, sir. You're the one who said people remained in the front yard.
I never said anybody remained in the front yard. I said the only people that were still out there was, to my knowledge, Ricky down the street, but I had everybody else around there go back into the house that was still in the front yard.
You went into the basement after coming back from Farmhouse Lane. You're saying there was nobody else in the front yard?
I do not believe so, no.
And then you heard somebody yelling, "They're back," right?
Correct.
And you looked out and you could see that they were in the front yard?
Well, we walked back outside, and upon coming up on the front yard, I was able to see the car in the street with the headlights on, and the defendant and Tyler DeSilva were now trespassing on my property.
Okay. And at that point, you go out into the front yard, correct?
Correct.
How many people were out in the front yard with you?
I believe everybody had followed me back outside. I don't think anyone was going to leave me to go out there alone. So eventually the entire basement did make its way back outside, and I believe everyone did make their way back out there.
About 30 of you out there in the front yard?
Yeah, including girls too.
And you described your position as being near the cement box and the red bush, right?
Relatively, yes.
And that Tyler DeSilva was in front of you, correct?
Correct.
Near the mailbox.
Towards the mailbox.
And that Mr. Valle was off to your left, by the left of the bush and the right of the cement box, right?
What was that last part? To the left of the what?
To the left of the red bush and to the right of the cement box.
Which way are you looking at that? From the street or from the house?
I believe you described it as being Valle was off to your left.
He was off to my left, correct, with my back to the house, so yes.
So you couldn't really see where Mr. Valle was, right?
He was peripheral to me, so I was able to see him and the couple kids over there and know where their position was because they weren't that far. They were only maybe 2 steps away from me. But until the fact where Tyler DeSilva shoved me backwards is when they came into my full sight.
And you said that, again, you approached Tyler DeSilva because you knew him and his cousins, right?
Correct.
And you said, dude, I've known your family and cousins for years, right?
Correct.
At this point, where are the other 30 people?
I wasn't paying attention to that, but I believe some kids were still coming out of the basement at that point, and I believe that there were people behind me and also to the side of me.
Could you see anybody in front of you near the street?
I don't recall anyone being over there. Could there have been? Maybe, but I do not remember.
And it is your recollection that Tyler DeSilva told you to go fuck yourself and shoved you backwards, correct?
Correct.
With these other 30 kids behind you?
Correct, which he knew.
Which he knew that there were 30 kids?
They have obviously seen the amount of kids there were. The minute we walked out to the car the first time, they proceeded to keep coming back knowing that there was 30 kids or 20 dudes standing there.
Okay. And you said that there were a few kids near Mr. Valle, right?
I believe so, yes.
And one of those you knew, and that was Ty Woods.
Correct.
And you described him as close to a younger brother for you as it gets, right?
That's right.
And after the shove, you've now got Mr. Valle in your vision, and you say that he went to swing on Ty Woods.
Correct. I watched him take a back swing like he was going to hit him in the back of the head, and Ty had his head turned. I was only 2 steps away. I pretty much stepped into it to get between it and punched him in the face.
Okay. And then after that,
he's pretty proud
you say
about
that Mr. DeSilva punched you in the back of your head.
Correct.
How do you know that was Mr. DeSilva punched you in the back of your head?
Because nobody else that was at my house was going to be punching me in the back of the head, and he is also the one that just pushed me from the direction where the punches were coming from to the back of my head.
It wasn't because the group of 20 to 30 people was stampeding forwards and people got shoved into one another.
You would have to ask him that, not me. But to what I know, I didn't see any of that going on after, because After I had hit the defendant, that was the last time I ever saw him that entire night, because as I said, when I was getting punched in the back of the head, my focus had turned to Tyler Da Silva at this point, who I ended up on the ground with instead.
Now, again, you're telling us today that you swung and hit Mr. Valle in the face that evening, but you didn't tell that to the officers when you spoke to them on the 15th a couple times, or the 18th, correct?
I guess not. I had told them I was in the fight, and there was only 2 kids that I could have been fighting with, so...
You didn't tell them that you threw the first punch?
I guess not. At the time, I guess not, no.
And you say that you went to the ground and that Mr. Da Silva was on top of you?
Correct.
And that he was swinging and you tied up his arms, right?
Correct.
And that you couldn't see much after that, is that fair to say?
Yeah, I was on the ground underneath him, so I couldn't see anything.
Couldn't see my friend's raining blows down on him while I held his arms.
Having told officers originally that you'd seen Lito with a knife, ultimately what you told us here today is that you didn't see the defendant with a knife, correct?
I had never seen the knife that entire night with my own eyes at all.
And you would agree, and you've described for us, that this fight was a chaotic scene, correct?
It was a chaotic scene, yes.
And there were only 2 kids that got out of the vehicle that were from the St. Joe's party, correct?
Correct. 2 of them got out of the car.
And there were roughly 30 of you, 20 of which you've described as being boys, correct?
Correct, which they knew.
In fact, you continue to tell me that, sir, which they knew. How do you know what they knew?
Because they were in the car when we all came outside. They saw how many of us there were. They drove up and down the street 3 or 4 times and saw that there was that many of us, and even when he came on my property, nobody immediately got physical with them. I was still trying to talk to Tyler Da Silva and get him to leave, and they saw with their own eyes how many of us were standing there and decided that he was going to get physical with me. So yeah, they knew how many of us were there.
So it's your recollection that Mr. Da Silva is the one who decided to get physical with you?
Correct, he shoved me.
Was Mr. Da Silva at any point holding a phone or filming any of this as it was going on?
I don't think so, but I'm not sure.
Did you ever see Mr. Valle with a phone filming or recording anything of what was going on?
Nope.
Did you see, however, a video of the fight itself?
I did.
And that was taken by Tanner Chernowski, correct?
Correct.
And you also identified for us another person who is in that video with a phone in his hand, and that was Ricky Fiola, correct?
Correct.
And was there anybody else that you saw that was filming that evening?
I was on the ground. I didn't see anybody filming or holding a phone until I saw the video after, which I still am not even sure if there was a recording going or if those were just flashlights. But yeah, I didn't see anybody else recording, no.
Well, you did see the video, correct?
I did see that video Tanner took, correct.
So you know that that one video
I do know that that
correct?
video was taken.
And did you tell any of the officers that that video existed?
No, I did not. They actually showed it to me first, and that was my first knowledge of it.
You didn't know about that video until it was shown to you by the officers?
Correct.
Are you friends with Tanner Chernowski
I am.
on his Snapchat stories?
Yeah, I am.
And you weren't aware that he had posted it that very evening?
I was not aware that he had posted it ever, and I had never seen it, so no, I was not.
All right, defense, you done? Get that good Poland spring water.
So, Mr. Rich, is it fair to say that despite a number of opportunities to tell the police as much as what you have recalled today, you didn't actually tell them any of those things regarding the WD-40 can?
Objection, asked and answered.
Sustained.
Is it fair to say that despite having a number of opportunities, you didn't tell them that you were the person who first punched Mr. Valle?
Objection, asked and answered.
Sustained.
Is it fair to say that you didn't call the police that night at any point?
Objection, asked and answered.
I'll allow that one.
No, I did not call the police at any point that night.
Called his dad.
And you told officers that you had seen the defendant with a knife, despite the fact that now you're telling us you never saw him with a knife, correct?
No, I did not.
Sustained. Strike the last answer, please. Thank you.
Jury knows how to strike now. They've been taught.
Just a moment, Your Honor. Mr. Rich, there were essentially two fights going on in the front yard, were there not?
As far as what I'm aware of, I can only speak for what was going on with me and Tyler De Silva at the time I was on the ground with him, because I could not see anything else.
How many people were engaged with Mr. De Silva when you were also on the ground with him?
To my knowledge, just me and him. Do I think people could have thrown a couple shots at him? It's possible, but from what I could see, just me and him were on the ground. But
when you say it's possible that other people could have thrown shots at him, you viewed the video of the fight, correct?
Correct.
You see people throwing shots at him, correct?
Correct.
It's not just possible. That happened, didn't it?
Yeah, so a couple kids did throw a couple shots in after, but I could not see that from where I was on the ground.
Okay. And you would agree that there was a separate fight going on involving Mr. Valle, correct?
I'm not sure.
Okay. Nothing further. Thank you.
There we go. Maybe it's time for a break.
Sure.
Oh, more redirects. I push lots of buttons in my sleep.
Tyler, counsel asked you about Tanner and Alex coming to the house. What do you recall about when Tanner and Alex actually showed up in relation to when the Honda Pilot was at your house?
So when we had first went outside, I believe Tanner and Alex had not gotten there yet until after the first time the car drove down the street. I believe the first time when they went down the street, it took them a little longer to come back because they had went all the way to the dead end, or at least out of our view. And as the car went down the street, from what I recall, I believe is when Tanner and Alex got there.
And when Tanner and Alex got there, where were you at that moment?
I was in the front yard.
Now, counsel asked you a little bit about your statement to police initially. You had indicated that you had seen, well, at least according to your statement, you indicated that you had told the cops that he was flashing a knife. Where did that information come from? Did you actually see that happen?
No, I never saw that.
So why would you tell the cops that a kid named Lito was flashing a knife?
It was something I had overheard that night, and as a 18-year-old kid who's never had to go through something traumatic like that, I didn't know that I couldn't write something in my statement without physically seeing it. So I was brought back in to clarify that. I didn't see that.
So based on the fact that you have 4 of your friends that were stabbed on the front lawn, what was your immediate, what was your intuition? What was your reason for telling the cops what you did at that moment, with regards to what you saw at that moment? Did you have a reason why you didn't recall the WD-40 can or anything like that? Why did you say what you did?
Yeah, of course. I mean, in that time period, like I've been saying, I was an 18-year-old kid who just watched 4 of my best friends get stabbed in my front yard where I grew up at my own house. And having to go through that, I believe that there was just certain things that my mind was putting out of my head, and I was more focused on the events that took place during the actual fight itself.
Now, on a subsequent occasion, did you eventually tell somebody about this WD-40?
I did.
And on a subsequent occasion, did you eventually tell somebody about you throwing a punch at Lita?
I did.
Now, you saw States 44, which is the 36 Laurel Glen video, the ring video. That camera, does that camera capture everything that happened with all the interactions down the street? In other words, you see yourself throwing the can at the car. At some point, that camera stops, right?
Correct.
And at some point in time, there are other things that happened that just weren't captured on that camera.
Correct, there was.
So with regards to where the defendant may have been standing at any given moment during that video, and where he was when he was coming out of the woods at you when you had the WD-40 can in your hand, would that have happened before or after the events that we see in States 44?
After.
And with regards to the number of people that were captured on States 44 from your group that go down the street, to the best of your recollection, you only recalled Ricky Fiola and maybe one other person?
Correct.
And clearly there were more from your group down the street?
Clearly, yeah.
Now, when you came back from down the street, were you by yourself?
I was.
And when you came back from down the street, you indicated that Ricky Fiola was still behind you down the street?
Correct.
So when you got to the front lawn and you were ushering people back in your house, you went down the basement with people that you ushered with back inside your house?
Correct.
But that didn't include Ricky Fiola,
No, it
did
did not.
So if there were at least 7 people down the street, you being one and Ricky being another, there's at least 5 other people that are probably still down the street and coming back down towards the house, right?
Correct.
So when you go back in the house, some of your friends could have still come back and been on the front lawn.
Right.
You just wouldn't know who it was.
Correct.
And when the car came back down the street and you heard they're back, did that come from inside the house or outside the house?
That came from outside, I believe, because somebody had looked out the doors and saw the car pull back up.
But you don't know who said that?
No.
No further question.
Any additional cross?
Just briefly.
You told us that part of the reason that you were unable to recall some of what you told us today was due to the trauma, correct, of this incident?
Correct.
So it wasn't that you wanted to minimize the involvement of your friends on that evening?
What do you mean by that?
As far as why you weren't able to recall these things when you were talking to police officers beforehand, it wasn't because you wanted to minimize the involvement that your friends had?
You mean like try to hide things my friends did?
Correct.
No, I wasn't trying to minimize anything.
You weren't trying to protect your friends from any sort of police investigation?
I mean, no, that's nothing that's inside of my control anyways.
And then you had been asked about telling that to folks on a subsequent occasion about the WD-40 and about throwing the first punch. Do you recall that question?
Can you repeat that?
Sure. The state's attorney asked you that about not telling folks about the WD-40 or about the throwing of the punch, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And then he asked you, but you did tell them that on a subsequent occasion, correct?
Correct.
And that subsequent occasion was today, correct?
No.
Nothing further.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Spicy.
You're all set. You can exit the witness box, please.
Tyler
watch your
Rich.
step. Counsel, I am going to go into the morning recess, all right? Court's going to stand in recess for 15 minutes. Ladies.
Okay. Because of the difficulties of matching everything up here, we're going to say this is where we're going to pause it today, the morning recess. So tomorrow we get the rest of today, which is only, let me see here. Let's see what 2 is. We're about 3 hours behind, and that's including lunch right now. So we're going to get, tomorrow we're going to get all of what happened today and a little bit of what happened, and then we'll be on what happens tomorrow. So that it's going to be, we're going to be caught up tomorrow, which is good. That was just Mr. Rich's delivery, very flat, monotone. It wasn't keeping me awake. I don't think I can stick around much longer and not, not off. We are up to 35 on the withdraw counters, and I've got to say, we've got a lot of information about who was where and who they remember and where you were standing, which way you went around the truck, and everything else. But the actual fight itself seems to have been a blur, and nobody really knows what happened. We just have an alleged knife, but we haven't actually heard from anyone who actually saw a knife. We obviously have the knife wounds, the injuries, so it's fairly safe to say that a knife was brought to the fight, and we think we know who did it. But Sherry says, I believe him. I'm up for it. Hey, did I see that somebody said the lawyer was going to interview Alessi and Yannetti tonight? I did watch with Ian, and that was absolutely amazing. Got like 500,000 views on that interview. Absolutely incredible. I'm sure Peter's going to do a great job with that as well. But let's see. Anybody else? Runkle interview was awesome. I think Melanie Little is. So it's not lawyer, It's not Peter. Somebody set me straight. I mean, is it Peter or Melanie that's interviewing him tonight? It's lawyer, Okay, awesome. 7:30 tonight Eastern. That's awesome. Do check that out. I'm sure he's probably going to ask a lot of different questions and obviously come from a different angle on some of those things than Ian did, but that's going to be awesome. See, you even cashed in your kids' college funds to Super Chat. You saw that. Yes, I did. I sent a Super Chat. That was awesome. To see the support for Ian was just amazing, especially knowing what Ian's goal is in life, especially with YouTube, that he would like to basically have YouTube be his income, and then he can do pro bono work as a lawyer, which is admirable. And I think that interview was a big step in the right direction for that. So, lawyer, tonight, Melanie tomorrow night. Did you get rid of taillight? No. I haven't even broken it. Still accepting bids. No, just kidding. I don't know what we're going to do with this. Don't know what we're going to do. It might just sit there on my shelf forever. Let's see. Wednesday, I'll be at Courtroom Confidential. I'll be on with them on Wednesday. We're going to talk about this case, so that would be a lot of fun. Karen needs the taillight. Fix the car. Send it to her. Not sure if she wants it. Maybe give it to Karen to replace the one Proctor broke. The lawyers need to sign the taillight. You could donate the taillight to Ian's Extra Life 24-hour stream. Okay, here's the deal, though. I've learned a little something about that. Ian's stream, it's awesome. What it does is amazing. I do want to continue being a part of that. The shipping, Ian takes a huge hit on that oftentimes as he's trying to get everything shipped out. What he spends in fees is just it's massive. It's massive. I've mailed the ones that I sent out, and just for the little things that I sent over to I think France. First of all, France on import, they said that we don't allow some of those to come in, so only half of it got to them, and it still costs like $75 to ship it. So it's brutal on the shipping costs, and this would be absolutely insane. My daughter did make it back from camp without running into a mama bear or an alligator. She loved it. Just for those who are curious, we were at Singletary Lake State Park in North Carolina, which is a unique state park actually built by the CCC camps, during the Depression, the work camps. And it was designed specifically for groups only. If you're like, hey, I'd like to rent a cabin, they don't. You have to rent like the whole place. It's for large group rentals. That's the only thing you can do there. So it's really cool, fun place. And if you want to go see an alligator or a bear, that's the place to go. All right. Yeah, the shipping and handling is a little rough. It's good. I'm glad we did it, and we'll probably do something similar in the future. Let's see. Did I miss anything else? Was the soccer match close to you yesterday? What soccer match did I miss? I don't know. Not sure. Signed taillight would be the poorest taste ever. I agree. If somebody wanted it for their vehicle, I would send it to them in a heartbeat. Prove that you have the vehicle first. But I think that's it. I've got some work to do in the bathroom. We've got to get this thing done before I go on my trip. I've got to get this thing hammered out. Where we're at right now, I've got a little more mudding to do. We've already done some sanding. Going to do finish mudding, and then we're setting up we're to painting. So it's nearly done, guys. It's nearly done. It's been like a year. It's nearly done, but we've got to get further along. So I almost did the birthday song again. That would be terrible. Hank blamed the crowd, social media, etc. as targeting his prosecution and making him lose the case, basically. I would blame him. Fire Girl, thank you very much. Camp Seafarer and Seagull, I'm not. Great question. All right, tonight when you go home, please hug the people you love. Smile at someone, make their day just a little bit better. And please stay safe. We will live again tomorrow with full catch-up. We'll be all the way caught up with this case tomorrow. Where we are right now, we're at the first break. Don't forget, we're at the first break of today. we have been watching in real time. We're going to speed it back up to 1.25 speed tomorrow until we're all the way caught up. And probably should have done it with this guy as well, but I had to sync and match music and audio and everything, and it just wasn't working. So, all right, have a good one. I'm not going to go to sleep. I'm going to go to the bathroom and work in there and get the walls all ready for painting. So we're done for the day. A little early, but please go check out The Lawyer You Know tonight and watch the interview. I'm not sure if we can portal to it yet. Let's see, I think it's going to be here. Let's see. Okay, we'll portal to it. Wait for it. I have to get everything ready. Just pretend the music's still going. I need my logo down here. This off, that there. Take this off. And dissolve. And portal incoming. You guys will see you tomorrow. Bye-bye.